The minute they talk about your God, look at what you doing. Acting like a bitch, losing all your emotion. So another said the God is a bitch. Yes, I said the motherfucker's a bitch. You said that you talk so much about Kemet. I don't give a fuck about that because it's all man-made shit. You don't see me turned up and going crazy and putting your name. Oh, Judah said this. I don't give a fuck. There's nothing special about you because you following some spook-ass God, some God who we know is narcissistic, who's demonic, who's a goddamn liar, who's bipolar. The God of the Bible is a bipolar motherfucker.
As a people, I hate Africans because of what they did to my people. How can I let Red Pill come? Red Pill just have a different ideology than me, but he's still a brother. That 14-year-old African is an African. He's not my brother. He's not my people, period.
You're wrong. You don't know. Everybody on my circuit, they against the Israelites. We hate the Israelites. We can't stand their doctrine.
I don't believe in old Egyptian gods. I don't believe in that stuff. I wasn't even taught that bullshit, right? I'm the one who bangs against the Cometics. I bang against them and they can't get through me because the gods that they worship, right, were born from another group of thinking, right? So you can't come with me with no goddamn Heru or no other that bullshit. Show it to me in the primary, show it to me in writing, show it to me in the period. You're making the bullshit up.
Polite, if let's say Polite is innocent, he could be a partial victim. You know, maybe he broke up with the girl. Who knows, what happened in that instance. But the only true victim is that girl. So I think that's what we need.
And I think that's being a hypocrite because you have a member of ISUPK who was locked up for child molestation, for rape, or whatever it is, and y'all still support him. Here it is, Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all wouldn't support him. See the double standard?
What
you have a member
standard?
in ISUPK, which y'all support him financially. You put money on his books. But Polite have not been found guilty, and y'all
This how I know you taking a strong. This how I know you take a strong position of Polite's innocence, regardless of waiting till the verdict come, because you keep bringing up the same exact thing, even though I've explained the position dozens of times. How many times do I have to explain the same exact position? So in that instance, the brother took a lot of.
Even if you explain it still remains the same, though, Captain.
No,
you still support
what remains the same?
Guilty.
But what remains the same, though?
That he was found guilty.
Definitely was found guilty. But he also...
All right. Peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sarnetta TV House of Consciousness production. You already know what it is. This is your brother Sarnetta. I am your host, and I'm bringing in another heavy hitter. You brothers and sisters better be ready. When we build this wall, this Kemetic wall, oh my God, ain't nothing stopping. We bringing in another young brother. He's a scholar. You one leave, 5 more come in. Reggie leave, 5 more come in. You know what I'm saying? Garfield leaves and turn his back on Kemet, 10 more come in. We already got Chris Harris. We bringing in another brother who is awesome, who is powerful. I would say I don't know, between him and Jabari, I would say they probably right here until I see the brother's work and ethic, and if he can handle the ring, getting in, or the battlefield, or whatever, anybody that come at him, if he can deal with that pressure, I think he can because he's Kemet. And so, without any further ado, I bring to you my brother Shaka in the building. What's up, Shaka? He runs the channel of Ma'at Forever. So if y'all are aware of that, make sure you go and subscribe to Ma'at Forever channel. Go over there and show some love for our brother. Peace and Black Power to you. Hotep. Shaka, what's happening, man? Unmute yourself.
Hotep Sen-E Sarnetta.
Yeah.
Thank you for the invitation. I just want to greet the people as I usually do. Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, Iti, Ren Isha Kandugu Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Bonjour, Sak Passe, Mbote, all that good stuff.
Damn, don't y'all hear that? Don't that sound beautiful to your ears, man, right there? Just to hear him go in on that. I know he's dealing with knowledge, man.
Have you ever met the Father Banger?
No, I've seen him. I've seen him, but
You've seen him.
I'm not acquainted with him.
Well, you've seen him on YouTube.
But brother, you like to say I know him and him. In 30 years, you don't have a book, you don't have a website, you don't have a platform. You have to go on other people's platforms. So you can talk all you want that you were acquainted with.
Well,
whoever. It doesn't hold any bearing with your scholarship.
Listen, I think everybody knows my work. You're just being introduced. Okay?
What is your work? You've been carrying their suitcases. You went errand and bought them drinks and coffee and tea. Everybody can do that. That's why I nickname you Butler.
So Sarnetta, so you allow this person to talk about, I carry Sarnetta's bags and suitcases.
So you are Butler for Sarnetta as well. It's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
and Sarnetta called you the B word. You did not object. You don't have any background.
You know.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the Atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere. But you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check. It's going to come up. And in here, it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it, if you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now, finally, you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabs Negroes, which first is El, but somehow, some way becomes Allah. But that's up to y'all. That's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again, from the front, compared with another statue of Osiris. And then finally, the same statue from another angle.
Biblical king's seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the king Hezekiah. And here we have an ankh. And finally, last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible. L. Slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic narrative poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masria in the prophetic literature, where it clearly says that El floundered in his own feces and urine.
Microphone check. I was on mute. Microphone check. Should be louder now. Too loud. Okay. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Sounds good. There it is. Refreshing. What's that? Kemet. A brand new one. See how beautiful it looks? Look at the quality, man. Dang. That's what's up, man. Well, I should take a screen print like that, so I can use it for future thumbnails. Oh, what's going on? Wrong button, that's why. Done. Okay. So RP wrote, I need a cap. Well, everybody can get the caps, the t-shirts, the mugs. That's one of the design right here. That one, brand new, was put up today. The design in the front, on the sleeves, and on the back as well. That's fire right there. My art spelled with the glyphs. Look at this, man. Now, here you have the whole collection. And the caps. There are several. But the Kemet caps, you can see they're on page 2. That's the one I'm wearing. golden glyphs. What else do I have? The bandana. My forever bandana. And you will see that it is large enough. What is this over there? I'm gonna wear the bandana on my hand, so every time I take a sip, it's visible. See? So again, for those who just arrived, told you it was real. Told you it was serious. You know, you don't know me for bluffing, do you? Okay, I don't know why. Okay, never mind. You know how it is sometimes. The virtual background, but what is this here? What is this? Oh, dang. It was serious then. It was no bluff. Oh, you know what? Another thumbnail here. Another thumbnail. I'll get that one right. Ah, the wrong button again. Oh wait, it is blue. That's it. Got a thumbnail. So it's gonna be some more designs coming up. It's gonna be mugs, more mugs coming up. This design, I have some mug coming, and then I take some more. Now, in celebration of today being 19 years since, my bad. In celebration of today being 19 years since I started the website. Oh, is it? No, it's okay. You have a promo code. And here it is. Stop scamming, all in one word. A discount code. Later on, we may get creative. We may have a promo code or discount code called Zip It Down. But that's for later on, Let me look at the chat. Hey, you know what? I'm going to open the chat for everybody. It's a celebration. Andrew Brunette is in the place to be. V. Bennett is in the place to be. Hotel. Sister RP, Senate E, is in the place to be. She wrote, "Congratulations, Shaka, on 19 years of teaching and wisdom." Hayu. Les says, V. Bennett. RP wrote, "Hotep Abet." Abet means family. That's Middle Nature. That's ancient Egyptian. V. Bennett says, "Ma'ab for over a year, 19 years, and still busting those haters' butts." So that's the message that I read earlier. You have the links here to get your gear on. Andrew Burnett wrote, "Yeah, Shaka, congratulations on 19 years of being in the place to be tonight." Texas Bomber is in the place to be. Young Heru is in the place to be. Your gear looks tighter though. And you have the discount code right here. So I don't have any topic. 19 years I maintain student principle and never allowed anti-black, anti-African teachings. Never, never. 19 years, I didn't allow that. Didn't accept that. No Name wrote, "Where is the zippy down hoodie for ladies, please?" Maybe a bit too much. I mean, that one, that's for the most militant ones, the most hardcore ones. Not many people are gonna rock that one, you know. But zip it down, I don't know, man. Will ladies really walk outside with it? Like, okay, it'll be some stay-at-home gear. Some sort of night garb or whatever. I don't know if we do night garb, what I'm saying. I see what we can work out. I like to put one of those on my and get her to sing that track to me before bedroom tonight. Bennett wrote back 100 has more dirt on Scam Cheddar and Tazi apparently. Well, it looks like some stuff that we heard already. I checked it, So we'll see later on for the CP down. Man, that looks so. Man, I'm proud, man. That looks beautiful, and I wanted to represent with gear for a long time. For a long time, and here it is. Hey, we may do drinks. Zip it down drink. My goodness. I'm not sure what you meant to, right? But you know, I told you that's real. You can get the mug, you can get the hat, you can get the hoodie. No bluffing. But people will probably prefer the Ma'at for Alpha gear, the Kemet gear. We already have Ma'at. I mean, what do we have? Let's see. Let's see what do we have. Let's see what we have so far. That's the link. Okay. We have a large choice already. The design that I have on my hat, it is on the shirt here. That's the back. All right. There's a Hotep shirt. There's the Ma'at shirt with the glyphs. Different colors. There's the Ma'at without the glyph. There's a Kemet glyph. Kemet with the glyphs. Kemet hat with the glyphs. Different designs without the words Kemet, only the glyphs. Bandanas, different colors. Mugs. Mad Forever cap. Amen Rock cap. Different colors. Onk shirts. Different colors. Another Ma'at Forever shirt. Hat. I've shown it already. The phone case for iPhones. You have all those different iPhone models. Okay, never mind. Dang. Look at this, man. Now there's a windbreaker. Amen Ra. In the back and the front. And there's a newest edition. Look at the back. It's fly. So different colors. Got this, man. Even from the back, you can represent in style. The Mad shirt for men as well. You have the design in the back. I think this one's going to be a bestseller. Because the contracts with the golden letters and glyph on the black is fly. Look at the sleeves, man. This is fly. I'm going to play some more orders soon. And in white as well. More designs coming up. "19 years indeed." Well, I didn't share the link to it. Yeah, I shared it, but I shared it early. I shared it as the intro was playing. So it's the same thing. If people have any questions, any comments, and feel free. Think to get. 19 years, man. I've seen so many people switch, man. I've seen people buck dancing, doing the Macarena, in one thing, then another, another. People have the right to change their stance, change their views. But damn, some people, it's like all the life they are changed. They are lifetime transformers, man. Let me know what's up. Even if you don't get in the panel, use the chat. For those who don't know, the chat is open to everybody now. First, it was only subscribers only. It was only subscribers only. It was supporters only. Now it's open to everybody. I don't think I'm gonna be long because I did 7 hours yesterday. Oh, Chief X, I almost forgot. Chief X. You know, when Young Hero, bear with me, please. I want to show Chief X. Chief X be tripping. I have a message for you, Chief X. I love that thumbnail, man. Oh, that's the back of the hoodie here. You know, the F. Sachetta TV, the rat. That's the back of the hoodie. So, what did Chief X write? Oh, don't tell me he deleted his comments. Say it and so. I have the screen print anyway. Was it that video? It had to be that video. Comments. Damn, Chief X, that's how you get down? I'm going to send the screen print to myself. Oh, man. Chief X, why would you remove that? Why would you remove your comment? Because what I wrote, I was courteous. Homie, I was courteous. So, let me download it now. And let's see. Share the pic. It's much better with a mouse. Much better than a trackpad. No Name wrote, you gotta get the 19 case dude with his rhinestone bandana, cubit, zirconia headband to help you celebrate your 19th YouTube page birthday. I'm not gonna celebrate when I have my gear. The dude's gear, and that dude, he has, you know, B.D. Carlson, who's suing somebody because the person read some record about the dude committing fraud. You know what I'm saying? People are into, you know, the metaphysical type of teachings, you know. I don't have anything against him personally, but anytime I see metaphysics, to me it's a red flag. So Chief X wrote, 7 hours? Wow, shaking my head. So I replied, Chief X, are you still running from the fight, doctor? Maybe you don't know, but people see you as a scared dude. If you decided to be a man, like the rest of us, and tell me when you will have the courage to face him. I propose to moderate, and we do it on my channel. But I don't know if you have it in you. It's sad that you are now seen like track field. And he has removed these comments. So before I introduce Young Hero, FLA, I don't know if that stands for Florida. Il va sac passer chaque mois bien, moi là, m'a boulé mon chien. Ça fait 19 ans moi représenté. Et au même qui j'en ai. Côté où sorti mon cher. Now let me introduce one of the 4 horsemen of my Art Forever channel. He doesn't back down either. Young Hero. What's up, brother?
What's going on, Shaka?
I'm chilling, brother. Feeling? Chilling, man. Feeling good with all this gear. I'm chilling, man.
I'm about to get mine soon. I'm about to order mine. I want the white one. Yeah, what's going on otherwise? Same old same.
Same old same, brother. You know, I'm in the chill mode right now. You know what I'm saying? You know, and Wapfung's in the place to be. Donnie Williams also is in the place to be. You know, what was the debate topic? I actually forgot, but maybe the fact doctor will come through, and yeah, I mean, you know, but yeah, what's up with you, Young Hero?
No, man, I just been, here listening to these characters on YouTube. Everybody fighting everybody. It's funny, and
he had young Pharaoh back.
Yeah, young Pharaoh the nut, that boy, man, I don't know, bro. And he had his shades on, Sanetta, and just when somebody looking like, what the hell am I doing here? He looked like he made a big mistake, but yeah, man, young Pharaoh. Sometimes the guys say things that make sense, but then he just go into space and start talking crazy, like what I mean, and talking about he a billionaire, about to be trillionaire, and all kind of nonsense. But he running back to Sanetta's show, and yeah, man, when people ask him questions, he just brush them off, because he don't want to answer. Oh, he said, Cube asked him if he ever check if he got any mental issues. So the guy went off and he showed some picture of some kind of miniature looking creature and trying to say it's an alien, and he done helped the CIA took down aliens and all kind of craziness, man.
It's worse. Wasn't before, man. I mean, before he said he was abducted by some aliens. For him to say that he helped the CIA.
Yeah.
All right.
He said he done got shot up from the CIA, tried to leave you on news, all kind. He been on news for the wrong reasons, not for the right ones. But yeah, man. So
I even forgot that he used to say that he's a millionaire and all that. I mean, he has some videos like I'm richer than Mark Zuckerberg, or maybe he put Bill Gates in the mix and stuff like that. But hey, you know what I'm saying? He's going through some things. It's obvious he's going through some things.
Yeah,
but our people, there's a lot of our people. You talk about aliens, astral projection. They love to hear stuff like that. They want to be removed from reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why when people hear stories about the burning bush and the talking snake
and the Yakoba and
and a man being swallowed by a big fish, spending days inside of the fish. They kind of
and God take his people out of Egypt and all kind of Nancy stories.
Yeah, he takes them out of Egypt and they spend 40 years in the desert, man.
Yeah.
Man.
It's crazy. Man. Yeah, man. And just like I was on a Cube channel and I just went there for a minute because black people still having these stupid ignorant arguments and making it an issue. They're not even just having a discussion, they're making it a personal issue towards their own people. That's the worst part about it, trying to separate who is who, so Yeah, and that they call themselves so-called aboriginals, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, they
Cube does.
no
Hmm.
Cubota, I mean.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, does he call himself
No,
a
no, no. He
Aboriginal?
just
Oh,
had
okay.
he doesn't have a lot of people that be coming on his show and trying to make that argument. Chris is
Hmm.
over there all now, you know, and
Chris MVP
yes,
Harris
huh? Yeah, Chris.
on
Yeah.
Cube channel.
Q Butter, not outside the
Oh,
Q.
okay, 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 okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
okay, I get it. Okay. I was
yeah,
surprised. Like, dang.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't be on Cube
Right.
channel neither,
Yeah.
but
Okay. Cube butter. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
man. So yeah, they always trying to separate themselves from black people. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I try to show them we were aboriginals all over the globe, you know, but that still doesn't mean you're not descendants from the motherland. Like, so yeah, they always trying. You could be what you want, but stop trying to disrespect Africa or separate yourself from them, because you won't have no melanin in your skin if you didn't originate from there, you know. Yeah, so I just show them like just like y'all talking about y'all the Indians or Native Indians.
Native
That
Americans.
Yeah, Native Americans, but it used to be Indians at one time. But I'm saying like they understand like y'all wasn't the only place that people call that. Black people all over the globe, just like I tell them where I was born, they still call us West Indians. You know, that
Yes,
was a term
it's because of Christopher Columbus. He thought he reached India. That's where the misnomer, occurred.
from the Caribbeans, the West Indians. You
Uh,
know,
yeah. The reason why it's called West Indies and why the
mm,
Native Americans used to be labeled Indians is because Christopher
yeah,
Columbus thought that he actually
yeah.
reached India. He was.
Exactly. That
Yeah.
name don't even really exist as far as people history. I'm pretty sure they
Mhm.
had different names they call themselves, you know. But in
Yeah.
saying that, we still black, we still have African features, and some of our hair was just long and straight. That's nothing new. In Africa, it have black people like that as well. So you know, people like to
Well, long
make.
and straight. I don't know. Curly. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
well, curly,
straight.
but like
Yeah.
yeah, you're right, curly. You're right,
Mm.
because my mother owned, sometimes it all curly and nappy, sometimes it looking a little straight, you know. And when my grandmother got older, her hair was straight, you know, it was turning
Mm.
gray and it turned straight. So maybe that came with age as well, too, you know, or
Mm.
climate, who knows? But I'm just saying, like, people, that's the ignorance in black people. I don't care where you think you from or aboriginals too. At the end of the day, you still descendants from the motherland. You know, take it how you
Yes.
want. But and make it worse, you don't have no power or jurisdiction to put that claim in place. You see what I'm saying? That's the worst part about it. Y'all could argue this thing for 100,000 years. If y'all don't gain no land, no resources, no power, no, you know, structure, civilization, none of your claims wouldn't become a reality. So, you know, yeah, it's crazy, man. But that's what's going on, Shaka. Ain't nothing new.
Yeah. But slowly but surely we're getting some clarity. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me just read this quickly. No Name wrote, thought it was nice to have a dancehall artist on the show. Mr. Vegas doesn't accept the meta nature. Another dancehall artist named Egyptian might have more value to add to the show next time. Well, I don't know Egyptian personally. I heard some of his songs, but Mr. Vegas did change his view a little bit, because first he was saying that meta nature has not been deciphered, but then later on, and I read the comment, he said that it has not been fully deciphered. But I'm paraphrasing, so there's been a change, a slight change in his stance, and I was glad to hear that. But that was a beautiful convo that we had. You know what I'm saying? We knew from the get go that we did not agree, but we were able to talk, respectfully. And usually that's how it is. When people get on our panel, usually we talk and it's respectful. But other people on some other stuff, Even has an answer for Chief X. He wrote, "Allow me to answer for Chief X. The answer is I don't know. I ain't trying to get the floor with my scholarship. Lol. Sounds probably similar than somebody else that I imitate a lot, but I'm really not good with imitation. I wish I would. I would have imitated so many people, but G-Face doesn't want it with the fight doctor. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it's life. Well, brothers and sisters, feel free. Either in the comment, in the chat, or on the panel. You know what I'm saying? 19 years, man. It's been a while, man. Been a while. Seen so many people flip-flopping, man. Dang. So many. And Bobby Banger, Diamond Rock Squad, I forgave the dude. He apologized. I lost 7,000 subscribers because of their shenanigans. And after all that, a decade later, I see the dude on some xenophobic stance. Kind of anti-African, I could say, but I'm just going to be diplomatic and say xenophobic stance. But then again, people have the right to change. It's strange. Hey, in life, we're going to be disappointed, man. Some of our family members, some of our friends, some of our comrades. That's how it is, man. But even the butler kind of threw an olive branch at the dude. But some people, it's like almost in their DNA. It's just the way to get down. They have to be foul. They have to be traitors.
Again. Yep. And sometimes they be foul to the people that most good to them. That's the worst thing about it. You know what I mean? The one that show them respect and never double cross them. They will find some kind of issue, and 9 out of 10 it'll be jealousy. You know what I'm saying? So when you hear, especially when you hear these so-called aboriginals or whoever, when they speak with so much ignorance. They speak with agenda and aggression for no reason. Like, if somebody claiming what they claiming or saying what they are, why does that bother you so much? If you want to be whatever you say you are and people disapprove with it, so what? Why are you in your feelings about it? You see what I'm saying? Because you can't even prove what you claiming, and you are not what you claiming. If you have a passport, your birth certificate's gonna say America, Minnesota, wherever you was born. You see what I'm saying? So in the same thing with these characters, the same ones they smiling and try to act like they good is the same ones they've been cursing and disrespecting and calling names and charlatan promoter and all of this nonsense. But they want to act ignorant and be enemies with people that never do nothing to them because they're going against the grain. You know what I mean? Or they don't subscribe to the same nonsense they do. So yeah, it's pathetic and grown men. You know what I mean? Like I told you, bro, this thing's supposed to be 25, 35-year-old people for the most part. But we have more 60-year-old men on YouTube than any time. and they be up 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, what the? Yeah, but arguing about nothing. That's the worst part about it. Every now and then I run into a conversation that's motivating and trying to come up with some kind of solution to do something in reality. You know what I mean? But all these fairy tale debates and that ain't going to do nothing for us but create so-called beef, internet beef, you know what I mean? And bribing the people to get money out of them. That's all that come down to.
Yes, and Sandra Brunet, I didn't mute you because there was a fair bit of noise. I think you were, setting yourself up. It sounds like, the microphone was kind of, I mean, I don't know what was going on, but, feel free to unmute yourself, whenever you're ready, Sandra Brunet. And maybe you've seen it, but we don't see your webcam, but, you don't have to have your webcam on. We know who you are. Now, Young Hero, you did mention, I wanted to interject about something you said. Yes, when people get in their feelings, a lot of time they are uncomfortable. They're uncomfortable. They don't know how to defend their stance. So they will be angry. Sister Andrea Brunet, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm chilling for real.
I was out there trying to get me some vitamin D. So that was all the noise you were hearing. I was laying out here in the sun.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just calling to say congratulations or in celebration on your 19 years of being in a place to be tonight. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Been a long time.
I just wanted to pipe in and, congratulate you and everything. And hey, everybody can't say they've been doing it for 20 years straight, right? Or almost 19 years straight. And that's a lot to tip your hat to, and all those different variations of the hats that you got available. And I'm going to get me a couple t-shirts. I'm not a baseball cap wearer, but I will definitely get me some t-shirts. So I'll be placing my order here pretty soon.
Thank you. Appreciate
Yeah.
that.
I like the Ankh. I like the Ankh, the one that has all the Ankhs on it. I love that one. And then the Ma'at Forever ones, of course, I have to rock those. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I don't know if anybody's requested, but I like V-neck t-shirts better than the rounded collar ones because I feel like they just choke you. So you can come up with some V-neck ones. That would be great. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Put that request
I take note of that. And Storm has just joined us. So V-neck shirts requested. We're gonna look into that.
Yeah, that's more for the women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tonight.
That you should have one that says tonight.
Hey, yeah,
My forever tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice sentence. My forever tonight.
But yeah, I was listening to you guys last night, and then I went to dinner with my husband and one of my granddaughters, and I said, surely they're done. And I came back, I'm like, what the hell? They're still talking.
Yeah, it's good combo,
They had you up against the ropes, didn't they, young Heru? They had you up against the ropes, man. I was like,
no, I was putting the pressure on them, really.
I don't know. I mean, they sounded like they had you backed up a little bit there, bro. I don't know. But it was good. What I liked about it again is it's just good conversation. There's no, no name calling, no putting anybody down. Just thoughts going back and forth and different perspectives going back and forth. And that's where it's enjoyable and where you can learn.
That's how
that you don't have
dialogues. You don't have to like I just told him about the so-called aboriginals. Is nobody arguing about what you want to be or call yourself, but y'all try to put down Africans or separate yourself, and that's where it becomes a situation, and then when people disapproving y'all as far as what y'all talking about, y'all get mad like they, I don't get it. But when we on this panel, we just have dialogue and ain't no feelings about it. It's just conversation,
Yeah. And I really enjoyed it. I mean, I was like I said, I was surprised y'all were still talking. So I was like, okay, let's see how long this is gonna go. Cause I'm like, I know Shaka's normally he can get tired about 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and he was still going. I'm like, what is really happening here? So you must have been on some stuff last night, ready to celebrate your 19 years of being on YouTube. So whatever you drank or took last night, it did you some good.
But I've been thinking it was a bit annoying for me to say, well, soon to be 19 years. So now I can say now it's 19 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I've enjoyed every bit of time that I've been able to come on the panel, and I've enjoyed just listening to you guys. I've enjoyed all the comments that's come, good, better, and different. I've enjoyed it all, and just keep it up, Shaka, because there's so many other things that people can be doing, and when you find the love of what you want to do, it makes it even that much more enjoyable. Because some people out here just to
again, like the butler.
But always trying to discredit somebody else's work, right? As opposed to just do your thing. You don't have to discredit somebody because you're not doing your thing. Do your thing. Be happy with what you're doing. And if you want to be for pedophiles, go be for pedophiles. Go on, right? If that's what makes you go do that. But there are people out here who are not about that, and if that's what they choose to talk about, what are you getting all bent out of shape about? Because I mean, anytime, when something is so serious that what I like that, if people are getting bent out of shape about you talking about that, they're gonna throw a whole bunch of red flags. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you people? Red flags everywhere. Because what would anybody in their right mind be upset about you talking against pedophiles? I mean, that's just red flags everywhere. So you just keep doing and keep rocking your wear and all that stuff, because all of it is fantastic. You keep doing what you're doing, and young Haverhill, you stay in there. You hang in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Hang in there. You have to get. You know what I like about you and V Bennett and Ching Ching, when y'all come on there, y'all kind of help keep Shaka centered. He doesn't go too far one way or too far the other way. You bring in stop all this nonsense, Shaka. I want to hear it. And then V Bennett comes. People. We need to listen to them, let them talk. Then you got Ching Ching coming in. What, man? F those dudes. We don't want to hear all that crap. You got it from one end. You got it going. And I love it. I love it. Yes. It really does. I love it. So y'all need to figure out a name, because it's the four of you. I jump in when I can, but y'all need to find a name for yourself, because
the four horsemen. Somebody.
Yeah, I said the four horsemen of the apocalypse, but it needs to be specific to you. We need to throw out the Bible crap and just exclusive to you guys.
Yeah,
I just love it, and even guys, Web Funk and Donnie and all them that come on the panel, and the ladies who come out there, and all of. I just love it. You guys you make it enjoyable to come out here and participate because of how you all carry yourself, and you keep it matter of factly. There's no. There's no, you can hear the authenticity in all of you all, and I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
so
it's quality over quantity, indeed.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go jump myself back out here on my little lounge chair and get me some more vitamin D, and I'm gonna stay in the panel, but I'm gonna mute myself and take the camera off.
Thanks a lot, sister.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, we have the fight doctor. I don't know if you heard earlier, but I was saying to people that, Chief X is running from you, scared. I never expected Chief X to be like track field, I thought more of him, what I'm saying? I just overestimated him, But here, Donnie Williams wrote, I know that's right, the disappointment, man. I mean, damn. I talked about two guys, two Pan-Africans that, I used to rock with for a while, when I used to teach them at lecture. And we used to meet physically, not online, physically, every Sunday. And it was strictly for non-Abrahamic people, what I'm saying? People are into the traditional African ways of life, Kemetic way of life. And I realized, after some time that they were really hating on me, and there are some bums like Reggie, what I'm saying? They will pretend like they've been doing this for so long, but in reality, they've just been sharing stuff online and not really being active, what I'm saying? Not really teaching like that. And some people, their ego is really, off the chain. Like it's weird. And a lot of time it's because they're older than you, what I'm saying? They feel like they can tell you what to do, what I'm saying? Even to the point one of these dudes try to tell me how I should be at home with my lady, what I'm saying? But, when I separated from my baby mama, that's when, they came out of the woodwork and trying to, train me like I don't know what. And I was actually telling that to a brother I spoke to earlier. It's sad when you see, not only Pan-Africans, but people who would defend somebody because he has the same religion or he's part of the same movement or organization. Wrong is wrong, man. You know what I'm saying? And like the sister Andrea Brilliant said, we have some people straight red flag. And I mean, damn, you criticize child molestation and you're like, what is he talking about this here? What is he not talking about over there? Oh, the case is closed. And like all the excuses in the world not to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, young Farrell was there, and I saw somebody over there. I don't know if he pressed Scam Cheddar like, hey, man, you said I was this, I was that. But yeah, go ahead,
I don't think he did none of that. And it's funny you say that, because even young Pharaoh was talking about he helped the government take down pedophiles and child molesters right there. He said it. I was like, whoa, You know, Salena ain't got nothing to say. You know what I'm saying? So if he really about that, he should know that his man's got a lot of people with those kind of charges around him.
Yeah, charges indeed. Yeah, convictions for some. But it is what it is, man. You know, it is what it is. You know, 2 weeks for 2 weeks to the trial of Polite, and we'll see what's up. You know, we'll see what's up. 2 weeks ain't gonna be long. After these 2 years of waiting, I would have never thought it would take 2 years for the trial. But that's what happened. So we'll see, man. Oh, battery low. To plug that computer. There it is. So feel free, brothers and sisters, you know. Feel free. It doesn't have to be 7 hours like yesterday, but I really like the convo, you know. And like Sister Andrew Witness said, you know, even if we disagree, you know, we don't have to, you know, go out of character, you know what I'm saying? And it was different. It was different. And actually, like I said, I had a telescope. I really like, you know, astronomy and all that, you know. And I like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I would like to read his book. Oh, I forgot if it's astronomy or astrophysics for people in a hurry. But you have 4 people in a hurry in the title. She said, well, let me look it up now. I put Grass Tyson for people in a hurry. Yeah, astrophysics for people in a hurry. You know, I started reading it, and then, you know, now coming up in 15 minutes, V Bennett. I was trying to click on that one. The Young Pharaoh interview last night was straight comedy.
Yes,
But
it was.
Young Harold, you know, just told me, like, you know, like he said he helped the CIA to catch, you know, child molesters or something like that. I'm like, okay. Now the brother, that's a brother. How you doing, brother? That's a brother who's from the Congo, but says that, you know, basically, Bantu people come from the Middle East, you know. But brother, you know, I looked up the author, Jean Joly, if I'm not mistaken, and from what I've seen, he is a journalist, you know. Some people say that he's a journalist and a historian, but I haven't seen any credentials or studies of history. But I did see that he studied, you know, journalism, and he was a journalist. You know, he traveled to a fair bit of places. Apparently, he stayed a little while in Africa. You know, so but from what I've seen, he's a journalist. You know, but if there's some more information, then, you know, I'm prepared to receive it. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to get on the panel, feel free. And it's the same for everybody else. You know, now for those who don't know the requirement, you know, I would like people to show their face. You know, link to get on. You know. Yeah, yesterday's convo it was different. You know, I like these kind of things. You know. Now, sorry couldn't make it yesterday to speak on the Bantus due to religious reasons. Well, okay, it is what it is. It is what it is. Is it the Passover or something like that? But anyway, if anybody wants to get on the panel, you have the link here. Tu peux fermer la porte, s'il te plaît?
Well, like he said, he couldn't make it yesterday due to religious reasons. I hope that's not.
Go ahead, sorry.
Now I was gonna say I hope that's not the way he'll come up with his conclusions due to religious reasons.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. But there's many people from the Congo who feel like they are descendants of the Hebrews. You know what I'm saying? Some people say that the Lamb is the lost tribe of Israel. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm saying, how do they make that claim? Based on their history or based on indoctrination? It's a biblical narrative, right?
That's what I would say.
Yeah, because as far as where does his Hebrew ever exist in history? Do they have any records of so-called Hebrew people other than the Bible?
I doubt it. I mean,
yeah, I don't think so neither. We would know about it.
And you know what's strange is that he wrote historical journalist. I never heard that term before. I just looked it up now. You know, I mean, I've put historical journalism, but if I put historical journalist, I don't even know that stuff. You know, but so I was talking to somebody that I know very well, and he was telling me, like, you know, it's a tribe in Africa. You know, they're descendants of, but I mean, the things we hear, man. Now, the Fight Doctor wrote, I would like to see some solid evidence for this Bantu Middle Eastern origin theory. Man, you know, in 19 years, I ain't gonna say I heard it all, but man, sometimes I heard so many claims. Shh,
And it's a theory. That means it's not facts.
Well, it wasn't this the Shabbat. That's why the brother didn't make it. But baby girl wants to say hello. Hold on.
Hey. Bonjour.
Atep. Voilà.
Hotep.
Awa.
Awa.
Allez, fais voir maman maintenant. Non, va faire dodo avec maman. Non, tu peux pas rester ici.
Bonjour.
Oh. Attends. Écoute, tu vas te parler. Tu as entendu?
Maman, il a tapé, mais...
Non, mais t'as pas entendu? Ce que t'as dit?
Ça qu'a fait.
Quelqu'un t'a dit bonjour. All right. So, well, yeah. I've heard so many claims. And you know, one of the latest claims that I heard, oh, Texas Obama isn't the place to be. It's a cyanide photograph at the station of Moses and Mary, hieroglyphics. And a lot of time people, you know, make claims, but when it's time to substantiate the claims, that's when it's different. And I can understand that the person may not be ready to show something on the spot, you know what I'm saying? But so many people told me, you know, hey, I get back to you, and I don't hear from them anymore. You know, there's a brother from FOPE, his name is Shaw. He said that the fast means seduce. Merod, tu veux pas venir faire du bruit ici là. Tu as entendu ce que j'ai dit? Fais attention, Merod. Hein? So he said that the Hebrew word the fast means seduce. I didn't see that with the material that I went through online, you know. But he said he'd get back to me, that, you know, he would send me the translation from some books, and, you know, I never heard from him. And it's a shame, but a lot of people do that. You know, they make stuff up just to win a quote unquote argument, you know, a discussion.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, oh, the volume is low here. But yeah, she reduced the volume. But I remember, you know, I heard Wu Jiao say, oh, the brother is there. He said he never lost an argument. He said, I never lost an argument. I'm like, okay, that tells a lot about the mentality of the dude. But this is a brother. How you doing, brother?
Yo, shalom, brother. Shalom.
Peace, brother. Peace.
Peace, man. Peace be unto
you. Do you know a little bit of Hebrew?
Yeah. I'm a strong student at Hebrew still.
All right. Well, Evenu Shalom Aleichem. But I understand that means we wish you peace, right? But I don't know how to say, like, I wish you peace. Can you hear me, brother? Oh. Okay, you're on mute though. Okay, well, I don't know, maybe he's busy.
Probably sick.
Come again, young hero?
No, I say he's probably lost connection. I don't know. Sometimes he look like he be getting stuck or something. Where he living? Where he at?
He's in France.
Oh, he in France.
Yeah. But well, whenever he's ready, he'll be back with us. You know what I'm saying? But that's good because we're actually talking about this thing. You know, even the fight doctor said he would like to see some solid evidence about the Bantu Middle Eastern origin theory. You know, but I don't know if you hear us.
Guy that's
Yes,
in the chats.
That's him. That's
okay.
Yakanan P Yasharal. And actually here he just says, you know, Yasharal Yakanan. So it's just the same names but not the same order. But we don't hear you. You're on mute though. You know, if you hear us. He's also known as Pizzo. Oh yeah. Yeah, we hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah. I just had to run to the toilet, so I'm not even alive, man. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Oh, hold on. We have GMX. I see a webcam, but it's like showing the ceiling. I'll need to show your face if you don't mind. GMX. So I can put you on the panel.
I heard that name before.
So GMX, can we see your face so I can put you on the panel? That's a requirement. I've seen everybody that's here, I've seen their faces, you know, and several times, you know. Okay, the person left. Well, feel free, brother. Yes, go ahead.
I might not be able to stay too long because
that's fine.
My daughter's not, you know, she's not put to bed yet, and she's bothering me right now. Like,
yeah, you know? Right. This troublemaker is doing the same right now.
I'm in the same situation as you, Shaka, man. Like my daughter's but my daughter's younger. I've got the older ones. You know, she's about 6, 7.
All right.
My youngest, she's 1. And like,
this one is
in bed right now. She's about to go to bed, so it's you know.
This troublemaker here is 3. You know, my son is 8, but you know he's far away. You know, the mother took him to Africa without my consent. So you know, speak to him every now and then. Yeah, speak to him every now and then on WhatsApp. You know, but hey, it's life.
Where in Africa he is?
In Guinea Conakry.
Conakry.
I don't know that one.
Yeah. But well, feel free. And do you want us to call you Yasharal or Yakanan or Pizzo?
Well, you could call me Pizzo or Yakanan. Yakanan will be ideal still.
Yakanan, all right.
Yeah.
Like Dr. Ben.
Yeah.
Joseph Ben Yakanan. But well, feel free. You know, if you want to, you know, make some statements, you know, or ask some questions, feel free.
Just to build on what I wanted to go into yesterday. About the Bantus, basically, you know, before I jumped on, I was on YouTube and I heard like you looked up Jean Joly and you were saying some stuff about you heard about the Congolese claims to be Hebrews too. Am I right?
The Bantu Hebrews, les Hébreux Bantu, yes.
Yeah. So it's a claim that it's nothing to do with Hebrew Israelites. You have to know that this is a lot older than Hebrew Israelites. Like if you type in the Church of Congo in Wikipedia, they'll tell you that when the Catholic Church first landed on Congo and tried to introduce the Bible, straight away the Congolese people said, yo, that's our book, and done their own thing with it. And they, you know, it just went mad from there. And like from there, we had all these prophets who was like, yo, the white man this, the white man that. But it's not a racial thing. It's just that prophets in Congo prophesied that there's these guys who would come and take over the land and colonize us and divide the kingdom and all of that. You get me? So it links up to kind of like the biblical story. Like I didn't really know about Edomites and, you know, the One West perspective until like what? Let me say about 10 years ago. I mean, that's when I learned about the One West, like about who Edom is and like the slave trade and all of that. And it made sense to me. It just made sense because I've grown up in this whole, you know, I don't know if you know, do you know who Simo Kimbangu is? Simon Kimbangu.
I was gonna ask you. Yeah, but he never talked about Judaism, you know, Hebrewism.
Nah, but what he did say is, this is our book. And you have to catch the white man, the thief. You have to catch the thief with the book in his hand. Like you have to use the book to catch him with it. You get me? That was his philosophy. You know what I mean? So we've had a lot of these guys. Like if you know about Mama Kimpavinta from the 1400s.
Impavita, yes.
You get me? She said she was saying the same thing. Like this is the ongoing thing for time. You get me? And like, it's nothing. It's not new to the Bakongo tribe. You know, we've been saying this from early. From like, it's not like I was hearing that V Bennett guy saying, "Oh, this is what Hebrew Israelites does to you," and I was like, "Man, these guys really don't know Africa. You really don't know Africa. Like, to know Africa, like
would you say that Kimpavita said that they were Hebrews?
She said it's our book. What does that mean?
Well, that's not the same. Many people will say it's our book.
She went further and said that these are all Bakongos. Like all the prophets are Bakongo. Like Jesus was a Bakongo. That what is that saying? That's saying she's a Hebrew, but in other words.
But, you know, do you believe that Jesus was Bakongo?
I believe he was a Negro like me. He might have been Bakongo. He's a tribe. We're the, you know, we claim tribe of Judah, tribe of Levi. So he may well have been. You know, it's not far fetched.
Okay,
when did she make those claims? You
Google it, Rude Boy. Shaka, if you can just pull it on the screen and everyone can just,
I can do that.
So let me ask
just put up.
That would be 1400s, I think.
Yeah,
in the 1400s. Oh, okay. And that's the same. That's what the Hebrew Bible. That the book she was claiming that's Africans.
Yeah. That it's the Bible. Full stop. They came with the Bible probably in French or in whatever language it was in. Like they managed to recognize, the Bakongo people managed to recognize it because of the customs. Like for example, when we're in mourning, when the Bakongo mourn, they smear dirt all over themselves, like ash and dirt all over themselves. You get me? That's like a mourning tradition, and like you can see that in the Bible. Like these guys are doing the same thing.
So
dressing up in sackcloths.
Would you say that the translation from the King James or the English Bible is accurate from the?
Nah, not at all, man.
Okay.
You have to go back to the language. You have to do the linguistic, you know.
Yeah.
Because in Hebrew they mean different things. Like, you know, you have to. You can't rely on translations because they're biased. They're all biased. Even the stones is biased. It's not word for word. Like the words there's different translations. So you have to go back to the language, man.
Let me ask you one more thing. Do you think that the original script has any relations with the Kemet or any other traditions in Africa as far as the book go?
The book? Sorry, I didn't really get that. Does the book, the original? Are you talking about the original Hebrew?
Yeah.
Has it got any relation to
different other religions or spiritual thing cultivations as far as Africa go? Do they have any relations to other tribes, or because was it when you say it come from the Congo, do you mean specifically the Congo or across the region?
I'm talking about the Bakongo tribe because I only it might sound a bit, but I only really study the Bakongo people. I need to understand my people first and foremost. You get me?
Yeah, I understand.
I'm from the diaspora, so I'm born around these ways in Europe. So I don't really, when I go back home, they don't really consider me as a Westerner, So
Yeah.
I don't really,
I see where you're coming from. Okay. Yeah, I thought you was from the Bonnie and everything. All right.
Brother Pizzo.
I have strong roots. Yeah, go on.
Brother Pizzo, what makes you think that Jesus was black?
The scriptures, first and foremost. Well, I say scriptures. The New Testament itself. And like
when he says that he was that his head and his hair were white as snow.
Yeah. And
so
also
how could he be black if he's described as being white as snow then?
White as snow. Well, when that geezer played when he played God, what's his name? What's that guy's name? Morgan Friedman. When we get old and we get our hair get white, but it's still like wool. That's what it's talking about.
Our hair get white, but
Yeah,
not
yeah.
our head. The hair,
That's what
yes,
it's. No, it spoke about his hair. If you want, you can
and
pull it up.
and his
Speaking
head,
about his hair.
and his head.
Nah, nah. His
Okay,
head
well,
wasn't white.
okay, okay. Well, let's
Go on. Get it.
let's deal with that.
Revelations 1:14, I think. But I don't really like, just to
That's
tell you, I'm a Jew.
that's exactly the one.
Yeah,
114,
yeah.
like you said.
I don't believe in New Testament. I don't subscribe to it. I'm a former believer in Christ. I don't believe in Christ no more. I'm a Jew. You get me? I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. I'm a Jew. Like, when I say a Jew, like, practicing, I'm still learning how to practice Judaism. You know what I mean? Reading the Talmud and all of that, because all of them things there, you have to know that they are our books. They go back and say that Shem was a black man. The Talmud. You get me? Like, the Hebrew Israelites I know, they'll spit on it. They'll be like, "Oh, don't read this, don't read that." It's just, read it and judge for yourselves. You get me?
All right, so
that's to the believers anyway.
all right. So here you see it says that's Revelation chapter 1,
Yeah.
verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool. So he does say that his head was white, not just the hair.
Yeah. It's talking about his hair though. It was just white as wool.
And his head as well.
Nah,
I mean,
you can't have a white as you could, and
but
if you read on, as white as snow,
yes.
you're not white as snow, yeah. So it's woolly. What we're reading here is woolly and white, and we understand that to mean it's a Morgan Freeman look. I mean, if you read Acts 13:1, it tells you that the disciples were called niggers.
Hold on, let's have a look at this.
Go
Acts 1.
Acts 13:1.
Chapter
Tell you
13.
the disciples were called niggers.
Okay.
And then
Now
Paul,
here it says, hold on. If you don't mind, let's deal with that first. So Acts 13, chapter
verse 1. Look.
Yeah.
Now there were in the church that was in Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that were called niggers. But they'll write
Niger.
Niger,
brother.
Obviously they will write Niger because they don't want to write nigger. What does Niger mean? Let me ask you that. What does Niger mean?
Well, we can look it up, but
you don't have to look it up. You should know this, man. Niger means black, man. Come on, man.
Niger means black.
Means Negro. Niger is the same word. They're playing with words right there, man.
Oh.
Niger means black, man. Like, Nigeria, all of that just means black land. It used to be called Negro land.
Let's have a look at this. So etymology.
Go through.
Well, we're gonna have Wikipedia, but I like etym online though.
Yeah.
So
go on etym online.
Niger in English.
Anything. Right.
African nation name for the river Niger.
Yeah.
Mentioned by that name in 1520. Leo Africanus, probably an alteration by influence of Latin Niger or Niger, black, of a local Tuareg name.
You see?
Egeru and Igerewin from Egeru, big river, sea, plus an Igerewin, plural of that word, translated in Arabic as Nah al-Anhur, river or rivers. So here it says, I'm sorry, probably an alteration by influence of the Latin of a local Tuareg name from Egeru, which means big river. So it doesn't.
No, it said from the Latin nigger, man. What's wrong with you? From black,
hold on. It says probably an alteration by influence of Latin Niger of a local Tuareg name. They're telling us that it's probably a alteration by the Latin influence of a local Tuareg name. I'm not making it up, but let's look at what Wikipedia says for the record.
Yeah. You can look. There's many sources, There's,
of course.
Voila,
so here,
sources,
etymology
I'm
on
telling
Wikipedia.
you, Niger is the same word as nigger, which means black. That's what I wanted to say. Like man's want me to prove I wasn't ready for that.
Let's see here. Etymology. The name comes from the river. For the Niger River.
Yeah.
It flows through the west of the country. A theory about the origin of the river's names is that it comes from the Tuareg, Negiren, meaning flowing water. The pronunciation is the French one of Niger, while the Anglophone media.
I think you're looking at the river. You're looking at, so I don't know. It's not on the screen. You get me? You have to look at the word itself. What does Niger mean? Because if it goes back and tells you it's the name of a river, it's not. What does the actual word? What does it mean?
Well, if I put Niger, that's the first thing that comes on Wikipedia, and then the other website, the other link that was, and maybe it was Etym Online. So I mean, I don't know what else you want me to.
Let me get my Larousse vite fait. Mais bon, it's not really a point that I want to spend too much time in. People can look it up. People can believe me or not believe me. But the word Niger, if you look up the biblical, look up the word in the Bible itself. Why are we looking at other sources? Look at the word in the Bible itself. It's a Greek word, and it will tell you what it means. Go into a biblical. Go back to the site you was on. You're on a website, King James. Go to an interlinear Bible, which will bring up what the root of the word that was used there, and it will tell you what it means. It means nigger.
Okay, interlinear. What is it? Is it the Blue Letter Bible?
You know what? I'll make it easier for you. I've got an interlinear Bible right here.
Yeah, but hold on. Acts 13, KJV. So here.
Let me come up.
And we're going to look at the word.
Oh, yeah, you got it. All right.
That was called Niger. We'll click on it. I thought they would give us some.
They do. Normally they do.
Do you know where? Advancement? Do you know? Oh. Do you know where I should go to? Because I clicked on the word, but I don't have any. Is it? There it is. That's Strong's Concordance 3526. Okay, maybe that's here. Okay, so of Latin origin, and here says Niger equals black. All right.
Argument done.
Of Latin origin, black, Niger, a Christian. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So
we're cool with that. So
why
these are black men we're talking about?
Well, we're cool with that. We're cool with that. So now, if we go back here, because remember my question was, what makes you think that Jesus was black? And here we have one guy called Simeon, who was called Niger.
Simeon and Barnabas, they were called black. Both of them were called black.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. Certain prophets and teachers as Barnabas and Simeon that was called Niger. There's some white people who are called black, right?
How does that make Jesus black?
I can accept it. Well, I can give you more proof. These people were confused as Egyptians. Are white people confused as Egyptians? These same that apostles we're talking about. Like Paul himself was confused as an Egyptian. And when he spoke Roman, the Roman soldiers were shocked. They're like, "Yo, what? You speak Roman? Aren't you the Egyptian that's been bringing
Roman? Is not a language, brother.
Say that again.
Roman is not a language.
Well, he spoke. Wait, Roman is not a language.
No.
Hold on a second. Let me get the scripture I'm looking for, man. I don't know what language he spoke. He spoke Greek. Sorry about that. He spoke Greek. Yeah. He spoke Greek. Hold on. Did they speak Greek? Hold on a second. You got me confused. But anyway, the point. That's beside the point. We keep going back to little petty things, man. The point is, Paul was mistaken for an Egyptian. You get me? So we've got the fact that they're black. We've got the fact that they're black. Now we're getting the fact that they're taken for Egyptians. What is this telling you? The fact that Israel itself, our nation, is born in Egypt. What does that tell you, bro?
Well, I don't,
Is
I
this a
don't,
cracker thing? Like, I don't know, man. Like,
I don't think we have any archaeological evidence for the historicity of Paul during his lifetime.
yeah. But
But
I'm just telling you that.
he is known as the first Christian or earliest Christian author, according to Badi Ehrman. But first we know we're dealing with Jesus, and you're talking about Israel, and Israel, that's theology. I don't think there's any record for Jacob, who was later called
You
Israel.
don't think the nation of Israel ever existed?
No, I don't think so. Do you have any evidence for that?
Well, Judah Nance has got a coin that he was going to show when flipping, on
Judah Nance,
that's
the worst person to fool up.
His point was, the point he's making is, like, why are we finding ancient artifacts of Israel if Israel didn't exist?
Okay, well, when you talk about Israel,
that's even young, but you got the coin, but you got bare things in Masada. They found bare things, like, come on.
Now, the reason I was laughing when you brought up the name Judah Naz is because he said that Amen-Ra comes from India, and I have him on tape, so the videos on my channel.
Yeah, he is, so, man. He is.
He's pseudo. He's pseudo.
Egyptian gods, they're Hindus.
It's
all tied.
Oh, you agreeing with that?
Definitely do.
The god Amen-Ra comes from India?
Well, I don't. I'm not going to go into specific gods, but I know that the Hindus, what they're practicing today, comes from Egypt, man. It might even be vice versa. I don't know which one is older, but
yeah, you could say that again. Like, India it should be vice versa. It's vice versa, if anything, because there ain't no way Ra came from India.
He might. Yo, let me tell you something here, because a lot of people like to think it all started in Egypt. No, there was Sumer before that. You get me? That's why I was going to show you about
Sumer.
The Bantus. Like, yes.
Does Sumer even exist in history? You have records that this place ever exists?
Well, I'm not. Well, when I say Sumer, I'm saying the Kushites who ran the whole area, the Chaldeans, for example. You get me? They exist.
That's Africans.
Yeah. If you want to call them Africans, I'll call them black people. They're not Africans because, they are Africans because they're Kushites. You get me? But I'll just say black people ran that whole area. When I was saying that we're from the Middle East, I'm talking like, the whole Middle East was black. Like, they got ran out back into Africa.
Like, but the Middle East wasn't black at all. The Middle East wasn't black at all. I've shown depictions of the inhabitants of the Middle East and the Levant, Sumer, Akkad, Mesopotamia.
I beg to differ. Why? Because they themselves will tell you that their ancestors were a lot darker. They themselves will tell you. Iraqis, they will tell you that. I've got Iranian brethren from Iran. They will tell you that. Listen, the Bedouins that you see, the Bedouins who are darker than us, they're original to this land. And I can show you Bedouins right now in Israel, in the whole area, Middle East area, that will tell you these same things. What's his name? Oh, damn, man. I wish I had his name up. Oh, man.
See, brother, this is fun.
Stephen Graham, right? Mm-hmm. He's from Jamaica. He's an author, but he done a lot of history about his ancestors and went back to Israel and all that. Went to the Palestinians. You can see that they're all that black men telling that, we've been on this land before. We see them all arrive. We've got ran out of the land, and it is what it is.
Okay. Now here, this is the standard of awe. That's in the British Museum. That's as he shows here, 2500 BC. And do they look black to you here? Because you said themselves, so I'm not clicking. Let's see what they.
That's a depiction of the so-called Sumerians.
Well, let's read the description here. The standard of Ur, decorated on four sides with inlay mosaic scenes made from shell, red limestone, and lapis lazuli, set in bitumen. One side shows a war scene, a Sumerian army. So that's the British Museum. That's not me. Just here. Sumerian army. So do they look black to you, Pizzle?
Hold on. Let me have a look because I'm trying to load something up. It looks too far.
Okay, let me just this one here.
You have to
this one here.
You have to look at the
so
details,
that's the most they ever find as far as their existence, Shaka, as artifacts.
That's probably the most ancient artifact where they're depicting themselves and we can see them that clearly.
Bro, hey, listen, Shaka. There is a lot of evidence that will tell you they were black. You get me? And I'm ready to bring. I wasn't prepared. You know, I'm not prepared right now.
I understand.
Go into a, you know, but there is a lot of evidence that says they were black. All right.
Okay, but
I'm
you know,
the scriptures.
and there's a lot of claims.
The scriptures tell you that. The scriptures is just one. The scripture tells you that Nimrod ran that area. Nimrod is a son of Cush. You get me?
So hold on. If you don't mind, like,
go on.
Are those historical people? Nimrod, Cush?
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
How do you know they are?
Because they have, you know, there's people who descend from them.
Okay, so we don't have any archaeological document for them.
Well, you can look it up. I haven't done the work. I've looked
I'm
sure there are people. I'm sure there's people who, you know, who can bring you up a good fight to say that Cush existed or Nimrod existed. You get me? But I'm not, you know, that. But what would that do in my life?
Well, you're relying on these individuals. See, the things that, you know, whether people believe that they existed or not, is something.
I rely on my ancestors. What my ancestors say is what goes. You get me? If they say we were Hebrews, who am I to say that? Yo, nah, man, I'm a Kemet. My ancestors said I'm a Hebrew. From the 1400s.
Let me ask you if you don't mind.
Oh, go on.
Did your mom and dad tell you that you are Hebrew?
Well, that's where it gets funny. Why? Because colonialization happened in our countries. You get me? Not only slavery happened, you know. We was, you know, in colonialization. Now, in them times there, we wasn't allowed to believe in Bakongo tradition, this, that. We had to hide that. Get me?
Okay, so I understand the answer. I
So
understand the answer is no, right?
My parents themselves, I will tell you straight, they were lost in Catholicism.
Okay,
lost.
I get it. So they didn't tell you.
How do you expect
they didn't tell you? No. I understand.
Wait. But they always had that notion. Why? Because the Bakongo had that notion that we are the chosen people. So they have that Christianity along with we're the chosen people. We have a Jerusalem in Bakongo area. You get me?
So why aren't you a Christian rather than be Jewish?
Because, you know, study, fam. Study. You have to study. You have to look into what makes sense, you know. I'm not, you know, when I see what Christians are up to, I can't relate to them. I'm trying to keep the commandments, you know. I'm trying to keep pure out here, you know. When I see the Christians eating pork and that, I can't relate to that. It's, you know, it's not. You read the Bible and you can clearly see that the Christians are off. You mean?
Okay.
Christians will say they're just saved by the blood of Jesus. I can't relate to that.
Okay. Now, you know, I want to ask you, earlier you mentioned that the people were Cushite in Sumer or Mesopotamia.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the location known as Kish?
Cush.
Okay, now Cush, are you talking about the Cush from the Bible or Cush, the location, which is around Nubia or Sudan?
Yeah, that's the same thing. It's the same thing. Cush from the Bible is their ancestor, their forefather.
It says who?
It says them. It says they themselves. How about that?
Well, you know, I mean,
all right.
If we look on the map,
science needed. They go to their ancestors and ask, why do you guys call yourself Cushites? And they'll tell you.
Maybe. Well, I don't call myself Cushite, but
no, but the people over there, you know, type it in, bro. Like in Africa, there's three main tribes, like not tribes, or ethnies, if you want. There's tribes under them, but there's three main ones. All right. There's Bantus, there's Cushites, and there's Nilots. All right, that's basically Africa. And then you got the pygmies and other things that surround. But you have to ask them, why are they calling themselves Cushites? And they will tell you it's going back to the scriptures.
Well, you're talking about the people of Sudan, right? They don't call themselves Cushites.
No, the Sudanese. Do you know why they call themselves Sudan now? But they'll still say they speak a Cushitic language. People of Chad, all the way over to Chad. You know,
well, that's a linguistic, you know, classification. I mean, I don't know if that map shows well.
Sudan is a linguistic classification.
No, not Sudan. When you say Cushitic language, you know.
Yeah. Cushitic. Yeah. There's Cushitic language because there's Cushites. It's called ethno-linguistic.
Okay.
The Bantus are an ethno-linguistic group. which means that the ethnic people of that, you know, we all speak basically the same.
I understand.
The languages are, you know, so
yeah, so
Kushites
like
is the
Arab,
same
you know,
thing.
Arab is the same thing. But you see, right here, we have Sudan, right?
Yeah, but that's not Sudan, fam. You got Sudan is the whole, you know, you got Western Sudan. Type it in Google. You got Eastern Sudan and Western Sudan. So Western Sudan is the whole of Senegal, all of that, man. That's all of that Sudan, man.
Okay. Well, let's go with this then. Okay, let's presume that Sudan is all of this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now Mesopotamia, that will be around here, right? Around Iran.
Yeah.
So we have a problem of geography right here. How those people become Kushites?
I'll explain. You see, the Kushites are actually in you know, the whole area, Somalia, Saudi Arabia, all of that was all linked up. It's all one. It's, you know, it's all Abyssinia. Going back, you know, you're going back a lot of, you know, a lot of empires. But
Abyssinia, that's
area,
here. That's even further down. Abyssinia, that's what we know as Ethiopia
but it's
today.
across. What I'm trying to show you is it's across the water too. It's not you know, it's not confined by that bit of water that you're showing that separates the area. You get me? It's both sides of Abyssinia. You know what I mean?
Says
both
who?
sides. And the Kushites, if you read the Bible, if you read the scriptures, it'll tell you the Kushites, the Hamites, the Babylonians were Hamites, were the Chaldeans who built up Ur of the Chaldean and all of that. They're Kushites too. You know what I mean?
Well, okay. Now you see Babylon, that would be Iraq, right?
Yeah.
So how do they become Hamites?
Oh man, I'm trying to tell you the whole area were one people. Not one people, but
It says who?
The Kush.
One land mass,
hold on. Just type it in, bro. Like I'm just gonna get a quick article for you, man. But yo, I can't believe you don't know this. Like,
well, I don't believe
years
this.
strong.
It sounds like you made. Sounds like you made that up, brother.
The area was all linked up.
Says who?
Bro, oh man, I know it's the. Hold on, let me just find the quick.
You know what though?
I heard that already, but
it's a good reason. It's a good reason why.
What did the other brother say?
No, I say I heard that theory already about the landmass was one.
These are all things that we've heard, but I didn't think. Let me hold this. You know, let me hold this back because Shaka might. I didn't think that. Like, I thought you would have heard of it at least. You know, it's not new.
It's not new. It's not new
That's
at
what
all.
I'm saying. So,
but guess what? Pseudo scholarship is not new either. And so when we ask, says who, that's a very important question.
All right.
Because pseudo scholarship didn't start yesterday.
Okay.
It started 100 years ago.
How about if I
started? You know, it exists. So we need to ask that question.
How about if they said it themselves, their ancestors or their tribesmen or their tribesmen? You know, how about if they say it themselves?
That's the answer to your who?
Nah, but what if they do? No, I'm not. You know, I told you.
It's not a matter of what if they do. It's the question says who. If they do, then they do. But you don't say that they do.
But I'm about to look it up because then you're gonna say, "Oh, give me the source." Or
no. It's not that we don't doubt. It's not that anybody has to doubt it or anyone has to believe it.
If he says who, I'll say it says history. Historically, the whole region there was a it's an empire. You get me? Many empires were both sides of the river. You get me? You got the Arabs. Like, for example, we still don't know who the original Arabs are. People said say it again.
That you're missing the question. According to whose history?
Okay.
You're explaining it as if there's one group of people have one group of histories, you know. So that's why we say says who, because we know people have written different things about the region. So that's why we're saying says who.
All right, cool.
I mean, a good example of that today would be like the U.S. says this is history, and Russia says this is history. You know, they have that argument every day. People get caught up in, okay, which one of those, and that's where science comes in. to get rid of the politics of who says, you know what. People can't say anything in science. It has to be backed up, right? So
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's any scientist or let's say a historian, you know, a PhD in history or PhD or in anthropology that agrees with what you're saying, you know,
And
because mhm.
who is this woman that said that in the 1400s? Like they have documents and records of this person saying that they were Hebrews from the Congo. Who I'm just trying to figure out, like, you know, because he's saying that the people been saying that. So I want to know if these things are documented or if it's just oral, like he said.
Well, I think he. Mhm. Well, Kim Pavita, she was a Christian, you know, so I don't think she said that.
She's burnt. She was burnt by the Belge, and they documented it. You know, the shit the stuff she said. Sorry about saying shit, but the stuff she said, the stuff that happened with the other guy as well, the many prophets. It's all documented, bro. All you have to do is spend time and research.
So she never said that she's Hebrew, right?
I don't know what she said word for word, but she implied that she was a Hebrew.
But that's what you're saying. That's the conclusion that you're coming to. You're putting words in her mouth.
Well,
I mean, almost.
I can't. I'm not quoting her word for word. I'm just telling you guys what happened. I can't deal with, I can't school people. I can't put it in your mouth for you, bro. You have to at least write it down. You're gonna look it up later, but I'm not about to spoon feed you everything I say. Like, for example, about the kingdom of Aksum or the Abyssinians, or is the Kushites, like, did they reign in Arabia? You're gonna have to look that up, rude boy. But I promise you'll get sources on these things there. Like, it's not new. It's not. I don't know, man. Like, bro, I can't. You're asking me now about Kimpavita, Shtuji, bro. Like, these things are documented. Wiki will tell you this.
Well, Kimpavita, I do agree with you. I do believe that she is documented historically. But what's very interesting, and I appreciate the talk that we're having. You're going from the premise of the religion, and that's how you make your conclusion. But it sounds like you're a bit all over the place, because you put in the Kushites in Sumer, in Babylon, and
They definitely ruled Babylon. Like, they definitely ruled the whole area.
Who ruled Babylon?
The Kushites, Nimrod, and that. And I said first and foremost, according to the Bible. First and foremost.
But when you say according to the Bible, that's where it's problematic, because the Bible is not a historical document.
Okay, but it is. It's proven over and over to have been true, to have spoken true. You get me? So let's put the Bible aside. Now that we know that the Bible's claiming that the Kushites reigned over there, go and ask the Kushites. Like, go and see.
Brother, the Bible claims that a snake spoke. Do you believe that snakes can speak?
The word for snake is nakash, and nakash doesn't always just mean snake. It can also mean enchanter. You get me? This is why I'm telling you, we have to go back to the
what about Jonas? What about Jonas, who was inside of the big fish? What about Jonas, who was inside of the big fish? Like,
that's what I'm saying. These things there, you have to look. You have to have the language first and foremost. Like, you have to study Kabbalah. Like, there's a lot of things you don't understand. Just know that. You get me? When you read the Bible and see, a serpent spoke, don't think it's a serpent speaking.
I understand. But what about Jonas, brother? Doesn't he say that Jonas spent a few days inside of a big fish?
Yeah, but it's not literal. You get me? It's not.
But you see, you pick and choose when it's literal. So I could argue.
Like, for you, we're supposed to read this Torah and discern. It's supposed to give us intelligence. It's not a novel that you just read and take for word value. It's not like that. You'll be reading things like, a woman came out of a man's rib. If you think that's literal, you're stupid.
So basically,
well, there's a lot of stupid people on earth.
Yes. But you pick and choose what's literal and what's not. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You're supposed. But what I'm trying to tell you is you're supposed to. You're supposed to use discernment to read the scriptures. There are many things that are not literal. Like, that's all I'm gonna tell you. That you need to your brain has to work. You know.
Oh, what about
what about history though? What about history? Like what do the historians say?
What's good, Killer B?
What about history?
Well, so far you're talking about the Bible, which is not a historical book, and you know if we have some.
have to understand
and I said that history confirmed it. So what's up?
What? Okay. When you say history confirmed it, okay, hold on. Killer B is here. Yeah. When you say history confirmed it, what do you mean?
The religion on earth is going to be the same thing.
I think it's busy because his daughter was crying. What's up, Killer B?
Of history.
Yeah.
Just like the Greeks.
Yo.
They came from whatever Greek gods. That doesn't mean they came from these gods. That's legend. Just like Paul Bunyan. People that's in America that know the story of Paul Bunyan. Paul Bunyan never existed. Jack and the Beanstalk. It's the same type of stories. And for somebody to sit there, what it is I was thinking about this today, is that this Hebrew Israelite movement is so screwed up. And what it is black people that are so not misled. What's the word?
Misguided.
It is not from anybody. It's from society. It's how they feel society has treated them. And they found something to grasp.
Cutting out.
Yo, I'm hurt.
You asked them how they became Israelite. They was going through something. There was a death in the family. There was some kind of thing, something that happened in the family. It's the same thing how a woman becomes a prostitute. It's the same thing.
You cutting out, Killer B.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, the brother Killer B is breaking out. Please, if you don't mind, brothers, just hold on one moment. Andra, you know, we have that covered for you now, and I want to show you. Hold on. It's on page 4. Let me just share it so I can show her. She was after some V-neck. So if you go there, okay, that's page 5. So I'm going to, you have that one here. Women's fitted V-neck shirt of Kemet. And you have different colors. So I'm going to share the link here. And if sisters have any other requests, you know, they can feel free. I think Love Mifro was asking about bags. You know, that's something that we may have available. And you have that one, which is a round neck. Okay, and of course, there's several colors. So let's put it to the gray like that. And I'm sharing this in the chat as well. So yes, feel free to add on, brothers. Feel free, Pizzo, if you want to.
Right. I heard the brother Killer B talking about Hebrew Israelites. I don't really feel concerned. I don't know, Shaka, do you feel like I'm a Hebrew Israelite?
Well, I thought you were when I first spoke to you, but you made it clear that you are not. Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I actually learned under them a lot, so you might think that. You know, I was part of a camp. I was part of GOCC with Elder Rakar and that. So
Wildfong says that you are, but you know, if he says he's not, then you know we should take his word for it. Wildfong in the chat, he wrote, yes, he is.
I'm not, bro. I'm studying Sephardi. I'm actually in the process of converting, okay, into Sephardi Judaism. All right. Anyone who thinks I'm a Hebrew Israelite, fuck all that. Hebrew Israelites don't keep the commandment. They don't know. They don't study. They don't study. They don't know shit. They're here to argue, and that's it. You know, none of them know what a mezuzah is. They're all just asleep. They all just want to argue Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. You go on their sites and you go on the, you know, you go on any of their GMS or GOCC. I don't know which camp. Sakari. They're not teaching you how to keep the commandment. They're not teaching you how to be righteous. You know, they're arguing about Edom, about this cracker, that. Nah, man. You know, we was asleep.
But Pizzo, you said you are in the process of converting. So
Yeah.
today, you are not a Jew yet.
Nah, but that's in their eyes. You know, that's according to mainstream Judaism. You know, like I know who I am. You know what I mean? I don't need to do that. It's just the fact that I'm studying.
If I may say something.
Who just spoke?
That's Killer B.
He just made a statement about GOCC, GMS, and all these Hebrew Israelite groups and how they're not teaching you anything or anything. But you ask them, how is he an Israelite, right? And what he will regurgitate to you is what comes right out of their teachings exclusively. You will find those teachings nowhere else in the world except from there.
Is that true, Shaka?
This is what I call internet Israelites. These are people that try to play the safe ground by saying,
I'm not about to have a.
I'm not in those camps. That's number one. I hear this all the time. I'm an authority on the Hebrew Israelites.
Stuff, man.
I've been in the cult over 2 decades.
To think
I learned first and second hand from the people that made it up. That listen to what I'm saying. I learned first and second hand from the people that made it up. What these people do on the internet after 2008, when YouTube started to have Hebrew Israelites, the rest of the world got exposed to it. And what you hear now, I can tell where a person's lineage from the movement come from just by hearing them speak, the words that they use, the slang that they use. Like I said, I'm authority on this. Now, there's a lot of people that say, I'm not in no camp. And they use that as a buffer for not to get the whole rape doctrine put on them. Not to get all these weird beliefs that the original
stupid. Does he think everybody's in a camp?
Now,
are you guys just gonna accept?
Now, listen, I'm explaining what you're trying to say.
Everybody's in a
camp. Now, where they learn
hold on,
from
bro.
the
He's
internet.
just talking about the religion. He's not taking no personal shots. Hold on.
Hey, let Killer B speak though, bro. Then you could speak
but
back.
Bro, he's saying blatant nonsense.
No, but
he's talking about the scripture. He's talking about the documentary religion.
But hold on, Pizzo. Hold on 1 second, please. Pizzo, he's been a Hebrew Israelite for over 20 years.
I know.
So, well, you know, so
I know what he's talking about.
So what are you saying right
now?
The brother just said that we're all in the camp. What is he talking about?
No,
you said yourself that you studied under them.
Yeah, you just said it yourself.
Everything that they learn, the people that say, I'm not in no camp, you ask them that they're Israelite, they say, yeah. And you ask them to prove it, no, they're going to regurgitate to you the same stuff that come out of one West.
Have you ever
from the original school?
Wait, hold on.
It will come from nowhere else. Don't speak over me, bro. You can speak out here and nobody on the panel spoke over you.
Hey,
nobody on the panel spoke over you. They let you speak. Why am I such a threat?
What the
and I come over here and you understand what comes out of my mouth?
Bro, you're making stupid arguments. Because the first thing he said, when you
everybody could say the same thing about everybody, man.
What the fuck?
I can transform into a Hebrew Israelite right now and can combat what all three of these brothers on the panel are saying. I could baffle all three of them. I can transform back into a Hebrew Israelite now and actually hold it down.
King, bro, who's stopping you, man?
You people can't. You have shown no sources. They will show you no sources. They will say, well, come on, man. Well, it got to be the truth. Look at this. It's all speculation. They can't show you no archaeology. They can't show you nothing. Why? Because they haven't been taught. The only thing that they know about the movement is what they see on YouTube. Period. You're in France. There is no Hebrew Israelite schools in France. Anywhere where you learn this from is from the internet or you're coming to America. And like I said, I learned first and second hand from the people that made
Didn't I
it
say
up.
I'm learning under the Sephardi group?
I learned at the feet of Ariana
No Sephardi.
at the heart.
Hold on. Well, hold that thought.
You know what I'm saying?
Kilby.
So
Hold on.
you,
Yeah, please, Kilby, hold that thought. Now, Brother Pizzo, you just said, okay, didn't you say that you learned from Sephardic? But before that, you said you learned under GOCC, didn't you?
Yes. What
All
I
right.
told you is,
Yeah.
what I told you is, I did. I've learned under the camp. I did. There's no denying that. They've taught me a few things.
Okay, so we are all in agreement so far.
All right, but saying that if you ask me if I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I would say yes. And when you ask me to prove it, I'd go back into some GMS One West shit. That's false. When you ask me to prove it, I showed you my forefathers, what they've got to say.
Okay.
I showed you Smoking Bango. I showed you Kimpavita, what she's got to say. No Israelites will do that.
I would like to have some clarity because I would have thought that you said that you are not a Hebrew Israelite, but now it seems like you're saying you are. Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Listen, I'm an Israelite. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, One West. Okay? When you say Hebrew Israelite, we're talking of One West camps. I don't know if you know.
You said, for the record, that you are an Israelite, right?
Of course.
Okay, and you also said that you are Jewish.
If I say the scriptures pertain to us, that's me claiming to be an Israelite. Okay. Because the scriptures.
That's claiming to be Sham, Ham, and Japheth as well.
Nah, no Ham.
You see, so you picking and choosing who you want to be in the book.
No, the book wasn't given to Ham. I don't know. The book wasn't given to Ham. The book
who was the book given to?
All that is Nancy's story.
Who was the book given to, brother?
To Shem's descendant.
Okay. Now, when you say the book, you're talking about the Torah, right?
Yeah.
But the Torah was written by Moses, wasn't it?
Khan.
Come again?
Yes, it was.
So how could the book be given to people who came before Moses?
I didn't say that. I said to Shem's descendant of Shem. Before that, they had the oral. The Torah was oral before that. So there was a Torah. I don't think there wasn't. It's just that it was an oral thing till Moses wrote it, because we was a nation. Back then, it was a thing where it went from father to son.
There's no record that Moses ever existed.
Yeah, there's no record of the historicity of Moses. But what language was it, that oral tradition of the Israelites? What language was it?
What language?
Yes.
It started off in Hebrew, and then wherever you end up, the oral history, oral history can be in English about black people. Like, I don't get it. Why?
See, that's speculation.
Killer
Anybody
B,
can say that.
Was Hebrew ever
I
a
can say
spoken language?
Satan wrote the Satanic Bible. You know what I mean? So it's speculation. But when it's like what the Hebrew Israelites talk about the Christians. They say, "Speak unto me smooth things," right? And that's what he's doing right now. He's speaking smooth things that sound good, things that are gonna grab your heartstring, and be like, "Yeah, brother, that sounds right." One of the things they would do, they would say, "Oh, Ephraim and Judah don't get along," and they would say Judah's the Negro and Ephraim's the Puerto Rican, and we know that in most major cities, black people don't get along with Puerto Rican, right? And then they would do what they would do was show you a TV show of Sanford and Son, and how Sanford and Son didn't get along. Why are you speaking over me? Why are you speaking over me? Nobody speaks over anybody. You haven't done it to anybody else out here but me.
Shit, man.
Well, Pizzo,
I'm afraid.
You're welcome anytime, Pizzo.
That's why I'm the biggest fan out here.
You're welcome anytime, Pizzo. You're welcome anytime. Yes. Yeah, feel free to be Pizzo. You say it has to
I
go.
was mentioning earlier, like people could just have a dialogue. When you come and speak, you want to say what you want, how you want, and act like it's factual. Nobody don't get upset. Nobody don't get mad. As soon as somebody go against the grain or go against your proposition, you want to get in your feelings about it. And that's the problem with these doctrines and these so-called religion, man. Like white people can't just be who they are without being so angry about so-called that same book. Go ahead, man, Killer B.
Probably
crazy, man.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah,
that's why they don't like me. Because I'll sit here and tell the truth. For one, I'll tell the truth. For two, I have more authority over them. I know about the Hebrew Israelites and their doctrine. Like, I'm some real talk. I don't forgot more than some of these people even know that step on my panel and stuff and try to teach me. I already know what's coming out of their mouth. Know what I mean? Like, I'll ask them, I already know their answers. And like I said, I can listen to them. I can look at their name, how they spell their name, where they come from, who they was taught by, and the whole nine. Like he told Shaka this a few minutes ago, Khan. That's straight out of One West. That's not nothing he learned. And why are you only using that word? Why couldn't you just say yeah or yes? No, you say.
I think we're losing
yeah, that boy needs
Killer B.
New Wi-Fi.
Now Caliph is asking me if I seen the game with PSG or PSG, like we say, Paris Saint-Germain, and Lens, which is a city in France, where they have the Louvre Museum as well. They even have the Louvre Museum in is it Abu Dhabi? But somewhere in the Middle East, or Asia. I don't think they have it in Saudi Arabia. I think it's Abu Dhabi. But let me double check. I don't like to make mistakes. So Louvre Abu Dhabi, indeed, in the United Arab Emirates. But anyway, I went to Lens. It's cool. And Killer, you're back. Andrea Brunet, you're back.
Excuse my internet.
No problem, brother. But I don't watch football or soccer. It's soccer. You call it soccer in America.
Yeah, but
so
it's football.
just to answer, But in Lens, unfortunately, we're not allowed to film. We can only take pictures. But in the Louvre Museum in Paris, of course, we can film and take pictures. So yeah, feel free, Killer. Or feel free, sister.
Yeah, man. It's crazy. And these people are so. Hey, Andre.
Hi, Killer B.
Hi, how you doing today? Yeah,
I've
been on the internet in a while and stuff. So I've been watching a little bit here and there. And so I'm kind of going through some things right now. But I had to come out here today after listening for a little bit. And like I keep saying the same thing, and it's a lot of these people, like it's something to make them feel good about themselves, and not in a good way. It's because they're lost, and it's some of it, I wouldn't say is their fault. You know what I mean? But it turns into something very evil. It's like someone that's been really good, right? Like you take I used to know a kid that was really good kid, right? But he had some health problems and stuff. And then kids started to abuse him, mistreat him and stuff. And he met the wrong group of kids and turned them into an animal to the point where you better not say nothing to this kid. Or you might not wake up the next morning. And this is what the Hebrew Israelites is taking somewhat good people that's been through a lot and put a battery in their back and made them feel like they're a superhero and that all these people are villains. Everybody on this earth is a villain. If they don't fall in line under them. Yeah. Believe it or not, they'll come on their panel, Shaka. Some will talk nice, some will be very vile and stuff when they speak. But I gotta let you know this. They all want you dead. When they feel like their God returns, they're gonna kill you. That's what they want. That's how they feel. So no matter how nice and cordial they'll act,
Yes, sorry, KBB, because you mentioned that they want you dead and so on, and Scam Cheddar, he said that the God of the Bible is a liar, is a bipolar, MF, and narcissistic and demonic. But lately he said that he is a B, the B word. So I don't know if you've seen it yesterday when we live stream. Young Harold, told me about the video on June.
I'm sorry, Judah Nasr's new YouTube channel, because the old one was terminated. And he went on. He went off Saneda. He went in on Saneda. And Saneda got on the panel, was like, yeah, what's up with the debate? Then all of a sudden he forgot his anger towards Scam Cheddar for calling his God the B word. So I don't know if you've seen that one.
It's funny Killer B say that because we have another issue too, because just like how these Hebrews or whoever in their doctrine oppose all the people, especially their own kind, just because they don't follow the same narrative they do. The Aboriginals, they just like them. They have the same aggression, the same attitude, the same trying to down Africa and black people that's not with their so-called, way of thinking, and it's all fairy tale. It's all a narrative, because they can't prove nothing or make nothing happen out of it. There's no solution out of the words that they bring in forth, because they don't have no power to make it legally recognized, worldwide or globally on any kind of scale. So that's the thing with this delusion. Like, it's a delusion regardless of how you feel. You don't have no land, no manpower, no civilization, no records, nothing to sustain nothing about what you're talking about. You just talking and waking up the next morning and go work your 9 to 5. Like, I don't get it. But go ahead.
But Pizzo was cool though, with all fairness.
I ain't talking about Pizzo. I don't like, he have his narrative and his way of thinking, but things said, Killer B is like, you have to source up, you have to have records, you could say what you want.
I agree.
Yeah, so,
he needs to source up. Now, no, Pizzo, no, he's not saying that you said. I'm sorry, he's not saying that you want anybody dead. He's talking about those Hebrews or lights. He said they want you dead. He didn't say he wants you dead. But he wrote, "Your man Israelites, including one West, have changed lives for the better." What is he talking about? Well, there's a rape doctrine. You know what I'm saying? I heard Kira B talking about an underage girl who was raped and they forced her to marry the guy. We heard about the guy who killed Martin Luther King's mother, and he wanted to kill the father as well, but he didn't, get to that point. So it's all good to say that changed life for the better, but they changed life for the worse as well, and had some people killed. But
yeah, Killer B got a lot of documents on that too.
I said that.
Go ahead.
I said that about Ariad. They said Ariad died. I said one thing he did, he kept a lot of young brothers out of trouble. Whether it turned into making them worse off in the long run, but for that time and era, like with me, I could have been involved in a hell of a lot worse things. I could be dead right now. I could be doing 100 years in prison right now. But that cult kept me out of the way from a lot of things that a lot of black youth in my area was involved with. But on the flip side of that, I lost my family. Like, I got people in my family in my same city I live in, I haven't seen over 20 years. And now I'm out the cult, I try to reach out to them. They don't want nothing to do with me. They're like, nigga, where was you last 20 years? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, it's bad, man. And it's hard, like, to explain. Like, there's so many stories I can just tell you in so many ways how this thing.
Yeah, I know.
It's unbelievable, but they don't realize what's going on. They don't have any evidence to prove any of this stuff. And what the cult does, it preys off of people that don't know how to research, people that really don't have an education to know how to accurately research something, to find out, fact check something, to see that it's true. And that's one thing that a lot of black people like go through. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, we might graduate high school or might even have a bachelor's or a master's. But whatever it is, we might not know how to research certain things to find out if it's true or not. And it's a lot of speculation. You know what I mean? They'll show you a picture from the Middle Ages and say, see, look, these is black people. You see the white man covered up their faces and made them look white. Now, they don't have no proof for that, but they'll suggest things to you that sound good. And a lot of it is like black people talk, how black people conversate amongst each other. Is it like you say something like, yeah, man, you know how they is. You know how they is. You know how white people is. You know how the Puerto Ricans is and stuff like that. And you be like, yeah. This based off of something you experience. And now you'll take that and apply that to something globally. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And it makes me mad, too, when I never even was in the organization. Speak on it. You know what I mean? I'm like, bro, like, you're in another country. Like, I'm from the area where all this stuff started. Like, you're from another country. Like, you didn't know anything about this until it hit YouTube. You know what I mean?
So what about what? I know, Andrina, you gonna go next after this question. So what about the claim that he's trying to say this Hebrew thing came from Congo and all this 1400 talk? You know anything about that, Killer B?
It takes 5 minutes to come to the conclusion of that. There's absolutely no evidence of this.
Yeah, all right. Go ahead, Andrina. I know you want to
did the research on it. I laughed at it. It literally takes 5-10 minutes. Whatever you want to use, GPT, Google, whatever you want to do, you're going to come to the conclusion there is no evidence of this. And when they talk about the words are similar, you could do that with all other type of societies. You can go to Native Americans and go to Arabia, and you might find a word that sounds similar. The Hebrew Israelites did it to us. They said, well, they said the slaves said master back in the day. They said massa. Massa this. Massa house burning down. Massa. Now, you look up the Hebrew word massa, it means oppressor. So they were saying, see, they knew that they was injured. They knew they were speaking Hebrew. They wasn't mispronouncing the word. They were speaking Hebrew. But they say, we grew up in school and they tell us ain't in the word. But the word for like no or not in Hebrew is ayn. A-Y-I-N, right? And we'll say, well, I ain't a slave or old down south black person. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. Meaning like I'm not gonna do it. There was no
goodness. No, go ahead, but that's linguistic acrobatics, but go ahead, but
I mean the word. And they'll respond to that. And we used to I used to do when I was first coming into the Hebrew Israelite, I used to try to take American words and use the sounds of the words and break them down to sound like Hebrew and to go look up the definitions. You know what I mean? Sometimes something might sound a little good, but it'll be way off. Like, you know what I mean? It is stuff like that, and that's what they play on you. And these people aren't educated enough to know. You know what I mean? And it's sad that that we don't really strive to learn more. And this stuff like this isn't. Well, actually, the stuff like this is taught in school now. They're teaching kids how to fact check like certain things and like conspiracy theories and stuff. They teach the kids that in school now. You know what I mean? When I was in school, they didn't have nothing like that. You know what I mean? For us to fact check stuff.
Hold on, Killer. Go ahead, Andrew, I know you want to say something. Hold on, Killer V.
Yeah, I just want to say it seems as though, you know, with all these religions, a lot of the things that the first thing they tell you going to do is you're going to go to hell if you don't believe. And then like the second thing they're going to do is try to separate you from your family because Christianity does it. Jehovah's Witnesses do it. Mormons do it. You know.
You went in the matrix, Sister Andrea. We no longer hear you now. Feel free to come back. I don't know if you hear us, but we just don't hear you anymore, Sister Andrea Brunet. Feel free to add on, brothers. I'm sure the sister will come back. Oh, was it? Damn it.
Yes. Here I am.
Yeah, there it is. We see you here now, sister. Feel free.
So when the brother was on there talking about discernment, you know, that people have to read the scriptures and have discernment. Well, if we discern that we don't want to be a part of what you believe in anymore, is that good enough for you? We don't have to believe or go along with what you say to be true. You accuse people of being stupid and all this other stuff because they believe in these stories of and all this other kind of stuff. But when we use our actual common sense and our own discernment to not believe what you believe, then you should be okay with that. Because I'm not required.
Now too.
Yeah, I'm not required to believe what you believe. But that doesn't make me stupid. It doesn't make me dumb. It doesn't make me any of those things. It just means I have a cognitive brain that I use, and I choose to use it in a manner that's not going to separate me from my people and say that I'm the chosen one and I'm better than you and that God's going to give me a virgin to go rape and all this other bullshit. You know, and I noticed too that every time you guys bring up something, when you start talking about what they don't like, they start cussing and carrying on. Now, I'm going to do it because I'm not one of them, but why do they go there? Why do they get so angry that they feel like they got to cuss you out and call you an MF and all this other kind of stuff? But yet they're supposed to be the ones who are supposed to be so spiritual and discerning. You know, he was keeping the Sabbath and he doesn't eat pork and he doesn't do all these things that, you know, they're supposed to separate him from everybody else. But yet you're going to sit there and try to criticize and ridicule somebody because they don't believe and they're questioning you and you don't have the answers. So all of a sudden they're MFs and all this other kind of stuff. Explain that to me. How did they go from trying to have a dialogue with you to being MFs and what the F, what's going on? How does that happen? How do you flip the script so fast?
They get in their feelings, Andrea.
You know what it is? It's paranoia. It's paranoia.
Yeah.
That stuff that they're teaching. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, sister. Turi, please use the webcam so we can see you. Just for a minute, please. Go ahead, sister Andrea Bennett.
No, so that's my whole point about all this. You know, we all have the capacity. Even kids at a young age are able to pick, you know, to tell you if somebody's a good person. They get those vibes. You don't have to have all this stuff that this man is talking about. I mean, at the end of the day, if I don't want to believe in a snake talking to you, all of a sudden you have the correct interpretation for all these scenarios. Oh, it wasn't that, it was this. Oh, it wasn't this, it was that. Okay, so if I choose to decide, well, all of it's stupid, then that's okay for me to do that. And my cognitive brain gives me the ability to do that to where I don't have to try to figure out, well, what is the secret meaning and hidden behind? No, it's stupid. It's stupid. Why do we have to go through all of this to make you feel better about what you believe in? I don't have to do that. It's stupid, and I'm not stupid. I'm okay with that.
And why they always want to make you is Hebrew a written language?
Well, at one point it was, but you know, it's not that old. It's not as old as they think it is. But I said too real, but it's too real. Brother, did you cut your hair?
Nah, I cut my beard off though, man. So you won't see me on camera.
Okay. Well, feel free to join the conversation, brother. Too real.
Yeah, nah, I do landscaping. So I was cutting a tree, man, and all type of tree sawdust got my beard, man, and it was real itchy. I had to cut that mug off.
That's all good.
Yeah, but I heard what were you saying?
Did you hear some of the convo we had with the brother Pizzo?
Yeah, I did. That's why I tuned in. You know.
Well,
I'm
feel
an
free, you know,
Israelite.
you're an Israelite.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were Kemetic. Go ahead, Bennett. Go ahead.
Okay, you got jokes.
No, I was just going to say, you know, yeah, it's interesting. Like, I agree with everything Killer B said about this, you know, obviously, and he's had experience, but I think a lot of people assume like that nobody else on this panel has ever been around those kind of teachings and has ever been exposed to those teachings. I mean, I've been exposed to those teachings, but the difference is that I recognized really early. I could just feel it. My instincts told me something. I paid attention to the people around me talking this stuff. And then I started quickly realizing there's a lot of illogical things in there. But what I wanted to say was, so I didn't need it anymore because I was already past that level with history. You couldn't fool me 25 years ago with African history, period. I mean, everything that the brother said, I've already heard of 25 years ago. Seriously, all those theories,
every single theory that he mentioned, I already heard of it. And then even the N-word thing, the conversation you were having about where the Niger, what it means, black, and I know what it means. It's a Latin word. What year did Latin people introduce that word? That's when they started enslaving Africans. I mean, come on. It doesn't take a whole lot to figure that out. But the thing about, the Middle East and, this theory that he came up with Yoruba and all that, I've heard all of that stuff long ago. So to assume people to get so arrogant about it and to think people are stupid because they don't agree, what I think comes out, because Killer B knows better than me because he stayed in that joint and he went on with it. He knows some, but what I think would just happen with Andrea right there is this is where it gets the paranoia sinks in and these kind of feelings set in, and people are not able to reason anymore because of those teachings. Like Killer B said, they teaching you that people that don't agree with you, they must be the devil. And when you start using this religious stuff, it makes people paranoid and it rips them away from their families and anyone else that's around them that's friendly. They stop being able to recognize that, hey, we just like you. We're not so different. Well, you don't have to talk to us like that. We heard this before. The simple question that kept coming up was, says who? And that's just it. Says who? It's just very simple, and that's where belief goes wrong. That's where paranoia goes wrong and all of that stuff, because people start turning away from it and they're like, says who? God says so. It's God. It's God that says so. And if you don't understand that God says so, you must be the devil. Really, like you must be trying to take my God away from me. I finally found God. I finally found the truth. Isn't that such a coincidence that they call that cult the truth too? So much the truth. I mean, anyway, that's all. I was listening. So
it's funny how they pick and choose what's real and what's not. Just like I asked him about Shem, Japheth, and Ham, he quickly dismissed that, and it's funny. I just don't understand how these people, how can you say some things are real and some things are not? It's either the book real or it's not, and we all know it's not real, man. So I mean, and he's saying these people from the Congo call themselves a Hebrew. When did they start doing this and where they got this narrative from? Because as far as I'm concerned, this Hebrew doesn't exist in ancient time for them to say that is their tradition. Like it's, like I don't think that's African. I don't think it at all. And all this landmass and thing being together, that's another theory that's never proven as fact. To say all these land masses was one at one time and this and that. I heard that, like Bennett said, I heard all these stories about the so-called Arab region, Iran region used to be black people and this and that. Who knows? Like I said, everybody descended from Africa. So you're obviously going to have some people with melanin in their skin that's not, wasn't born in the region, but their people might have descended from there.
And I think the other thing is, like, there's a difference between saying that some black people lived there at some time and confusing that language, because I believe also, of course, there must have been. So you can't. It's just like if you go on the border of Africa anywhere and you go 100 miles across that border, you think it's not going to be any people that look like the people you just left? Of course there will be, but that's not the question. When they keep bringing into this thing, they ruled. They don't understand the words they're saying. They ruled does not mean the entire population was black or even the majority of the population was black. It doesn't mean anything. You have to get more detailed and more specific. And that's where these questions come into play. So it's not about rejecting the idea that some black people didn't live in that area. That's not what it's about. But when you use your language in a way that they do, they're rejecting that anybody else lived there. They're rejecting that anybody else had anything else to do with that religion. They're rejecting all of that. And now trying to even insist the fact that that Judaism is African. Christianity, you know, it's everything from it, all of it's African. And then they go into Islam, all of that must have been African too. And that's where the problem lies. I think people need to make better distinctions and more distinctions, because there's a lot of different distinctions to it's a melting pot. That place is like New York, if you ask me.
Yeah, and you got these, I just want to know how they know if they're Shem, Ham, or they came from Shem, Ham, or Japheth. That's what I want to know. I mean, because
they only going to claim the ones that make them look good, like the Hebrews, Andrina.
Yeah, but the thing is though, you got folks here, you got white Americans who are constantly saying the Jews will not replace us. So if they consider themselves one of them, they ain't gonna be here. I mean, you got people who actually have issues with them, right? With the white Jews. So if they're gonna stake the claim on that, what do they think is gonna happen to them? I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't keep, trying to, you got a black, Hebrew, then you got, the Ham is supposed to be black, and then you got somebody who's supposed to be white. I mean, how do they have these mixed kids and all of a sudden? I'm confused. I'm just inquiring minds want to know, how did Ham wind up being us, black people, and then Shem? I'm sorry, just what kind of black people are they supposed to be? I'm confused.
They had one person had 3 different races, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just so pathetic, man. And people don't understand. All that is to put a curse on black and brown people to justify their wickedness. And then when you they let the chains go, they gonna tell you don't rebel, because you see the book said this is why you was cursed. The book said this is why you was slave. So if you rebel against us now, you're gonna go to hell. You see what I mean? So all these things is fear and paranoia, and that's what people stuck with. They stuck with that doctrine that is actually real, and there's somebody that's going to judge them, and they really curse like so-called Farrakhan, and this is the kind of people they look up to, disrespecting them and cursing their mother, telling them that's why your mother cursed on her hair nappy. I mean, go ahead.
Or they're even using the scripture where it talks about black women going bald-headed and stuff. I'm like, stop it. We're not going bald-headed because of rebellion. We're going bald-headed because we ain't taking care of our damn hair.
Because y'all keep putting them perms and them
exactly. It's like, stop. It's just I'm gonna go back to Stevie Wonder's song "Superstition." When you believe in things you don't understand, you suffer. That's where all that curse comes from, because you're believing in stuff you don't understand. And because there's just there are so many religions out there. There's so many all this stuff out here for people to get all caught up in, and if we're not careful, we're going to stay caught up and not get out and redeem our own selves from all this nonsense. It's just crazy.
You know why that's a lie too? Because if you look back in the 50s, 60s, just like my grandmother and my mother, is big afro, long. The black women hair was long and afro. It didn't have to be straight. But when they tried to look like the other man, start putting hat combs and all kind of thing in their hair just so they could fit in, so they could be on TV screen, so they could be a so-called celebrity. And that's the kind of people they would put on the front line. So now the black children looking at this growing up in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and that's when everything started changing. You see every black woman straightening their hair, even black men, jerry curls. People don't understand all these things. Well, that it's a beginning of a downfall of not wanting to even be who you are anymore. It's crazy.
I did all that, did the jerry curl, had the perm and all that kind of stuff. Just 3 years ago, I changed, and it has been the most liberating thing I've ever done for myself in my older age. So I know people, like I'm saying, if you're willing to learn, you will change. But if you don't want to learn, you're going to stay stuck in a rut and continue doing the things that you've been doing. Look, I'm not criticizing anybody who's still wearing the perm and all that kind of stuff. That's not what my point is. I'm just saying that there's room for all of us to learn. And I will say this: there was a video on one of those camps where this police officer said she went out there and they did these autopsies on Black women who had passed away, and they were looking at the brain, and they said she must have died from blunt force trauma, and they said no, that's from her wearing so many relaxers in her hair, putting relaxers in her hair, and that was enough for me. I'm like, okay, I'm good. I don't need to do that no more.
Yeah,
I don't need to do that
actually causes the health damages. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know, but let me just say, very superstitious writings on a wall.
Yeah. If you believe in things you don't understand, then you suffer. Yeah. Superstition ain't the way. Mm-hmm. I believe it.
To add on.
Tonight.
Listening, you know.
Okay.
I try not to get insulted by some of the things that are said, you know, because you got to be strong, you know. You can't let other people's non-belief or disbelief sway your belief, you know, because I could say a lot of things that you believe in and I could make fun of them too, you know. Like I could say you believe that the sun is 93 million miles away just based off of science, you know, and mathematics, but they're not sure about that, so you're just believing that. You're not sure. You can't go and
I would say they are sure, but you know, you have the right to believe they're not sure.
But bro, also, I'm not making fun. I'm not making fun of the belief at all. I'm not making fun of it.
No, I was mainly talking about Young Heru. He didn't really get, you know, I've heard worse, but
what I say to make you feel away, bro. And whatever scientists say, that doesn't mean if I believe it or not. All I know, the sun in the sky. I really don't care how far or close it is.
Exactly.
So, I mean, you know, I mean, I ain't meaning no disrespect. You can feel how you want, because there's millions of people that have everything to say about each other religion. So you're right. You shouldn't let that get you out of character. But when you speaking based off that, just like what you said, you speaking it based off belief. For you to even have to say that, that means you thinking based off a belief perspective. But go ahead. Ain't no love lost.
Believe something that's real. Just because you believe it doesn't mean that it's not real. Just because it's a belief. Y'all know that.
How do we know if it's real? How do we know if it's real or not then?
Well, you would have to go through and you would have to do some archaeology and some anthropology and go through the history of it. And
I think a lot of scholars did that.
Did people do that with the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, so what did they establish that was real?
I mean, like old boy said earlier, I forgot more stuff than I remember, but I know there's a lot of proof that proves the Bible, and there's a lot that can disprove it. But
okay.
So you have
so what is proven in the Bible then? Moses? Moses, is his historicity established?
Moses?
Yes.
Not that I know of.
Okay, but that's the founding person for Judaism, isn't it?
Right.
So the central figure, the central figure of the Hebrew faith is not even established historically. But I think Andrew wanted to add on.
The central figure that would be Abraham, though.
Okay, so my question.
Okay.
My question be so you want to go back and you want to believe all of this history. How is that helping us today? Trying to say we are of this particular group of people. There are so many religions out there, and where does yours different than anybody else's? Where all of the Christianity, Judaism, Islam, all of y'all connect back to a particular point. How are you any different? All of y'all send us to hell if we don't believe the way you believe. All of us try to separate from our families. All these religions separate from the families. What benefit are you providing to our people based upon what you believe? It makes absolutely no sense to me.
So you're asking me how is it helping us today?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you use it. You can use the Bible and be a good person today. You know.
Okay. Yeah, you can put. Okay, so you can pick and you can pick and choose again. So everybody has the right then to pick and choose what scriptures or whatever they want to follow to be whatever this person, instead of just being a good person. And so again, I'm just asking, if all of y'all have the same type of end time thing, we're going to hell if we don't believe the way you believe, we separate our families. How is that helping us? How? You heard Killer B said he hadn't spoken to his family in over 20 years. How is that helpful? How? That's what I want to know. All these, there's over 40,000 different types of this, that, and the third. How is that helping us to come together as a people when we're separated by all these different doctrines and belief systems that have proven we are the most praying, most praising people on the planet, Black people, and yet we are at the bottom of every doggone thing as it concerns mankind. Why is that? How is that your God and all these Christians' gods are not answering the prayers and delivering them from
Funny
this
you say that, because I ask my mother that same question sometimes.
I'm just inquiring. I mean, I'm not trying to belittle and I'm just speaking religions generally. This is the nomenclature is the same across the board. You're not offering anything any different. Okay, so if I don't eat pork, that just might be good for me physically. That's fine. Okay, I'm good with that. But overall, how is that bringing us together as families and helping us heal our communities and all this other kind of stuff? Because there's too many of them out there a difference should have been made. We should have been able to visibly see a difference by now, and that has not happened.
Well, you're speaking about Black Americans or Black people as a whole?
I'm just talking about, okay, as far as Black people are concerned, just I'm starting with Black people because that's who.
Hold on, Andre. I'm sorry. Well, actually, let's deal with Black Americans. You said that the Bible can make you a good person, right? So if we take the case of Tazariak and Sanetta, Tazariak said that Martin Luther King was a bitch.
It could make you a bad person too.
Sanetta said that he agreed. Is that being a good person?
No, I wouldn't say that about Martin Luther King. Me myself, I don't believe in how Martin Luther King chose to handle it, but that was his way of doing it. He was a reverend, he chose peace over conflict. I don't think that was the best choice, but it helped the people in his way.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to have bad blood to Zaya, because in the conscious community, it's like a lot of people are scared to say anything about ISUPK, because we know that Jonah Yohana made a prayer publicly, and he asked God to destroy Christianity and Islam. So they're on some other stuff. But let's say somebody is called. Let's say somebody is called. Yeah, there's much more than that. Let's say somebody is called. He also called for the destruction of Egyptology, but I'm not losing sleep over that. I don't think God would do that. He had many years to do it. But anyway, let's say somebody is called Captain Crunch, and he says, and he's a Hebrew Israelite. He follows the Bible, and he says that Dr. Martin Luther King was a bitch. Would you say that's a good person?
I wouldn't say that because of that statement that makes him a bad person. I would just say that's a bad statement.
Might have been ignorant person. Yeah. Ignorant person would say something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
but you know what? Not to stop your questioning, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't dare consider anyone who says that about Malcolm X or Martin Luther King a person that has anyone's safety in mind. And also, I would think the person who said that is a lunatic, and I would never think twice about ending their life before they end mine. Straight up. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you could say that about Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, it means you are crazy. Straight up.
You could say that a lot of that.
That's how I see it. I'm just gonna say it like that.
But people who say what they want, Bennett.
I'm saying it because that's literally how I feel. You can't walk down the street with people like that in your community, because if they have the nerve to think that they can talk that way about these kind of people, it means they want to kill all Black people that attempt to work for their people's behalf. You see, that's just a lunatic. That's just a lunatic. You don't have to agree with Martin Luther King, but you don't have to talk that way. When you begin to talk that way, that means you cannot reason anymore.
So you just
that's my view, though.
You just say basically saying Europeans are lunatic, right?
If you say Martin Luther King is a bitch,
they don't say that.
If you say Martin Luther King is a bitch, if you say
they call
when you start talking
Black
like
people
that,
monkeys.
That when you start talking like that, that means you have no respect, zero respect for anything that happened in our history in the United States of America regarding Black people. That means you are a danger to Black people primarily, and no one else. That's how I take the language myself.
You know, regarding what Young Harold said, you have some people who are racist, so they could call Black people monkeys, but it has to do with the race. They're not targeting specifically Dr. Martin Luther King, because here, for example, let's say that Captain Crush says that Dr. Martin Luther King was a B. Now you're saying, okay, it doesn't make him necessarily a bad person; it's just a bad statement. I'm like, okay. Now let's say that Captain Crush has a homie who went to prison for child molestation, and Captain Crush financially supports his homie. Now, would that make him a good person?
I wouldn't say it makes him a good person, though.
All right.
Okay.
So hold on, sister, please, if you don't mind. So, not only Captain Tazariak publicly stated that he supported the ISUPK member who went to prison for child molestation, he's going to call Dr. Martin Luther King a bitch, but not the guy who went to prison for child molestation. And to me, it's like the world upside down. But feel free, Sister Andrea.
No, so even with what he about the belief system, okay, most of these patriarchal religions believe that women should be in subjection, that that in the Torah that women who were raped by a man are supposed to marry the man on the. I mean, are you guys serious? I mean, what thinking woman would want to be a part of any of that? I mean, I was a Christian for a little bit, and then I became and jumped into the Hebrew Israelites, jumped right back out because it's just ridiculous. What woman would want to subject herself to the teachings of misguided men who apparently have you guys call it egos. I call them ego stands for me, emotions gone overboard, because there is no reason for any man to think that a woman, once I'm a grown up, that I need to be treated like I'm a child. Are you kidding me? This is how all these religions want to treat women, and then yet y'all somehow you're supposed to have the truth. Are you? You're supposed to be righteous. I got to pick up your dirty drawers for you to feel okay to be a man. Stop it! Stop! It's insane. It's insane. And all of these religions do that. They always want to quote scriptures about a woman's supposed to subject herself to her husband, and also because y'all wrote it. You men folk wrote that, and then y'all want us to be subjected to the dumb stuff that you let come out your mouth. Stop it. Ass woman, what do I need somebody telling me what to do for? I've been raised once. I don't need another man telling me what I need to be doing. I do what I do because I love my husband. I don't do it because he's got his foot on my neck telling me you better do this or else. He loves me. I don't have to be subjected to stuff like that. And I'm thankful that I don't have a husband that tells me that you guys are supposed to be ones doing all this dumb stuff. I hustle and work just like him, but yet you guys still want women to come home, cook, clean, take care of the kids, do laundry, all kinds of. Why? Tell me again. How's that helping us? How does that help us as a family to come together and be together? How's that helping us?
None of us don't feel that way, Angelina.
I'm talking about the guy. I'm talking about the guy on the panel. He knows who I'm talking to. That. But I'm just talking about the religions. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about the religions say this about women. And so I want to understand how are we supposed to, why would I want to do that? Why would I want to be a part of any religion that subjugates me to somebody whose emotions have clearly gone overboard?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me say this, my sister. That book was written a very long time ago. And it was oral before it was written. So,
It's old news, is it?
What was that?
It's old news, is it?
I mean, some stuff. I mean, you can't do it. Can we stone people today? Can I go outside and stone somebody because they work on Sunday?
Yeah, but
it depends in which country.
I
Because, for
understand where
example,
he coming from,
in
but
the north of Nigeria, where they practice the Sharia law, they do stone people, and in other
And
countries
chop their
they do
hands
stone
off.
people, chop their hands off or decapitate them. So it depends on the country. You know, in America,
Right.
I would say no, you cannot, but they still execute in America anyway. So they have a different way of killing. You know, they have lethal injection. You know, they have the gas chamber, and maybe they still have the electric chair. But you know, feel free.
So he said that it was written years a long time ago, but people till today use it as premise for to justify what they trying to, how they trying to control people.
Exactly.
That's the problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wrong though.
Come again, brother.
I would say people that are trying to use a text that was written, let's just say for give or take a 1,000 years ago, and try to apply it as far as like how to treat your woman to 2023, it ain't gonna work. You know,
it shouldn't work no time, because it like people say, time is an illusion. So it shouldn't work in no time if you are a stand-up man. And as far as I'm concerned, the history show that Black people never treated their woman in such a way. You know what I mean? It's still Europeans come with their doctrine as far as English know, because that's what I know. So I don't know. I think it's other race behavior, and everybody pick it up globally because of doctrines.
well, I think what y'all are trying to do though is, and I don't mean to cut nobody off, but I think what y'all are trying to do is trying to take man's philosophy on how to treat women and apply that to the biblical narrative and generalize all of us and say, this is what y'all believe. No, this is what those men did, and this is how they did their thing. They chose to treat their women.
We're not saying us. We're not saying we don't use the book for nothing. It's the people that using the book. That's the issue. Using it in that manner. Go ahead.
Well, I use the book. I don't do none of that stuff.
I know. I'm not even saying everybody.
No, we're not. Look, I wasn't.
My mother is a Christian.
I wasn't singling you out. I was talking about religion in general. All of these man-made religions all have the same philosophy, and you may not be doing that, but all of those Abrahamic religions have the same philosophy as in how you treat women, how you do particular things, and they carry that to 2023. And you can't say that's not happening. It's not about just women. I'm just talking about all of it. You're either going to put somebody in hell because they don't believe, or you're going to separate families because they don't believe, or you're going to say it's those main things, those two main things that are hurting our community, separating us from our families and telling us we're going to hell because we don't believe in a particular manner that you want us to believe in. And all of those other things fall underneath there. How you treat women and also all those things fall underneath going to hell and separating families. Because if a woman doesn't submit and all the stuff, she's considered a Jezebel and all that kind of stuff. Y'all know all the terminology. Don't act like you're brand new, because they're still doing that to this day. That has not changed. You've got over 40,000 different types of religions around the world. And tell me again, with all of these people who claim to be serving a particular God, why are so many people dying? Why are all these things happening around the world? Because if all of us are loving this so-called God, we should all be in a good place. But that is not happening. Why is that? It's because these scriptures are used and taken out of context to justify going to war and doing all these things that we as human beings, if we're human, we should not be concerned with doing those types of things. But again, it's all under that whole going to hell. You got to believe if we don't believe a particular way, we're going to hell. And I just choose not to do that. I don't believe that way. I don't espouse to that kind of teaching or anything like that. because it's too it was too detrimental to my health to continue walking that kind of down that kind of road. It just made no sense to me. So that's just my saying. I'm not talking about you specifically. I wasn't singling you out. I was just talking about religion in general. We don't even have to have all of that. We can just be good people with, if you just see how nature works itself, there's no fight out here with a tree going and this, there's all that stuff is not going. Animals do what animals do because they have to survive. But we're not these killers like that. That's not our nature. Anyway, that's enough. I'm through on my soapbox.
That's not one set of people nature. So
no, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
You said that last statement. You said we're not killers. That's animal nature, right?
Animals do that to survive. We're not killing people to survive. Animals kill each other to survive. We are doing it some of it's just because we're just evil. If we're going to describe the behavior, but how are we? What benefit are we doing to kill it and going to war? What benefit is that? You're killing innocent women and children for what? For what? For more land, for more power, for what?
Yep, resources, riches, land, power, status, you name it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not women starting these wars. I have to keep getting back to this point. It's not women starting these wars. You all are trying to justify your behavior. I'm talking about those who do it. I'm not talking about you guys on the panel. So make sure I understand. You justify your behavior. You're big boys with bigger toys. That's how that looks like to me. But the sad part about it is these toys are murdering people for no reason except for power and for greed. It has nothing to do. That is not. We're not animals like that. There's no. What are you getting? What are we getting out of murdering other people? What?
Well, we're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we do have people on the streets. You have gangs and stuff like that. I'm not saying that you don't have that. But starting wars, when was the last time black people in America started a war?
I'm not talking again. I'm not. I'm talking. I'm talking about men and how we are using these particular religions. And those religions, it says God is a man of war. All those things are written in the Torah. They're written in the Old Testament about who this God is that you all are beholding to. It's the scriptures from your book that says these things. So you can't separate yourself from that, even though we're not starting the wars, but you participate in this idea of this war God. So if we don't have that idea of a war God, we don't have to participate in stuff like that. And I'm not saying that we're the ones who start them. I'm not saying that, but if it's the gangs or whatever that's out there that's perpetuating that same kind of mentality, were you any different?
We do have a part in it to play, because even if we might have different occupation, black people have a lot of positions in the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There are a lot of soldiers as black, just as Chinese, whites, Germans, and a lot of these leaders, every time they come and speak to the people, they like to use that God name in order to convince the people that they're going to fight for some just war. You know what I mean? But yet in the so-called book, regardless of who, I don't care who started the war or who finished the war, who was a soldier, once you commit murder, you're supposed to be punished. You will not make it to the pearly gates. So regardless of what justification they try to put on war, they are still considered a murder in the same book, same God eyes in the book. So it's crazy, and you have a lot of points, because like she said, it's nothing to do with you not starting the wars, but you have to understand that these people that commit these acts have the same books, and they use it as justification for their behavior. You know what I mean? And it's grown men, so it ain't nothing to do with I don't know. Like I could say like women have a part to doing it, because women is also a part of the family. So sometimes you see these women, they waving their husband goodbye to go to war. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that women have something to do with it, but I'm just showing how humans in general, they use the book as well, so they even justify what their man is doing. some women are so wicked they will make their man do things. Like you see it over even in the smallest thing. You see a woman get an argument and then she go call her man, and then it's rah. Next thing you know, her man gets shot dead. So it's nothing to do with just men. It's human period. Because if a
Yeah.
man have children with a woman, that's part of him, and he listen to her. If he don't listen to her, that's I just don't know what kind of world they living in. But yeah, that's not black people in general. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was
Really.
gonna say, because it's not just men fighting these wars. I mean, you have Queen Elizabeth that fought in the war. You have Queen Kahina. You have a lot of queens that started wars too for their own reasons. So it's not just men. Like you said, it's just humankind.
Yeah,
That's how we are. You know, we fight wars over money. Sometimes we do fight wars to protect ourselves. Because if I find out that a country is gonna come attack my country, and I go attack them first, then I'm protecting myself. So,
I don't know about that one, but I see. I don't know. I
so,
feel
so
like once you in,
if you found out right now that somebody was about to come kill your family and they were on their way, you would let them get to your family, or would you go meet them?
I
That's
would
critical
set up
questions. There.
I would set up perimeters to protect my family, yes. But as far as invading, going across waters to invade their land, I don't know about that one, like now it's even easier because they got bombs and planes and ships and all this. But in times back then, like you had to travel weeks and months on the water just in order to, go invade other people's country. Like these white people was really dedicated, like it's not just like you just get in a plane and 10-15 minutes you there. So in saying that, it's even easier now for them to just commit these horrific crimes, so I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, I don't feel like, and make it worse, you got a point, but a lot of these people, the Western Hemisphere infiltrated, they never threatened them. They was never a threat to them. It was more to capture and rape and the resources and the land, and so that's one thing. But like you said, I understand where you're coming from, but
But in the Bible, we have a direct instruction from God to the Hebrews or the Israelites to conquer Canaan.
Yep.
Why?
So but why? Did you say why?
Yeah.
Well, feel free to tell us.
No, I'm asking why did God say for them to go and do that to the Canaanites?
Well, I would like you to tell us.
Because he said they were wicked.
Okay, why were they wicked?
Why were they wicked? Because they were doing
Yeah.
a lot of different wicked things. It explains it in the Bible. I would have to pull up the verse,
But
but it
the
explains
Israelites
it.
themselves, they were wicked themselves. I mean, many
Exactly.
times God punished them.
I'm about to say, isn't that like President Biden right now calling Putin wicked and his people wicked?
And Bush
Because
calling Saddam Hussein wicked, and then they
oh
went to
yeah,
war over there.
whatever Muslim country, because his God is different from Biden God. You see what I'm coming from? Like this concept with God, we really gotta break it down because it's not the creator. People gotta understand that, man. But yeah, go ahead. I see you laughing.
A lot of people, cannot grasp the possibility that it was man who wrote it, rather than God, writing the tables with his own finger, or man being inspired by God. But this is not something that most believers will take into consideration, because they were told it's the word of God and they decided to believe that indeed it's the word of God. But here, just for the record, I want to show this to people watching. I've shared
Okay.
the link already. It is around here, BibleHub.com. So is it Strong's Concordance? Yes, it is Strong's Concordance. Reference 3526 for the word Niger. I couldn't find it in Hebrew because it looks like the Hebrew Bible only deals with the Old Testament. So that word Niger, or Niger, however it's pronounced, um, here it says definition Niger or Niger, a Christian. So it's a proper name. And when we go there, of Latin origin, dark in color. So it's important to know, you know. But even if people say black, we have a guy called Black Man. You know, he had some excavation in Egypt. We have some white people who are called black. You know, but what's interesting here in Thayer's Greek lexicon, we are told that it's a Latin name, and Niger is the surname of the prophet Simeon.
So it's a person name, not a color or a group of people.
Well, you know, some people are called black, like I said,
Yeah,
and
you're right. You have
they can
some
be
people
white. So
last
I
name
just
Black,
yeah,
Brown.
I just wanted to, you know, put it out there. You know what I'm saying? But you know, if they want to tell us what the Hebrew word is, then they can feel free. But to be real, I would like to ask you, Storm put that earlier. How many of the biblical characters have been proven to have actually existed? Now, you said you go back to Abraham. When I said that, you know, the founding person, the main, you know, person for the uh, Judaism or the Hebrew faith would be Moses. You said Abraham. Now, Abraham, if he existed, that would be around 2000 BC. Some people may say 1800 BC. I think you will probably agree with me that we don't have any records about Abraham. Do you agree, or do you know of
I
any
agree.
records?
I
Yeah.
agree.
So going down, we're not going to try Noah. That's even before. We don't have any date. So after Abraham, you know, the main patriarch or prophet, that will be Moshe. Do we have any records for Moses? And when I say record, I mean, you know, contemporaneous. So something during his lifetime, you know.
Oh, not that I know of, no. Not that I know of. I'm
All
not
right, okay. Do we have any for Jesus during his lifetime?
Contemporary? Not that I know of. I think most of what was written about Jesus was written after his life. I would say that there's some graffiti and stuff in Greece that was around the time of Jesus that was mocking Jesus, but I don't know if you would use that as proof. Just, I guess you could use that as there was a story of Jesus at that time, but
Can
I
you
don't
show
know.
us?
I think it's called Alex Amenos. Alex Amenos graffiti. If you type that in, you'll
Can you
probably
spell
find
it for me, please?
Alex.
Yes.
OFMENOS graffiti in Greece, and it basically has it's making fun of somebody named Alex Amenos or something close to that.
I'm sorry. So Alex, and then it's O.
Yeah, OF
Mm-hmm.
MENOS. I'm sure that's not how it's spelled, but I think it's somewhere around there. You
I'm
Google it.
gonna share. I'm gonna share the screen.
Yeah.
I never heard of that. So Alex of did I write it correctly? And I'm gonna type graffiti.
Or you could just type in first century Jesus graffiti. I'm sure it'll.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna put first century Jesus graffiti. Oh, there it is. Alex Amenos graffito. Okay, let's see what they say here on Wikipedia for whatever that's worth. So it says the Alexamenos graffito, also known as the graffito blasphemo or blasphemous graffito, is a piece of Roman graffito scratched in a plaster on the wall of a room near the Palatine Hymn in Rome, Italy, which has now been removed and is in the Palatine Museum. It may be meant to depict Jesus. If so, it competes with an engraved gem held in the British Museum as the earliest known pictorial representation of the crucifixion of Jesus. It is hard to date, but has been estimated to have been made around the year 200. So it's safe to say that we can stop now. If it's made around the year 200, that's 200 years after the lifetime of Jesus, right? Or I mean, do you agree? Or
it's a
I
depiction.
agree if that's what it says. Yeah,
It meant to be a depiction. It don't.
Yeah, meant to be a
If you look
depiction,
at
but
it though, the deeper story behind it is if you look at the graffiti, I don't know if you can pull up the picture of it.
Here it
But
is.
it has Jesus with a donkey's head. And if you actually
Jesus wasn't a donkey, right?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And some wings.
Yeah, if you look into the story behind the graffiti, there's in the footnotes and stuff. I went to the footnotes, and it
What?
basically talks about how there was like prophets that would walk around with donkey ears and stuff like that. So that's where they get the donkey from. But yeah, that I
That's
thought that was first century, so that's my mistake.
No, it's
that's
okay. It's okay. It's okay. The thing is that there's many websites or many people who will say, okay, we have this is this time period and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
here, for the record, this is the hosted on the University of Chicago. Here, I've shared a link in the chat right there. You see, so you have Chicago.edu. As a matter of fact, if I do that, hold on, this, I'm gonna do this. And we see that it is indeed the University of Chicago. So let me go back. And here we have the earliest representation of the crucifixion is the Alexamenos graffito scratched on plaster about AD 200. And it was found in 1856. So we went further than Wikipedia. We have a university that gives us that date. So, but I think we can consider that, it is more or less accurate, give and take a few years. So
I would say Luke. I've seen not that I can quote off the top of my head, but I've seen proof of Luke and stories of how his body was cut up and moved around and stuff like that.
I haven't heard that, but what about Jesus?
I mean, are we still are we still in 2022 saying Jesus ain't real?
No. See,
that's
whether something
exactly
is
what
real
we're
or not,
saying, my boy.
that's subjective. That is subjective. I'm really going at it from a historical perspective. You see,
Mm.
so if we want to argue the historicity of a person, it means that we have documentation, that allows us to come to that conclusion. And I understand that Christians and probably many Muslims as well would like to believe that such and such person existed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm asking for Jesus, and I've asked other people for Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad, as well. Some people say that there's no documentation, no records that mention about him during his lifetime as well. But since
Mhm.
you're not a Muslim, I'm sticking to your faith and your belief, because
Yeah.
the thing is that you see, that's what I was trying to talk about with the previous brother Pizel, because when he was talking about uh, why he believes Jesus is black, he was dealing with the Bible and other scriptures that deals with the Bible. And when he talks about the population, he's going at it from a biblical standpoint, and this is what many of us do. I mean, I don't know if you heard. There's a guy, Tazaya, who talked about a book called Sinai Photograph, and he said that there's attestation of Moses and Mary. I mean, hieroglyphic, and it sounded funny to me. I told him, it sounds like you made that up to me. You know what I'm saying? And that's what many people try to do when they want to deal with something from a historical perspective. But so far, we're dealing with this book, which is, some people say, the Word of God, but yet we don't have any records for. Of course, we don't have any for Noah. We don't have any for Abraham. We don't have any for Moses. We don't even have any for Jesus. And of course, I'm talking about during their lifetime, their lifetime. But in the meantime, in Egypt or ancient Egypt and many other societies, we do have records and attestation of people who lived, rulers, and so on. So why would we presume that those people existed if we don't have any attestation for their historicity?
That's a good question. And I'm gonna have to say right off the rip, I can't prove any 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 Jesus existed with historical documents. I don't think, me personally, my opinion, I don't think that they would have survived through all the stuff that went on back then, considering that Christians were being persecuted and Jews were not really people in high society. So I don't think a lot of that stuff would survive, considering how they buried their dead, what they wrote on, what they choose to write on. I don't think it would have it would have survived. That's just my opinion. But I would ask you this, Shaka. What proof is there that Narmer was a real person? What would you go to prove that?
We have the Nama palette with his name. It is contemporaneous. It is during his lifetime.
So you have a Narmer palette that says Narmer on it, and so we
The
can.
name Nama is written on the palette, indeed.
So that proves Narmer is real.
It's an attestation for his historicity, indeed.
So if we find something that says Spider-Man on it, and they find that 100 years from now, are they gonna say that Spider-Man was real just because they found it?
No, they will not, because they will know who wrote about Spider-Man for the first time. They will know that it comes from Strange or DC Comics that now we call Marvel Comics. So they will not argue that he was a real person. Besides, that's a superhero. So he was
My
not
point, my point being is that just because you find something with somebody's name on it and a picture of them, that could have been somebody that they created. That could have been a superhero for them.
Well, you can argue that, but historians don't have the argument,
What I'm saying
And
is, it's not. You'll never have concrete proof of something that far back. That's my point.
so do you have concrete proof for any person mentioned in the Bible then?
No, there's no concrete proof of. There's not. We don't even know what the first Bible is. We had, like you told me, we have copies of a copy of a copy. We don't even know who wrote the first one.
You're correct, but it's not that we have copies of the copies of the copies. To be more precise, I just want to share it with everybody. It's really what we don't have, and I'm going to share the link. So it is Christianity here, and I'm sharing the link. I'm quoting Dr. Bart D. Ehrman, PhD. Make it larger. And he says, in the book, he's quoting Jesus, page 10. I'm going to start here. Not only we do not have the originals. Okay, let me start from the beginning, because so people understand that we're talking about, the New Testament here. This kind of realization coincided with the problems I was encountering the more closely I studied the surviving Greek manuscripts of the New Testament. And he says Greek manuscripts, because a lot of people talk about the Hebrew, but it is one thing to say, that's the New Testament though, it's not the Old Testament. It's one thing to say that the originals were inspired, but the reality is that we don't have the originals. So saying they were inspired doesn't help me much unless I can reconstruct the originals. Moreover, the vast majority of Christians for the entire history of the church have not had access to the originals, making their inspiration something of a moot point. And that's the kicker right here. Not only do we not have the originals, we don't have the first copies of the originals. We don't even have copies of the originals, or copies of the copies of the copies of the originals. What we have are copies made later, much later, sorry. In most instances, there are copies made many centuries later. And these copies all differ from one another in many thousands of places. As we will see later in his book, these copies differ from one another in so many places that we don't even know how many differences there are. Possibly, it is easiest to put it in comparative terms. There are more differences among our manuscripts than there are words in the New Testament. That was just, for the record, just quoting the PhD.
That's crazy.
I mean, the key word for me that you read right there was we don't have the original. He didn't say there is no originals. He said we don't have them.
But
how do we know? How do we know? How do we know that there was an original? If we don't have not only the original, we don't have the copies of the original, not the copies of the copies of the original.
So is there no original Bible?
That's basically what he's saying.
That's what he said.
So,
okay, you're right. There is the original because you have a Bible, right? So whoever wrote whatever book, it's the original book, but that doesn't mean that the information is original. Where does the information come from?
I think the mistake a lot of people make though is they think like you're looking for an original Bible with all 5 books in it, or like
That would
they
be
put
the Tanakh. The 5 books that would be the Tanakh. That would not be the Bible.
right. Well, what I'm saying is
Or
people
some
are
people may
looking
call
for
it the
like
Hebrew Bible, but I get your point.
yeah, but people are looking for an original. These were a collective of stories that were combined to create a book.
I agree.
Yeah. So
And when did they do that?
Hold on, let Andrew. I think she wants to say
Yes,
something.
feel free, sister.
Yeah, so my thing is, okay, so you got all these different religions out there. All of y'all are lying, or all of y'all. It's not all of y'all. Not you can't say what you have is true when there's somebody else out there with something else they say is true, and there's somebody out there with something else they say is true. Either somebody's lying, or all y'all can't be telling the truth. It's not possible. You might have a little bit, just a little teeny tiny piece. But all of y'all can't be telling the truth. How are we supposed to say, okay, you're right? I'm specifically saying your religion is right, and Christianity is right, and Islam is right, and Buddhism is right. How are we supposed to say all of these are right?
That's what it is.
And you can't. It's a stretch of the imagination.
Because it's dead. They have their own God. So whoever God they follow, that's what it's going to be. And that's what people don't understand. It's a man thing. It's not nothing genuine from no creator. That's why it have so many gods on the earth. You know what I mean?
It's crazy.
Right here it's extremely interesting because we have people in China. Many of them are Buddhist. We have people in India. Many of them are Hindu. Native Americans have their beliefs of religion. Africans had many beliefs in religion.
Many.
Europeans ultimately had some. I mean, before Christianity was their main religion, many of them were into, druids, but those different population, they believe in their religion or belief system, For a strange reason, Black people were told that our belief in religion were wrong. And we embrace the religions of our former oppressors. They put value on their belief. They don't care if people don't believe in it. They don't care if people say it's not factual. They roll with it, And besides, Christianity was very helpful for the Western world, just like Islam is the greatest thing that ever happened to Arab people, you see? Now we know those Abrahamic belief system caused us at least 1,400 years of slavery combined. And in some countries, it is still going. So why do we continue to follow those foreign belief systems that are imposed on us? I understand that the Hebrew Israelites and many other people who happen to be Black Christians, like Black Jesus Minister, for example, who believes that Jesus was Black, is because they love the story so much that they decided to put themselves in the mix. So then they will tell us what Jesus was Black because he says souls. It says souls in Revelation. I think it's chapter 14, verse 1. But we went and we seen that he says not just that his hair was white, because people think that, okay, it's an indication that he was old. He was only 33 years old, but maybe he had gray hair at 33. But he says his head and his hair were white, and they fail to mention the head part. You know what I'm saying? So even if we go by this description, then how could a Black person have a white head?
It's a good point. I've heard it read a lot of different ways. So.
Only feet.
But then they would add the feet like brass, and they
So
would try
how
to think that brass means black.
I'm about to say
when it's like a
The last
goldenish
time,
color.
he tricolor. He 3 different colors.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. So have you ever seen a person with a white head but feet like they were burnt in a furnace?
Well, okay.
I seen Black people with gray hair.
He talks about brass, right? And that's the color of brass. Is that black?
No.
Let's read it from the Bible.
That's a golden man.
Okay. So that would be Revelation, but I don't know the Revelation.
And there's another story. there's another story out there about the different colors. It starts with white, then it turns yellow, then it turns, and then the bottom is the feet that are brass or brown. I mean, they're trying to predict where it can be at the bottom of the totem pole, as it were. I'll find that one. I think it's in Daniel or something.
You ever heard about Allah being the first sacrifice before even Jesus?
No, I never heard of that.
I've had.
Yeah, I heard Shaka Atmos speaking on that one time.
Well, it's important to know what he's quoting because you see, we have the Quran and we have the Hadith. Some Hadith are considered authentic or reliable. That's what they call Sahih in Arabic, and others are not considered authentic. And so many times people quote Hadith and they say it's from the Quran, but it's not. But the Muslims do follow the Hadith, by the way, Sometimes you will quote some Hadith that are inconvenient to them, and then they will say, well, that's not the Quran, as if they don't follow the Hadith. But here, that's Revelation chapter 1, verse 14. It says his head and his hairs, that's the King James Version, by the way. His head and his hairs were white like wool. It's showing, yes. As white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burn in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. So how do people get that he's a black man?
I don't know. What do you get from that, Shaka? You got that he's a white man too, or black?
Well, I surely don't get that he would be a black man. But what people say is that, he had feet like bronze, like burnt bronze. And so,
I don't know, but
yeah, what I'm saying?
But his head is and hair was white.
Yes, but they focus on the hair like wool. So they say, hair like wool. It's like we have wool here, we have nappy hair. That's what they do.
But is white even a color? Is white not like paper? Like the what is white?
Well, we know what white is. I mean, not only we know what white is, it says
I'm saying
as white as snow. So we know the color of the snow.
So they used to classify people as color even in biblical times, as far as the Bible narrative goes.
But the Bible doesn't say that he was like white as a person. It says that his hair and his head and his hair were white. But that alone kills the argument that even in the Bible we have a description of Jesus as a black man. I remember an interview of the rapper Busta Rhymes, and I think it was before the year 2000, But regardless of when it was the Source magazine, and he talked about Revelation. He says, when you read Revelation, that's the description of a black man. You know what I'm saying? And our people have been rolling with it for so long. But when we deal with it, we see something else. And maybe if we deal with it in the Hebrew language or Greek, maybe, that will still be even further away from the quote unquote so-called physical description of Jesus as a black man. It's really all cap, as we will say today.
Let me ask you this, Shaka. At the time when Jesus was fleeing, according to the narrative, I know you don't believe in it, but according to the narrative, at the time when Jesus was fleeing and his mother fled from King Herod, who would be running Egypt at that point? I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking.
Well, we can find out if we are told what's the time period when Jesus fled, and then we can easily find out who the ruler was in Egypt. So do you have any date?
They say Jesus was born what, 1st century? That's what people say, or that was the time he lived in.
And that's so funny because I don't think we could say that there was a pharaoh at that time. Because indeed it is said that he was born, obviously in the 1st century. So that will be by the Roman rule. So we are told that Herod was a ruler. So who was Herod under? Herod was
Nebuchadnezzar.
the Roman Jewish client king of Judea. But who was he under? I don't think it was the ruler of the client king. Who was he under?
I thought he was under Nebuchadnezzar, but I could be wrong.
No, Nebuchadnezzar. That would be BC time, I'm sure. You know.
Okay.
Nebuchadnezzar. I think that's like how do you? Yeah. That's around 600 BC. Nebuchadnezzar.
So you're saying that at that time, according to the narrative, it would have been the Romans running Egypt at that point. Because you
Okay.
already had the
Well,
Alexander.
apparently it is okay. Herodian kingdom was a client state of the. Okay, let me share this better that we all see it together.
Okay.
I want to see what Encyclopedia Britannica says. Britannica, Herod. Maybe Herod was a ruler, but I would have thought he was under somebody else. So he was king of Judea. Let me just. I prefer Britannica when it's available. So born 73 BCE, died March/April 4 BCE. Well, he died in 4 BC, then he could not have been the guy. But anyway, in Jericho, Judea, he was a Roman appointed king of Judea who built many fortresses, aqueducts, theaters, and other public buildings, and generally raised the prosperity of his land, but who was the center of political and family intrigues in his later years. The New Testament portrays him as a tyrant into whose kingdom Jesus of Nazareth was born. Damn. They said that Herod was of Arab origin. And he was a practicing Jew? Have you ever heard that, brothers and sisters? I never heard that in my life. Hold on. Herod was born in southern Palestine. His father, Antipater, was an Edomite. Oh my goodness. Which means a Semitic people identified by some scholars as Arabs who converted to Judaism in the 2nd century BCE. It's funny because many Hebrews would like to refer to white people as Edomites. But here, Encyclopedia Britannica says that an Edomite is a Semitic population identified by some scholars as Arabs. And we have some people who say that the Arabs were black people, like Afro-Asiatic, who's many times in the chat. I think he was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still here. But anyway, who converted to Judaism in the 2nd century BCE. Antipater was a man of great influence and wealth who increased both by marrying the daughter of a noble from Petra in southwestern Jordan, at that time the capital of the rising Arab Nabatean kingdom. Thus Herod was of Arab origin, although he was a practicing Jew. When Pompey invaded Palestine in 63 BC, Antipater supported his campaign and became a long association with Rome, from which both he and Herod were to benefit. 6 years later, Herod met Mark Antony, whose lifelong friend he was to remain. Julius Caesar also favored the family. He appointed Antipater procurator of Judea in 47 BCE and conferred on him Roman citizenship, an honor that descended to Herod and his children. Herod made his political debut in the same year when his father appointed him governor of Galilee. 6 years later, Mark Antony made him tetrarch of Galilee. So it is safe to presume that Mark Antony was a ruler at the time. Okay, so we got that out of the way. Who was Mark Antony? He was a Roman general under Julius Caesar. So probably the biggest ruler at the time was Julius Caesar, but hold on. See, last time. So he was born. Damn, he died in 44 BC. Okay, well, never mind. What was your question? I really lost the plot here.
Oh no, I was asking who was running Egypt at that time. I knew it was I know it wasn't the original Egyptians or
Well, Julius Caesar at one point ruled Egypt, you know, and there was some situation between him and Mark Antony and you know Cleopatra in the mix, you know, because she was like some Hebrew ladies, you know, she was, you know, puff give, you know what I'm saying? She was.
Yeah, traitor.
No, she's kind of going. She was going around. She was going around, going in circles. You know? But yeah. So I don't think there was a pharaoh. You know, I don't think there was a pharaoh at the time. You know, because we had pharaohs up to the late period, and the late period is when the Greek used to be in control of Egypt, and the late period starts around 400 BC, and I think the Roman rule of Egypt starts around 50 BC. Yeah. So yeah.
Would you say King Herod was a real person?
I think he's a historical person. Yes.
So
Pilate is attested for sure. We have the Pilate inscription, you know, because but the Ehrman was saying that, you know, some people say that we don't have any record for Jesus, so you know, his historicity is not attested, but it's the same for many people like Julius Caesar. But you know, we do have the Pilate inscription. I shown you. I made a video about that. You know, there's like one or two letters missing. Like it's like Pilatus in Latin. But feel free, brother.
In the academic circle, you know, they only go based off of. They don't. I don't mean to say this in a mean way, but they don't use like logic. They only use what they can prove. Right? They pretty much push logic.
That is logical.
Aside. Huh?
To go by what you can prove is being logic. Is being logical. That's logic.
No, I mean like they don't use let me say it differently. They don't use like their belief and opinion. They use only what they can prove because you get scrutinized if you try to insert your belief into history as a historian, you know. They'll say, oh, he's biased or and this and that, you know. But my question is, so they wrote Jesus into these stories with real people. They just wrote him in, is what y'all are saying.
Well, I'm not really saying anything. I'm not the one. Ramesses?
We don't know which one that they're talking about in the Bible, but we do know that Ramesses is a real person, right?
We know that for sure because I went to his exhibit in Paris. We have, you know, his name written. We have depictions of him, you know, statues. I would believe we have paintings also. It's just one of the most powerful rulers that ancient Egypt ever had. So his history is not questioned by any historian that I know of, you know.
And Pontius Pilate.
Well, once again, I mean, I can let me show the Pilate inscription because some people may think that I'm making it up. So let's go for it. Because some people would argue that we don't have any record that is contemporaneous to Julius Caesar. The writings that we have for about him come after his lifetime. Now there are two busts that are said to be during his lifetime, even though they're not maybe 100% sure. One of them is in the Vatican Museum, where I've been, but you know I found out that detail after I've been there. You know, I would have filmed it. And the other one, if I'm not mistaken, I forgot if it's in a Turin Museum, where I've been also. But there are two busts that are considered to be contemporaneous of Julius Caesar, but no writing. But anyway, Pilate inscription. Pilate inscription. Well, it is also known as a Pilate stone. So, for whatever Wikipedia is worth, and I'm sure they're gonna give us some reference. I'm gonna share the link in the chat here. V Bennett is saying they are using logic. So the Pilate stone, hold on, input baby girl. Okay, Let me hold on. I'm going to put baby girl with her mother because she's tripping right now. Hold on. I'll be right. Actually, let's have something interesting. It's gonna last like 2 minutes actually. 1 minute 48 seconds to be exact.
Listen, I taught polite how to properly debate. I can teach you how to
I don't
properly
need you to
debate.
teach me because,
Oh,
for
okay, no sweat.
example, what's the attestation for the Exodus? It's so good. I can write the story like a Spider-Man 2023, and I mentioned Joe Biden. Joe Biden exists. That doesn't make the Spider-Man story true. So we have
I agree with that.
All right. So that's what you try to do.
Have you
Because
ever heard of Sinai photograph?
no, what is that?
You never heard of that?
No.
I have the book Sinai photograph. I don't have it with me, but if we ever were to debate, I can actually get a book. It's like this tall, about this tall. Cost me about $700 to get. And Sinai photograph is a book that shows how they were able to show the hieroglyphics about the flood, about Moses at the bottom of Mount.
You must be joking, brother.
At the bottom of Mount Sinai.
Hieroglyphics about the flood. Which flood?
Yeah.
The flood of the Bible?
I'm sorry. I misspoke. I'm not the flood. I'm sorry. About the Exodus, about Moses, about all of them is written. Miriam is all written at the bottom of the mountain. It's a book called, I'm sorry. I think it's Sinai Photograph is the title of the book. If we was to ever debate, I'll show you historical evidence that backs up Moses, Exodus, etc. existing. You might want to do a better job because that book does exist. If I was to get the book.
The book might exist, but that's a world premiere that you're talking about. No scholar ever talked about attestation of Moses or the Exodus happening, let alone on hieroglyphics. I mean, it sounds to me like you made that up.
All right. There's a new Indiana Jones movie coming up, so I think I may hook up with Harrison Ford, and we're going to go on a quest to find this attestation. But here, for the record, it says the Pilot Stone is a damaged block of carved limestone with a particularly intact inscription attributed to and mentioning Pontius Pilate, a prefect of the Roman province of Judea from AD 26 to 30. I'm sorry, from AD 26 to 36. It was discovered. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Sorry. It was discovered at the archaeological site of Caesarea Maritima in 1961. The artifact is particularly significant because it is an archaeological find of an authentic first century Roman inscription mentioning the name Pontius Pilatus. And as you can see, the PONT part is in bracket, which means that it does not appear on the artifact because the artifact is damaged. And they do that. Tu vas la prendre, s'il te plaît, chérie? Tu vas avec maman? Ne veux pas me casser les pieds alors. Sorry about this. But Pilatus is in full. Okay. It is contemporary to Pilate's lifetime and of course with what is known of his reported career. In effect, the inscription constitutes the earliest surviving and only contemporary record of Pilate, who is otherwise known from the New Testament. Amène les chaussettes. Je suis en train de faire un live. Tu veux pas me déranger encore plus que me dérange déjà? So, who is otherwise known from the New Testament and apocryphal texts, the Jewish historian Josephus and writer Philo, and brief references by Roman historians such as Tacitus. And here, that's the actual artifact. And here it looks like the P, probably the I here, the L, the A, the T, the V that was a U for them back in the day, and here it looks like a S. So Pilatus, and here that's basically the U and the S. And if we go back, remember what they showed us. The PONT part is missing, is damaged. So what remains is the IUS. And if we go back again, then it means that this will be the I here, and the U and the S.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but let me ask you, what do you think happened to the rest of that stone right there?
Well, clearly it was damaged. I don't know how it was damaged, but it happens for countless reasons.
Zoom in on the part that's damaged right before the name starts.
Yeah, you asked me what happened to that part here that was damaged?
Right. Yeah. What does that look like to you?
I don't know what happened, but it was surely damaged. That's for sure.
Okay. Okay.
So we do have a record for Pontius Pilate. So feel free.
It looks like somebody beat it off. That's what it looks like to me.
Oh,
Not saying that they did it purposely to hide it.
I wouldn't think so, because if somebody wanted to damage it, why damage just that part? Why not damage the whole thing?
Yeah.
Maybe the damage was not done on purpose. Maybe the actual limestone here, for whatever reason, fell off.
Right.
Or maybe it was accidental. I mean, I don't know. I don't think historians know how it was damaged, but that happens a lot. I've, not to brag, but I've been going to museums for many years in many different countries. And in ancient Egypt, we have a lot of artifacts that are damaged. Many times the noses and the lips are damaged, and we have an idea of what could be the reason, but some of it damage may be accidental, some of it, not all of it. But there's also many other areas of the body, of course, on structures. I'm not talking about human bodies that are damaged, and same for many different artifacts like steles and stuff like that. And papyrus as well. I mean, papyri, which is the plural of papyrus. But feel free. I think you wanted to get somewhere with your questions.
No, that was it. I was just asking about that. I think the sister had a question. I seen her.
Feel free, sister.
No, I don't have a question. I was just gonna, in my say I'm saying go with the panel. I just want to say my conversation was all about the different religions. Nothing specifically to you, nothing. So that was my whole thing. Everything I talked about, from wars to women to everything else, was all about the different religions and how come we have so many, and yet we as Black people, we're already fragmented enough because of our history. Why would we continue to want to be fragmented based upon these different religions? There's a quote that I found that it says that before the American Revolution, the majority of slaves were not Christians. So what were we before, right? So we have to ask us all these questions. Why are we continuing to believe all of this stuff for all this period of time, and what avail has it given us? I'm not saying that people who haven't been, people haven't been raised to be good people, but you got people who are Christians who do all kind of, do kind of wrong. Everybody does something. And so I'm just trying to figure out how what benefit have we gained over time? We're the prayingest and the praisingest people on the planet, and yet we're the lowest ones on the totem pole. It's mind-boggling. I mean, when we got colonized, they colonized us around the world. It wasn't just here in America. It was done in other countries as well. So I'm just trying to understand how this is beneficial to us in any form. I don't care what it is. In any form, how is this beneficial? The stuff that Shaka's telling you as far as our, about the history. Again, out of curiosity of knowing history, what benefit is that going to be? What benefit is that to us today, right? How's that going to take us forward? Knowing our history in particular is good for us to know. And I'm not saying anything about that, but all this other religious jargon, how is that helping us? To what degree does you knowing that about Pilate, how's that going to help anybody? I mean, we're going back thousands of years when we have current, like he's doing all this stuff on pedophiles. How is all of that going to help? I mean, the situations that we have are happening today. Young Haywood talks about it all the time. We have all these major things happening to us today, but yet we want to somehow keep jumping back there as if that's going to help us. How is that helping us? So that's where I'm at, and that's what my conversations were about. All the different things in these particular religions are wreaking havoc in our communities, and people are finding finding these out, finding stuff out as we're getting older, that we wasted a lot of time believing a lot of this stuff, and hopefully these younger men like Shaka and young Heru and V. Bennett's a few years younger than me, but hopefully, the younger that these people are getting all this understanding where we come from, the quicker they can get out of it and start living a more productive life that's not based upon a belief system, but that is based on knowing what you know and moving forward from there. And I appreciate, Shaka, I'm 100% down with all the stuff that, I go out there and I like all your videos. I don't comment, but I do every video you show of every museum you go to. I go out and I watch every single last one of them, and I make sure I press the like button for all of them, because I want your knowledge to be out there for all of us to see, and I appreciate that. But all this other stuff about religion, all that kind of stuff, man, I'm just wondering if we've got so many of them, and the end premise of all of those is for all of us to wind up in hell. You tell me, how is that supposed to be beneficial to the masses of people? It just makes no sense to me. And that I'm gonna get off the panel and go back to chat so I can go in the chat.
I appreciate, and I agree with a lot of what you said. How is Pontius Pilate gonna help us nowadays, but I do believe the saying, if we don't know where we've been, we don't know where we're going. And I did say that. I said it's important for us to know, but knowing about the religious aspect of all of that, how is that helping? Knowing who we are is one thing. Like when he goes back and he goes into all these museums and shows the artifacts of our people and what we contributed to this world. That part I understand, but all the religions that have come about, and look, and I know we probably practice some type of something. I'm not saying that, but we didn't. From my understanding, and Shaka, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't go around murdering people to try to make them believe a particular thing. But Christianity has done it. Islam has done it. Clearly, being an Israelite has done it because they've murdered people in the Bible. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding. How is this helping us when it comes to progressing? If we keep having to go back and try to study something that is not relevant to today, how is that helping us move forward as a people, understanding where we come from? And I'm not saying that's why we're struggling, because we haven't been, we're trying to find our identity, but we're finding our identity in places that we don't even need to be involved in. And religion is one of them. And that seems like that's what's causing a lot of the disharmony in the world today, is all these different types of religions that keep, again, separating people based upon, if you don't believe this way, you're going to hell, you're not a chosen one, you're not this, you're not that. And how is that helping? That's what I'm getting to. How is that helping? How is your God any different than any other person's God out there and they believe they're chosen too? So we got all these folks who believe they're chosen. Some of them believe it's just 144,000 that are going to heaven. It just gets to be so ridiculous. It's like being on a hamster's wheel, and you just keep going around, and scared to jump off. Because once you get off, you're gonna have to deal with the reality that there's other things that are happening outside of your little hamster wheel. And so when is a good time to jump off and get back to reality, instead of believing you're going somewhere and all you're doing is going around in circles? Just like he was saying earlier, it took 40 years to go around a stupid mountain. Why? We have to really believe that. Why do I have to believe that? I'm just saying all this stuff is just a vicious cycle that if you don't get off, at some point you're going to keep going down. It just seems like it's just a path to no end. It's just a hole, just a black hole where you can't see the light for the day because of that. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents for what it's worth. And Shaka, I appreciate all. I'm out here. I'm down. And Young Heru, I appreciate you being on there, and D-Ben and everybody. I appreciate you, and continue doing what you're doing. And again, congratulations, celebrating your 19 years of being in a place to be tonight. And I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Nah, I
To
appreciate
real,
it.
feel
You
free.
know, you could tell she has wisdom. You know, she reminds me a lot of my aunt. You know, my aunt talk like that. You know, so I listen when the elders are talking, even if I disagree. You know, because they've been on this earth a lot longer than me. That's why I listen to you. You know, and I'm not gonna argue with you about nothing. I say my 2 cents and that's it. I do believe personally that the Bible, if people followed the Bible as far as like the commandments, I think our people would be in a way better place than we are now. Um, but you know, there's other
But
religions too that
yeah, I'm about
look
to
from it,
say
you know?
people will say the same thing from different religions. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I know my friend, he's Muslim, and you know, I see a lot of stuff that's in the Quran that would help our people. You know, for one, I can give an example of is the way the women cover themselves. It's not so much that you know women need to cover themselves as much as it is to hide from the lust of men. You know, and us being so lustful that we can't control ourselves. You know,
Yeah,
and
you got a good point, but the same way in certain place in Africa, the women them could walk with their chest out and men wouldn't do rape them. They wouldn't, if they married, they would even look at them, and they have different kind of jewelry to say who's married, who have kids. So like you said, is the mentality of this is of men certain in certain countries. So that's a great point, but like you said, I know that's good too that women cover themselves, but why I feel that way? You see what I'm saying? Is it because of the part of the world I came from? You know what I mean? So yeah, it's interesting topics.
well, I
But to
mean, yeah,
real, you said that if we follow the Bible, the commandments,
mm,
we will be in a better place.
right.
But what about this commandment here? That if a man finds a damsel that is a virgin and is not betrothed, and he lay hold on her and lie with her, and they be found, then the man basically has to pay 50 shekels to the father, and he will have to marry her and cannot divorce her. We have established that this translation from the King James Bible, really, if we look at it, all the translations, they have translated that Hebrew word tafas,
Mm,
which they have translated as forcefully, have sex with her, or rape. It's not something that is done willingly.
no,
You see, it forces her to have sexual relations.
I
He
agree.
seizes her and lies with her. And
Yeah.
if I look for rape, I know it's going to come up several times. But
Hmm.
here, you see, you have rapes her here. Here you have, if a man rapes a virgin, here you have takes hold of her, rape her. So do you still believe that we will be in a much better place if we follow this commandment?
That's part of the 12 commandments.
No, not the Ten
Or 10
Commandments.
commandments.
That's Deuteronomy. That's the Torah. That's the Tanakh. That's the Old Testament.
Yeah, yeah,
The Hebrew Bible, as some people call it.
right. That was written by men that's how they dealt back then. They still deal like that today, Shaka. I was telling you that up in Kazakhstan, they still kidnap women. That's how men did it back then.
In
Yeah,
Kazakhstan, they don't
some
follow the Torah. But
hmm?
in Kazakhstan, they don't follow the Torah. I believe there are Muslims over there.
No, but that's in their culture. It's a culture thing. It's not so much a religious thing.
Yeah.
People wrote their
But
culture
you do
practices.
follow the Bible, don't you?
Hmm?
You do follow the Bible, don't you?
Yes.
So what about this here? I'm just wondering, like, will we be in a better place? Like, for example, if you follow that, you just grab a woman and and you pay 50 shekels to the father, and then everything's all good.
No, I don't think we'd be in a better place if we did that.
All right, so it's a problem here because
So
that's
because so, but hold on, because you went through there and found one. So if I go in Kemet and I find one thing that is like a little shaky, I can
well,
say,
feel
oh, so
free,
we shouldn't follow what the Kemet
feel free,
people taught
brother,
us to do.
because there's one thing though, I love your euphemism because raping a woman is just something a little shaky. It's a bit more serious.
I didn't mean it like that, but yeah,
I know, I know,
Yeah,
I
he
know.
got
there's
a
That's why I
stuff
point.
in
say
there.
euphemism.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. You believe in the Bible, so But yeah, that's something, and that's just one example out of many, you know.
Right.
But that's probably one of the worst, to the point where I don't know. Maybe you're familiar with the brother Shah from FOPE. I had a nice conversation with him, and he said that to fast means seduce. So I looked it up, and I didn't see the fast translated as seduce, you know. But you know, maybe he would.
I would say this though, Shaka. Are we better off without something telling us what not to do, or are we just better off just following our human nature?
Well, it depends which
Um,
population you're dealing with, because what's for sure is that, you know,
Let's
for
deal with
thousands of
Africans.
years, Africans, yeah, well, for thousands of years, Africans didn't have the Bible, and then we have the empire known as Kemet, where they have built some great structures that are still standing today. The Great Pyramid of Giza was the tallest structure until they built the Eiffel Tower, and the Sphinx has been for a long time the largest man-made structure. The society was very successful. It lasted for a long time. Women had rights. They were respected. They could divorce. They could inherit.
they had
And
laws.
Did they have religion?
They
well,
had,
we,
yeah.
we could say that they had
Well, not
religion. You know,
religion, but they had laws, and after
No, they
all
had
the
religion. They had
commandments came
religion
out
though.
of those laws, right?
well, some of the negative confession, or let's say the writings of the Papyrus of Ani, which is located in the British Museum, uh,
Uh-huh.
we kind of find it in the Bible. It's not exactly the same words, but it's clear and obvious that we have one
Yes,
text with a
yes,
set
it is.
of rules or negative confession, and we have another text that have several. So some people say it's plagiarism, some people say it's copying, some people say it's influence. But you know, it's clear that there is a huge similarity, and I'm being diplomatic.
Oh,
But the,
don't you
go
think
ahead,
that
brother.
these writings, whether it's whichever one, right? Even if you want to go back to Kemet, because they have the same kind of perspective on what not to do and what, what will you shouldn't do and do. So in saying that, don't you think it's man nature that shows him not to do that before he even because of experience? Because in order to know what not to do, it must have a core, right? It must have happened to know not to sleep with your brother wife, or don't kill
I don't think
a
Shaka
man.
agrees with that. But yeah,
Huh? So
I
it
asked Shaka that
basically,
question, and he didn't agree with that.
but I'm just
Well,
saying it must
can you
have
come
come
again with
from
a
man
question then?
nature in order for him to write it down. I mean, how would he know not to do such? So experience comes first, nature comes first, then you put it down on paper. The thought, it's not just an empty thought, you know what I mean? It's repercussions when you do such. So I feel, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
because I read in Kemet where it says, "I have not laid with a young boy," or something to that effect. And
Hmm.
I
Uh-huh.
asked Shaka about that, and he said that it didn't necessarily have to happen for them to say not to do it, right?
Well, I
I
would agree
don't.
with that. I would agree with that because, you know, some people argue that, okay, because they have that, some people translate it as I did not lay with another man, or I did not sleep, or I did not have sex with another man. And some people argue that, okay, because they had that, then it means that some of them were practicing homosexuality, because
I believe that.
homosexuality was practiced from time immemorial. It was everywhere. But I've told people, how do you know that they didn't see some foreigners practicing it, and they figured, okay, well, I'm not going to do that, you know? But I mean, that bestiality, some people do it. When somebody argue that everybody practice, like in every country, people practice bestiality, that every ethnic
No,
group
no,
practice
that's
bestiality.
exactly what I was getting at. Just
Mm.
because they wrote it down doesn't mean that they were doing it or the majority were doing it. You never know what kind of actions any human might have committed in any time. Like
Yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
you can't come to these kind of conclusions. You could never approve or not prove those things.
yeah, how do we
So
know?
so
Like,
you
like
don't know, either way. You know what I mean? It could be, but why would they even have to come to such a conclusion? So you don't know. So like it could be one man that had a horrible act, and you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, yeah.
you know, the Papyrus Ani, the scribe of Ani, I think he lived in around 1100 BC. But you know, don't quote me on that. I mean, have a look at what I'm talking. But before that, the Hyksos, kind of ruled Kemet somewhere around 1700 until 1500. But that's roughly, that's approximate. So who knows that maybe the Hyksos, who ruled some parts of Kemet, were not practicing that, and then they figured, okay, I will not do that, or I have not done that. I'm saying we don't know for sure. But what was the question that you wanted to ask me though?
Shaka, I don't know how long
to
you're going to be on, but I'm about to step away for a minute. But if I don't come back, it's all good, all right?
Yeah, no problem, brother. No problem. Appreciate you, brother. So yeah, you said did you mean the other Shaka Amos, or did you mean me?
No, I was saying Shaka didn't agree with that because I remember I asked you about why they wrote "I have not done this, I have not done that" if they never done it, and you told me that they didn't necessarily have to do it to write not to do it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I mean those are things that we don't know, to be honest. But here, for the record, the Papyrus of Ani. Did I have a date here? Theban scribe anyway. They don't have any. Okay, created 1250 BC. So I said 1100. I was off by 100 and 100 years. Let's say 150 years. So, but for example, talking about commandments or writings that we would need in order to thrive and not and be better off. Like I'm not aware of any religious writing that says you should not rape your mother. You know what I'm saying? So something somehow somewhere lets us know that that would be foul. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's an argument that a lot of people make. You know, the commandments. How to live your life and be good. But way before those things existed, Kemet had a very successful society and empire, and perhaps people like Butler Reggie and Punk Sanera, who doesn't give a f about the Kemetic text, even though he claims that he's Kemetic, or he used to. They try to make Kemet look bad. For example, the Butler Reggie is on tape, and I'm going to play it anyway because it's only 1 minute long. He's saying that the ancient Egyptians who built the pyramids, when he's talking about the ancient Egyptians kings, pharaohs, he's saying that they were crazy. The world is marveling at this archaeological wonder. But this Butler find nothing better to say than they were crazy. And I'm looking for it. I hope I still have it. I went too fast. Did I go too fast? No, I have it. No, I didn't delete it. There it is. 1 minute long.
But I don't care. Listen, watch this, y'all. Look at me. I don't care about Egyptian pyramids. I think that they was a little cuckoo. I think they should have built a wall like the Wall of China. I think they would have been smarter to do that instead of building beacons to get attacked over and over again. I think those religious-minded ancient Kemetiu were cuckoo for Cocoa Pops for doing that.
You don't mean that, do you?
Huh?
You don't mean that, do you?
I definitely mean that. You don't know, Shaka? You know who you invited on this channel? Brother Reggie? Huh?
You're saying you think that the commissions were a bit
Cuckoo
crazy?
for Cocoa Pops for doing that.
No, come on, you can't say that. You can't say that.
Why not?
You can't say that.
I got some time. Hey, look, the late period of ancient.
Why would you go that far?
Oh, there you have it. It's not an allegation, it's a fact. So this guy, Butler Reggie, the beggar, he doesn't have any criticism when people, are convicted in the court of law for child molestation. But he wants to label the ancient Egyptians crazy for building pyramids, and we have other people for other reasons. They will vilify ancient Egypt, really vilify Kemet. And they clearly have text that says that, you can rob a woman if she's a virgin. And if you are caught, then you pay 50 shekels to the father. And he clearly says if they are caught. So if they are not caught, then the man is good. And then I understand why people use the term rape doctrine. mean, regardless of how many good things people will say we have in the Bible, we clearly have the part that says that if a man rapes a woman and she's a virgin and she's not betrothed, then he just has to pay 50 shekels to the father if they are caught. If he's not caught, he's good.
I'm not saying that it's wrong now, of course, but for those people, right? We have to stop thinking about like what we think is wrong. For those people back in that time, that's how they did things. That's their culture, man. That was their culture.
So you're saying
right?
it's wrong. You're saying it's wrong. So you're saying the Bible is wrong now, but back then it wasn't wrong?
I'm not saying that that God. What I'm saying is I don't think God promotes that. I think men wrote that in as their culture. That's how their culture handled things.
So didn't men write the whole Bible?
Yes.
What difference does it make then?
But it's godly. It's godly inspired for men to write the Bible. You get what I'm saying?
So it was godly inspired to write in the Bible that if a man rapes a woman, all he has to do is give 50
men
shekels.
added their own. They added their own.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because that's just basic. That's why I'm talking about how we don't use logic. So if I'm writing a book and I'm not gonna write anything that I want to put in there, I'm just gonna write what was told to me. I'm not gonna write
my thing is that this is obviously a bit inconvenient, that passage, Deuteronomy chapter 22 verse 28. Now you're saying men added their own thing. Yeah. How do you not? How do you know they didn't add their own thing for the story of Moses and Jesus and them?
Well, I'm not saying that they made it up. I'm saying that that's how they did things back then. They still do it to this day. Some people.
Yeah, but okay, but this writing is in the Bible. You do believe in the Bible, do you?
Yes.
You do follow the Bible, do you?
Yeah.
Why don't you follow this instruction then?
Because I know I can read, and God gave me enough perception to be able to weed out, oh, that's not right. God doesn't support this. Because if that's the case, then God contradicts himself so many times, which God never does.
Okay. Well, in the Bible, there's many contradictions, but
that man made in there.
Come again?
So, Shaka, you know how the Bible was created, like how the Bible became the Bible, the Council of Nicaea and whatnot, right? They pick and chose what they wanted to put in there.
So you're saying that the Bible came about during the Council of Nicaea around 325 AD, right?
Now, yes. The Bible that we have now, yes. Collection of books. Yeah.
Okay.
They pick and chose.
So is the Bible the word of God then?
The word of God. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the word of God. Not that we have now, not the New Testament, that's for sure. I don't read the New Testament. So
okay, well, is the Old Testament the word of God then?
Is the Old Testament what?
Is the Old Testament the word of God?
I would say it's closer to being the word of God, but I don't think any of that was written by God, any of it at all.
No, I get it, but you do believe and follow the Old Testament, whether it was written by God or not. Because I don't see God taking a pencil and writing it myself.
No, yeah, me either. That's what I'm saying.
The only thing that he is said to have written was the law, the tables of the law on Mount Sinai, and then Moses broke it when he was angry, seeing that the Israelites had the golden calf, and then God wrote it again. But it specifically said that with the finger of God, with his finger. But regardless, yeah, some people say it is inspired by God. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I can be inspired by God and still do bad things because I choose to do bad things, Shaka.
That I understand, but I was focusing on the writing that people label the word of God or inspired by God. This is what many people around the world do follow. And you said yourself at one point that it is wrong. That passage is wrong.
Yeah, it is.
So the Old Testament is wrong then?
Some parts of it, and there are some things are wrong. They're just wrong, man. We have to get
obviously,
past.
we can tell you are not from any of these Hebrews like camps because they'll be ready to crucify you for saying that.
I don't care. You know,
Oh,
what's
you need to
right is
care,
right.
brother. Be careful, man. Those guys, man. They're gonna make it look like you had a car accident, but he was really
Man, I know
calculated.
you out there in France, but I would show you something that I ain't worried about them. But you out there in France, and I ain't trying to be loud like that. But I ain't worried about no Hebrew
No, it's,
Israelite.
it's not. But I mean, I'm not worried either. But it's something to take into account. We have some zealots, like what happened with Dr. Martin Luther King's mother, and anybody on the planet Earth, can just go. It's very easy for somebody to go. You know what I'm saying? It's not about being scared or being afraid. It's just that some of them are zealots. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
But
yeah,
but feel free, brother. I don't want to make it seem like I want to put you on the spot or embarrass you. You know what I'm saying? The thing I'm saying to you, I would say to any other person. You know what I'm saying?
nah, I don't feel like that at all. I don't feel like that at all. I think you respectful. I don't feel
Appreciate
offended.
that.
I only feel offended when people are saying, "Oh, this book is a piece of crap and we need to get rid of it and do this and do that."
But brother,
And
can you blame them when you have clearly a writing that says that you can just grab a woman and rape her?
can I what?
Can, can you really blame people who will say what you said if they believe that it is trash? Because we clearly have a passage that says that a man can just grab a woman and rape her in the field. I think it says. Let me check again. Well, it doesn't specify in the field here, but there's another passage that said that if a woman gets raped in the field, she'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? But if she's in the city, then she's gonna have to go because she should have shouted or whatever. But I'm paraphrasing. But anyway, it clearly says that if a man is with a virgin, rapes a virgin that is not betrothed, and they are found, then he has to pay 50 shekels. This is basically making a rape legal. Rape of a virgin not betrothed legal. Or lawful, as some others will say. And then I'm not
So
surprised yeah, go ahead, brother.
I've seen, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen that at one point Africans, particularly during the time of Master Musa, that they were kidnapping women and making them their wives. Right?
Well, I don't know about that, but they were Muslims, so hey, they have a passage that talks about basically, I'm paraphrasing, but they can do everything with what their right hand possess. And when he says what their right hand possess, it means what they own. And they used to own human beings, like booty of war. They go to war against people, and then whoever they catch belongs to them. Whether it's men and women, and if whatever they want to do with the woman, as long as it is what their right hand possess, then it's cool. So they are
What do you
limited
think
with.
they should do with the women?
Come again?
If for the people that went to war and they captured these women and children, what do you think they should do with them?
I don't know what they should do with them, but it was lawful for them to do anything that they wanted. Like like if they wanted to get down with them on a sexual level, I don't recall anything that prevents them from that, as long as they own them. So indeed, they are limited in terms of wives, and the number is 4. Even the Prophet Muhammad had let's say special treatment. He had more, but that's a prophet, so it's okay according to them. But besides the 4 wives, there's no limitation on the. I don't know if I should use the term concubines or side piece, but any servants that they may have. You know what I'm saying? But then again, I understand you're trying to talk about the situation with Mansa Musa. But feel free anyway. Feel free, because I think we both made our point. So feel free.
Yeah, no, my point is that we can go through cultures in Africa and find bad stuff, man. Doesn't
Like
make all
what?
Africans
Like what, brother? Like what?
like them mutilating women, their private parts.
Oh, okay. The female circumcision. I'm not in favor of that, but they don't just practice it everywhere, and they don't necessarily say that it's a commandment from God. But many Muslims do
They just
practice
do
the
it.
circumcision as well. Come again?
They just do it. Then nobody's telling them, "Hey, go mutilate these women." They do that because of what they think.
Because of traditions and beliefs. But then again, it's not something that every Africans do. I don't even think it's 50% of
And,
Africans that do it.
but that's my
Um,
thing. Not every Israelite kidnaps women and do that either.
it's true, but there's a difference between the practice that the parents do. Now the child may not have a say. Sometimes they do it when the child is like an infant. Sometimes they do it when the child is a bit older. It depends on the different traditions. Some do them before marriage. Some do them before she's about to give birth. But most of the time, I will say it's done when the girls are children.
And you also
Uh,
have on the Norma palette, you have him holding people's heads, right?
um, I think we see some people who have some body parts cut off.
Yeah.
Maybe some people decapitated.
So
I'm
who
not
told
sure if
him
he's
to do
holding
that?
people's head, but I mean, we can have a look right now anyway.
But
Um,
my thing is, who told him to go do that?
but I don't know. But people will say that it's a celebration of victory after a war. So I think
Yeah.
there's a huge
He's about to
difference with
go to war.
a man grabbing a woman and raping her, and people going to war. But for the record,
Oh, come on, Shaka. You think that it's okay for a nigga to chop people's heads off, but it ain't okay for these dudes over here to take a woman and make up his wife.
well, the thing is
It's
that
better to chop their heads off.
in America and many other countries they have the death penalty. So then it looks like we're going to argue, okay, how should we kill people? In France they have the guillotine. They used to decapitate people.
Yeah.
They don't have it anymore. They have outlaw the death penalty in France. But they used to do that. They even cut the head of one of their king. But hold on, where is it? Hold on, just hold on. Go there. So we have the front. Okay, some people say the front on the left and the other side. But is it one of the side? We have both sides. Okay. So he's holding here on the left. He's holding the hair of one of his enemy. He has a
African,
mace, so he's ready to smite him. And on the
another
right
black man.
says who?
Narmer wasn't at war trying to unify Kemet?
Oh, hold on. It's not even showing what I wanted to share.
What?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do this. So who said that it's another black man?
Who was Norma? What was Norma trying to unify when he was having these wars?
Well,
Was he
people
not
said
trying
that
to unify
people said that
upland?
he unified the two lands.
Okay.
Some people
But he had
argue
some
that
war to do
those
that.
people were Asiatics, that they were foreigners, and then he regained control of the territory.
Can we zoom in a little bit, Shaka?
Yes, of course.
I can't really see.
The left part or the right part?
The left one where he's holding that person's head.
Yeah, well, he's holding his hair.
That's
But
not an African.
Well, I don't know. Have you ever heard any scholar say that he's an African that he's holding?
I mean, I was from what I know that they were at constant war with Kush, and they even captured Egypt at one point. And this is way before you have the Arabs and all them coming in. So
Well,
my guess would be that that's a black man that he's holding his head.
they were not in constant war with Kush because Ramesses II, he married a woman of a Kushite, as some would say, a Nubian woman. And if I'm wrong, people will correct me. Ames Nefertari. But there was some conflicts indeed at some point between Egypt and Nubia, ancient Egypt, or Kemet and Nubia, or Cash.
You
Cash was.
gotta kill the wicked no matter who they are.
Come again, brother?
I say you gotta kill the wicked no matter who they are.
But once again, I must say that the Hyksos sent some letter to the Nubians, the people of Kush, but let's say the area of Nubia, and asked them to ally themselves and attack Kemet. You know what I'm saying? So that will explain why at one point they went against them. That doesn't mean that it explains why all the time they went against them. But you had also the Magi, some of them, and I get that from the book Lettres Égyptiennes. Hold on. I've shown that book several times. I've even quoted from it. But there's 4 volumes, and I think I got it from volume 1. But I have all 4 volumes. And he's a PhD, not in Egyptology, but he also PhD, and he studied the Mad Nature for I think, is it 20 or 30 years? But anyway, David Desoudex, his name is. I'm sorry, Michel Desoudex. The book is in French. I don't think it's translated in English. And he talks about the Magi playing both sides of the fence. You know what I'm saying? Working for the Asiatics and then working for the Egyptians. So at one point they're like, oh, it's like that, you know. But so just to say that they were not in constant war against the Nubians. And on the other hand, the Nubians indeed took control of Kemet, and that's what we know as the 25th dynasty, you know, King Taharqa and them.
This is all new to me. I understood from what people have been teaching that's him with a Nubian.
Well, who said that?
I don't want to put no words in nobody's mouth because I'm not 100% sure, but I've heard it from people that study Kemet.
I think it's. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Kirby. Go ahead.
I'm going to come to the defense of the Israelites tonight. I help them out a little bit. In the scriptures, where you have things like the Israelites, and says God told them to go attack these people, right? And at the end of the war, after you defeat them, kill all the males. It says kill all the women that's been with a man, right? So all these married women, kill them. And take the ones that have not been with men. And you can take them under yourself, do what you want with them, or whatever. Just like everybody on the earth, there's good people and there's bad people, right? Now, somebody, like, you can look at a war, say like a war break out in your city right now. Everybody up. They done killed all the people, and you got some women left. Like, they're gonna be scared. They're not. Some are gonna go with them and hope that these people help them. You know what I mean? And I think that there's wicked people, and there's some people that ain't wicked. Because you see in the Bible also that the Israelites are also marrying women from Africa, also, and it wasn't like a bondage thing. You know what I mean? It made a statement that, oh, if a woman was a slave, a handmaid, bondmaid, whatever you want to call her, that's what she was. And it wasn't like hard slavery for this woman. Sometimes, I'm sure there was times they was beating them like they say they beat Black African-American slaves here. You know what I mean? So, but people forget about when Christ came, Christ made it, I'm not going to say made it make sense, but clarified what God wanted. You know what I mean? So it says treat everybody as you want yourself to be treated. That's pretty much the bottom line. And there's people that's gonna go out of their way and do wickedness, like we see in the Bible. There's a lot of people that went out of their way and did wickedness. You know what I mean? So we have to admit ourselves, some of our ancestors, like just a couple generations back, was engaging in like taking a little girl, whatever. It could be a 50-year-old man, and he taking a girl that's 14. You can go back this 2, 3 generations in the South in America. You see that a lot, and it was a common thing, especially in a lot of these rural like countries and stuff. And also, women always been in some societies looked at as the weaker person. So that's something with some issue with the men that feel that they have to do that. You know what I mean? Like I said, not all people are like that. I don't think the Bible, God in the Bible is telling you, go out there and you can go rape these women. Nah, it's not saying it's people doing this, and then they had laws of handling it. You know what I mean? Moses wrote those laws. God didn't write those laws. Moses wrote those laws. So just like Christ came, was like Christ was breaking the law all day, according to what these zealots were seeing, he was breaking the law. Just like he said, you're not supposed to do no work on the Sabbath, right? They'll kill your behind if you got caught plowing the field or I don't know, digging a hole or something. Like, know what I mean? Going to get some water. But Christ showed, like, yo, if this man's ox broke his leg in the ditch or whatever, you gonna sit there and let that man's ox die? Or are you gonna help him get the ox out of there? You know what I mean? It's something like, it's a lot of people that against the Bible, majority of them never really read it or understood a lot of things. They take little snippets and don't look at it in context and stuff like that. Like, why?
Yeah, allegories.
Say that again?
No, it says allegories, right? Lessons.
Say that again? Here we go, what she said.
It said
allegories,
lessons.
Right?
Oh, yeah, there's some allegory in there. You know what I mean? Just like, it's kind of like the dietary laws, for instance, right? They tell you not to eat pork, right? At that time, the Egyptians didn't eat pork. And I'm sure most of the people in those areas didn't eat pork because they saw what that animal did. You know what I mean? And it was an easy way to get sick or get some disease and spread the disease amongst the people. And you can have a whole nation of people wiped out, like, you know what I mean, from a disease. It shows like some intelligence that's in it. You know what I mean?
Hold on, KDP. Now, you said the Bible doesn't say go ahead and rape people, or God didn't say go ahead and rape people. Fine, but you know.
Nah, Moses.
Come again? Oh, we don't hear you, but
those laws by Moses, and they were telling stories of what people. I don't think there's a statement where God say go rape a woman.
No, I get it. I get it. And in any society, it would look bad if God or man say, "Okay, go ahead and rape woman." However, we clearly have that passage, Deuteronomy chapter 28, Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28, where it says that if a man, rapes a virgin who is not betrothed, and they are caught, then you have to pay 50 shekels and marry the woman, and you can never divorce her. So that makes it lawful for a man to rape a woman, and he has to pay the 50 shekels and marry her if they are caught. So if they are not caught, the guy is good.
Yeah, I guess you say that correctly, but I don't think that it's a law. It's something that the group.
I never said it's a law. I never said it's a law, but it clearly say what happens if they are caught. It doesn't say what happens if they're not caught.
That's the best judgment the people at that time could come up with, it, which is sick.
Yeah.
In these days, we'll start something that people 100 years ago wouldn't be sitting around. You know what I mean? Like, we go outside to go to the bathroom, right? Now we go to the bathroom in our house. It was different things. People thought different. There was different customs, and people looked at people different. Just like how white people looked at us in America. You know what I mean? At that time period. It wasn't always like that. There was a time where people actually got together. Of course, there was arguments and stuff like that. But people got together and did what people do when they get together. Trade or whatever, conversation, share ideas, culture, art, or whatever. And these are just times where people just didn't respect women like that. Sad to say. I'm sure, and you can find this in other cultures. I'm really sure.
I'm sure as well. I mean, in America, when did women get the right to vote? You know what I'm saying? Woman vote. Women right to vote in America. Women's right to vote.
Damn, I don't even know. I should know that.
So it says that August 26, 2020 is a 100th anniversary when the federal government certified states with ratification of the 19th Amendment pertaining to voting rights for women. So it means that it was 1920. It's in 1920 that women had the right to vote in America.
You know what I mean?
I'll say so.
If we get somebody from 1920 and bring them up now, they'll go crazy. They'll lose their damn mind.
And in Kemet, they had queens in antiquity. You know, over 1000 BC, they had women rulers. Women rulers.
And I read on Egypt, right? I was studying something on slavery, right? And I looked at the dynasties and stuff. I always get all that stuff messed up, right? But they were saying there was times when slaves was just like how we look at slaves. There was times where slaves like we see slaves, but they can actually might have their own business or interact with regular society. And there was a time where
it means they were not slaves. I mean,
But
we slave can own a business. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, come on, sir.
Come on, what? Do you really believe that a slave can own a business?
A what?
Yeah.
A business.
Yeah. No, actually, in America, I have read and stuff that some slaves they were having like they could do certain things. Like slaves in the Northern America was totally different in the South because you didn't have a separate house or say like how they had like quarters and stuff for slaves like in the South, say like South Carolina, Georgia and stuff. And in the North side, Massachusetts, Connecticut, these slaves lived in the household. Just like you see now, there'd be a nanny or something that lives in some rich people's house. Just like that.
But you know, I mean, my question to you, Kid B, and we have the right to disagree. Do you really think that it is possible in any society for a slave to own a business?
Yeah, why not?
Why
and to
not?
say
Okay.
you're under debt, you gotta work.
But if
you
you're on the
work
debt,
for
you're
somebody,
paying.
and the owner
That's not
might
slave.
allow you to, like, yo, you go sell these oranges outside.
That's not slave. That's paying the debt. That's
money.
That's not slavery. If you're paying the debt, you're paying the debt. That's not slavery.
Let me ask you this, though, Shaka.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
What about?
Let me see how I'm gonna frame it. Hold on. Let me ask you this.
All right. Okay.
And this is only to back up what Witchfinder is saying, right? There are prisoners who are allowed to leave the prison. Does that make them not a prisoner? Or
Prisoner is not a slave.
Huh?
A prisoner is not a slave.
No, but I'm asking you in the is it still a prisoner just because he's
A
allowed to
prisoner.
leave? Does that make him not a prisoner anymore?
Somebody echo.
Yeah, they both can't leave.
Yes, somebody has a
What was the question?
The question is, you have some prisoners who are allowed to leave the prison. So he's asking, is he not still a prisoner?
What you mean they're allowed to leave the prison? They're on house arrest? They're going on
furlough.
Huh?
It's called a work furlough.
Now, but they still are prisoner because they still under the restrictions. When they clean in the road,
No, my uncle was locked up for 23 years, right? He was allowed to leave the prison, like not go work on the roads. He was allowed to leave and go work a regular job. Like,
why? Well, he did his time.
Huh?
He did his time, right?
No, he still stayed locked up. He had to go back to the prison at night. He had to go back.
But you know,
I know what you're talking about. That's that work privilege.
Hold on. Who has the loudspeaker on? Because there's echoing for
I
a
might be
minute.
me. I'll fix it.
Yeah, if you can use a headset, that will help us. But go ahead, young hero.
I said I don't know how true that is, but I think that's under only certain conditions, depending on the crime or whatever the case may be. But I don't know if it's a program or something they allow them to go to. But I think I heard some about that once before, and they're still a prisoner because when curfew come, they gotta go back to the cell.
Well, you know, my thing, that's why I answered.
So we go out making some bread.
Texas Bama work release. But you know, here we're talking about something totally different. You know, a slave is not a prisoner. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody can be enslaved even though he has not committed any crime. And the things that I know where I grew up, he was just living next door to me. He was underage and he killed somebody, he stabbed somebody to death. So he did his sentence, but he was underage when he did it. So the sentence wasn't that long, you know. And for Christmas time, he was released. I saw him, you know what I'm saying? I saw him, and you know, and then after, I don't know how long they let him go. And then he went back to jail to finish his sentence, you know what I'm saying? So and some people are indeed on house arrest, but that's not the same thing at all. Now, the slavery narrative in ancient Egypt, it comes from the Bible. It's theology. It's not history.
Right. I agree. Agree with that.
Is my mic still?
Maybe a little history in
No,
there. A little.
oh, what? Which?
Yeah, I
Can
think
it
that's
be?
2 meals.
Are you on loudspeaker?
Nah, I think I gotta leave and come back in. I'll leave and come back.
Okay. But if you have a headset, that would be sorted. Oh, it's gone. Okay. Come back. But feel free, Kirby.
Yeah. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah. I forgot what I was saying.
Oh, we're talking about slavery. You know what I'm saying? Because he gave the example. First, I was asking you, like, you know, the historical is back. I was asking you, do you believe that a slave can own a business? And he said, yeah, why not? And then, you know,
I did a video. Where I talked about that. We're in a place where that happened. It was a slave woman in Massachusetts or New Hampshire, one of the two. Yep. And they let her have a job. Like, she could sell certain things to make extra money. To make money for herself so she could get little things she wants.
And that was in America?
Because they lived in the city. You know what I mean? They live in the city.
I'm sorry. It was breaking up a bit. You said they were living in the city, but was that in America?
Okay, he was breaking up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, what was that in America? That woman?
Yeah, in America. Yes.
Well, if you don't mind, do you know the name of the woman?
No, it's one of my videos I did on like slavery in Harvard. Slavery in Harvard. It was something around that time. I was doing a lot of videos on slave life and stuff in the Northeast.
Well, if you find it, feel free to share with me. You know, you have my email address. But too real, feel free, brother.
Is my mic still messed up?
Oh, now it's great. No echoing. Everything's okay.
It's because my earbuds got turned on for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I think that's
it's the Most High. He doesn't want you to talk about him anymore. He wants you to go outside. Sa said that God is a beast. Most High be like, he's standing on me, man.
Nah, man. Nah, I always stand on the Most High. I just don't stand on what men, what men decide to put in stuff. That's what.
But how do you know what they decide to put in? How do you know what is of the Lord and what is not of the Lord? You have to pick and choose at one point.
They did, because they pick and chose at the Council of Nicaea, and that's
I get it. I get that, but you follow the Torah, you follow the Tanakh, right?
Yeah.
So how do you know that a particular passage has not been tampered with, that there was no human intervention? Or how do you know that this is something that you can follow?
I mean, to be quite honest, you don't, man. That's why it requires a lot of belief, and it requires a lot of, being in tune with God, and like he said, knowing what God really wanted, because that if you go back to the beginning, it said that he put us here to replenish the earth, not to destroy it, but a lot of stuff that we do is destroying the earth, so that's how I know the difference between what's right and wrong, is because I go back to the very beginning of what it was designed to be, like how Adam and Eve were designed to be. We strayed from that, so now that's where we at. But my point about the prisoner thing is saying, like, there was slaves with privileges that were allowed to do certain things that you're still a slave, man. You still got whipped, you still got hit, you still got punished, if you did stuff, you still couldn't leave. There was people that put themselves in slavery, and they tried to say it was servitude, but we know that's slavery.
What are you talking about now? America or ancient Egypt?
In ancient times, there was people that put themselves in servitude or slavery, whatever you want to call it.
You mean to
Same
pay a
thing.
debt, right?
No, some people couldn't pay their bills, and so like being a homeless person, you know, you can go to somebody that has money and say, "Look, I want to be your servant," and you're a slave.
Well, yeah, well, you know,
Also
servitude,
for injuring a person.
servitude in
For
that
injuring,
sense,
I think for
I
injuring
wouldn't
a
say that's
person.
slavery, and that's surely not chattel slavery. But go ahead, Kiddo B.
Yeah, so in some cases, that person could be into like life. I don't know if it's lifetime. I got to go back and find it. But say like you hurt somebody. Say I do something and poke somebody's eye out. You know what I mean? I got to take care of that person. You know what I mean? I'm in debt to that person.
But
Or like if you injure somebody, I
that
shoot
ancient
you with
Egypt?
something, break your arm. I got to pay for your doctor bills.
Is that ancient Egypt or somewhere else?
You know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff in there that makes sense.
Right. There's stuff that makes sense, but you know what? There's stuff that don't make sense too. And the thing about it is like, you know, when you think of it like this is how I look at Abrahamic religion. I'm gonna be honest with you. And a lot of religion, just you know, the more words there are in a religion, the more quote unquote stories and rules and things, you know, particularly these stories, the more fault I find in it, you know, because to me it's like what's the most important is the center thing, you know, the most center thing that probably be the most important for any religion is treat other people how you want to be treated, you know, very simple, very simple and basic. Fairness, right? And what I find about religion when we go, you know, modern religion or these kind of Western religions, but modern religion, not just Western, when they have all these stories and all these things, it reminds me of a bad marriage, you know, like or a old girlfriend, a girlfriend, you know, you love her, and or boyfriend for the ladies out there, you know, you love him, and you go home to your friends or your family, and you explain how, you know, no, you know, but she loved me though. She treated me bad though, but she loved me, you know. And then you explain all the good things about it, and then some one of your friends try to tell you the bad things. Yeah, but if she loved you, then she wouldn't do this, and this. Or if it was good for you, if she was good for you, or if he was good for you. And the person that loves that person, they just can't. They won't hear it. They won't hear it. And you know, but you could try to hold on to that thing as long as you want. You could hold on to it, but why hold on to a bad girlfriend? Why, or not bad? I don't mean like she's that bad, but why hold on to the one that's just not for you? And why try to explain that it's for you? Why spend all those years? And there's literally years, and I'm not even talking about religion now. There's literally years of people in bad relationships that spend decades trying to explain that they're the right one when it's just like, no, you just met one that was really cool and really nice, but when you realized y'all weren't really meant to be forever, you forced it. You tried to force yourself and force the relationship. And to me, that's what it sounds like. The more and I'm not talking about I'm not talking about you, too real. I just mean the whole conversation. I'm glad you came on here because your participation lasted a certain amount of time. A lot of cats be coming on here and they get irate and angry and just leave or hang up. You know what I'm saying? Or you know, everybody can't even have a conversation these days, man. So, but just so thank you on that note, you know. But
yeah, thank you,
it
brother.
does, yeah. But it does kind of after a while when I just hear it, it just makes me think like, wow, I've heard this before somewhere, and it's just excuses. Like sometimes we make excuses for things we
When
want
you're
to be.
taught in the
Yeah.
go ahead, Mel. Go
Oh,
ahead, my
what you
bad.
say, bro? What you say?
No, I was gonna say the Bible is looked at as a parent to the person. So this how you said, like, a girlfriend, she might get on your nerves or something like that, right? And but you still like her, like your boy will tell you about her and stuff. But if you look at it as a parent, one thing that we were taught, especially when you come to Hebrew stuff.
Yeah, you can't leave the parent. You can't break up from the parent. It's like you take it or you know, you have to take it.
Spoke with it. Sometimes you're gonna be punished and you don't know why. You know what I mean? Or it's tough love. Just like your parents tell you stuff when you was a kid. It's for your own good. You don't understand it because you're at this certain age. But when you get older, you understand why they did that. So there's a lot of things people aren't willing to accept. And like I said, too, a lot of people.
You're in the matrix, could it be? I don't know if you can hear us, but you're in the matrix right now. We don't hear you anymore.
Look at old people. You got some old black people from down south or whatever. They've been going to church since they was breathing. And they live damn near perfect life. They sit there, everyday business, just like every other human being, without all the effery. Like, you know what I'm saying? And like, you look like, damn, this lady never, like, she just be chilling. And she just prays the Lord all day. And it worked for her. It worked for her. She ain't getting locked up. The police not putting her over and beating her to death. You know?
Mm-hmm. No, I hear you. I hear you. And I'm fathoming that. I'm trying to think about that. Like, you know, I'm thinking that, but that's what I meant by the more words.
Like, you can't have any doubts. They're just like any religion. You have to believe.
Yeah, you know, you're in the matrix, bro.
Yeah, we don't hear you now.
But you know, I wonder myself, like, don't get me wrong. If I read, that's why I don't talk about these religions, and I try not to disrespect them, because I know that there's a lot of things in it that are good. You see what I mean? And I know that most people on earth, you know, are probably born into a certain religion, and for them, for the most part, they might even take the words in it for granted. They may just live out certain cultural aspects of it. That you know, like some Christians go to church on Sunday or don't. Maybe some Christians just do these certain cultural rituals, but it's mostly the basics that they're following, just the basics. A lot of people don't even get into the entire book, and that's good enough for them, right? But I think the more people try to get into the stories, just the long, lengthy stories, and try to make all the stories right and make them all fit, I think that's where the problem is. And I believe it could be possibly, like Killer B was saying, the older folks, they don't do all of that. They don't go all into all the words of it. It's not even necessary for them. It's like, you know, people can take on things differently. You know, I don't know how the older folks do it, and I agree. Even my family, you know, you see many of them, but then again, we don't know, because we don't know. That was another generation. I mean, we do have freedoms today that they didn't have. Period. You know what I mean? And the last generation at all. So it's hard to interpret how they do things, what reasons they do them for, and everything. But you know, when I'm reading some stuff, and it doesn't matter if it's just the Bible, the Quran, or if it's just any kind of book, it doesn't make a difference what it is. If it doesn't matter if a gang was on the street and they told me, yeah, you know what, around here we do things like this. If it doesn't make sense to me, it doesn't make sense. I'm not gonna do it. You see what I mean? I'm not gonna roll with it. It doesn't matter what it is. If it doesn't make sense, if I know it's wrong, I'm not gonna make excuses for it, and that's it. And I think the problem with with some religion, people are not free to just say, hey, this part you can just go and whatever you think you do that, you do you, man. I do mine another way. That part I don't like that part, and I don't roll with it, you know. And I think it's just where the freedom issue is, you know, people not having the freedom to express themselves how they want to do it, and instead being told by other people what the right way is. You know how many times we hear people, I like you to, the one thing I like about you, brother, to real is that you do actually say, I have my own way. You say that a lot. I follow this way, I don't do what they do, you know. You pretty much have your own look on that. And but you know, so often we hear people try to tell somebody else, that's because they don't follow this right, or that's because they don't do this right, or that. And it's like, man, how many people can be a Christian or a Hebrew, and they don't think the other Hebrew follows it right, or they don't think the other Christian follows it right? It's like, why can't you just do it the way you want to do it? Oh, yeah, and that's just a thought for everybody. It's not really a question. That's just what rolls through my mind. You know, like the lack of freedom in trying to tell somebody else how they have to follow something or how they have to do it. It's just like trying to make something that doesn't make sense make sense. And sometimes stuff don't make sense. It don't matter who it's from. Sometimes you got a parent. What they saying don't make sense. It's just wrong. You know, that's how they did it. They may have survived, but it doesn't necessarily make it wise. I see Shaka laughing, man. What?
Oh, because
Am I rambling?
No, because he said some parents, you know, they say stuff is wrong. You know, you have some people talk about some attestation that don't exist. You know what I'm saying? You have some people who say that Ma'at is a bird. You have some people who say that Heru is Greek. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, some parents will teach us wrong stuff, you know, but then we live and we learn, we grow, and then it's not disrespectful to the parents to not believe what they said when we realize that it wasn't accurate.
No,
you know,
no,
but
it's not.
a lot of people do
Welcome
friendship
to YouTube scholarship.
Yeah, well, I'll even call it friendship scholarship, you know what I'm saying? But it's just amazing that, you know, we have some panels who claim that they're dealing with the information or with consciousness or scholarship. And they're as pseudo as can be. I mean, you know, Reggie is one of the most, okay, he's not one of the most pseudo person I heard. I heard worse, you know, as people talking about astral projection and all that, but he's definitely pseudo. Killer B is back, but you know, I'm gonna let you brothers make your closing remarks because I can tell that, and I'm getting, you know, ready to sleep on y'all. So let's go clockwise, you know. To real, please feel free to make your closing remarks, brother.
Nah, you know, that was it, man. I just came on here, you know, to get my part because I am a Israelite, you know. Whether y'all believe it or not, I know a lot of y'all like, nigga, you ain't no Israelite, but you know, that's
Man, it's for you to determine. It's not for me to determine about you. I don't doubt, you know, it's for you to determine for yourself, brother. I don't have no doubt in your belief, you know.
I mean,
at all. Just
Actually, to real, I have. Sorry if you be there. I have a question for you. You know, you probably heard Sa saying that the God of the Bible is a bipolar mother effer. Have you heard that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and have you heard of it? They said God is a B. You know the B word.
I've heard him say a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't disrespect your God like that over here, my boy.
How do you feel about that? Like, you know, how do you feel about him saying that?
I joined on this panel and talked to him before. You know, told him I disagree. We live in America, you know. I could say whatever I want about Kemet. He could say whatever he want about, you know. I think it's immature, but you know, it's a free country. You can think how you want. You know, say what you want, I guess. You know, I don't like it, if that's what you're asking me. I don't like when nobody say no shit like that. You know.
So okay, just out of curiosity.
I don't even like it. I don't even like it.
I'm a join for the because you know, I know this the anti-Sinetta. You know, y'all don't fuck with Sinetta over here.
Oh, it's
no, it's not even him.
It's not
I
him.
would never tell anybody that. I would never tell nobody that. I would never go around talking, even if I do not have the same faith. I would never I would never go at people that way. I wouldn't do that. You know, I don't find it necessary, man. It's just like at all, you know.
I'm a different Israelite though, man. I did my DNA, you know. I have my ancestry. I have all that. You know, I'm not
So,
not
well, if you don't mind sharing with us, like the ancestry, the majority, the largest percentage, where did that tie you to, or which population did that tie you to?
When I did, so I did my mom's side. My mom is part Italian. Her dad's black. He was from Ghana. My mom's dad. So I had that in there. A lot of Ivory Coast DNA. I think it was a little bit of Native American, but I know that comes through on my grandma's side. But it was predominantly African. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
From West Africa.
And do you remember the percentage?
I want to say the Ivory Coast was like 52.
Oh, I get it. Okay. That's
Yeah,
a
I'll pull it
majority.
up next time I come on here. I'll make
Oh
it
no,
my
you know,
picture.
you don't have to. It's just out of curiosity. You know, you don't need to
Yeah.
do that. But you know, how do you feel about, you know, like some people say, okay, the African is a Hamite. It's not my people. You know what I'm saying? Like this, for example, here.
As a people, I hate Africans because of what they did to my people. How can I let Red Pill come? Red Pill just have a different ideology than me, but he's still a brother. That 14-year-old African is an African. He's not my brother. He's not my people, period.
Now, what he said, a lot of Hebrew Israelites do believe that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it seems like there's 50% of you, at least, that he hates. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's a lack of. I don't think Tazariak get too much out of the Bible. Like, I don't think he reads other books, because when you do that,
Oh, hold on. He reads Sinai photograph, but keep going.
But when he described it, it was just like a picture. He didn't describe it as like it was an actual book and he read through it. He probably just looked for what he was, some confirmation behind it.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let's get some clarity. No, did he talk about a book or not?
He talked about a book with a picture.
He talked about a book. He gave the title of the book. He said the book cost $700. He gave the size of the book. But let's see. Maybe I made it up.
Listen, I taught polite how to properly debate. I can teach you how to
I don't
properly
need you to
debate.
teach me, because,
Oh, okay,
for
no sweat.
example, what's the attestation for the Exodus? It's so good. I can write the story like a Spider-Man 2023, and I mentioned Joe Biden. Joe Biden exists. That doesn't make the Spider-Man story true. So we have
I agree with that.
All right. So that's what you try to do.
But have you ever heard of Sinai photograph?
No. What is that?
You never heard of that?
No.
I have the book, Sinai photograph. I don't have it with me, but if we ever were to debate, I can actually get a book. It's like this tall, about this tall. Cost me about $700 to get, and Sinai.
So he said book several times. You know what I'm saying? So
a big book,
feel free to continue. That's just for the record.
Yeah.
It's bigger than his head.
I think that he went in that book to try to find something to prove his point. I don't think he read the book. Like, I actually read books, you know, and so a lot of people think, oh, you know, you just reading the Bible. Like, no, there are Israelites that read books outside the Bible. I read books that disagree with the Bible, so I could get a good perspective, you know. How do they say, like you know, finding a balance or whatever. But everything I've read has brought me back to the Bible. I think that it is a good book for our people. You know, if it's used right, it can be used wrong. I could use my car to go run over people. You know, it don't make a car wrong. You know, but I will say that you know, there's a lot of stuff in there I don't agree with too. So, and that's fine. You know, I'm not gonna agree with everything. You know, but I appreciate y'all letting me come on here and, you know, say my piece. You know, I am gonna come on here when you talk about Sinetta, because I heard some things and I was like, I've watched a lot of Sinetta.
Feel free, brother. Like, what is it, for example, that you disagree
For instance, the other day, for the other day, y'all were talking about Sinetta, and I heard y'all had somebody on the panel, and they said that he never countered what Inky said about Nikki, right? And
Well,
I remember,
have you heard him denying? Have you heard him say, "No, it's
yeah,
not true"? You
yeah.
sure? Can he?
What you gotta remember too, Shaka, is Saneto put a video up and then take it down.
Well, if he
So
takes it down, then there's an issue. That means maybe he's not happy about something that he said or somebody else said. You know what I'm saying? So the time when he said that when he allegedly denied Nikki should, I mean, being in a relationship with a 15-year-old girl from Harlem when he was in his 30s, did he take
yeah,
it down? Did he take the video down?
I'm not 100%, but I know exactly what he said. I
So what did he
remember
say?
because so he's talking about it, and he called Reggie, right? And he has Reggie on the phone, and he tells Reggie, "Hey Reggie, do you remember the guy so and so? I forgot the dude's name that told Inky the story, but he's asking Reggie if he remembers that guy." And Reggie says, "Oh yeah, he was the dude that you had beef with on 125th because you had your stand right here and he had his stand over here, and they used to clash." So in any court of law, that would not be a credible person to go to for any information because he don't like Sinetta. So he can say whatever he wants, you know.
But did Sanetta mention calling the police on the guy or something? Because I heard that's how he used to get down, but he
I
didn't
heard him
mention
say
that.
something about somebody like knocked his table over or something like that. I don't know about calling the police, but yeah.
So somebody knocked Sa's table over.
No, the other guy, the guy that made up the guy that told the story about Nikki. I don't know if it's made up or not. But
So in other words, Sonetta told you the story is not true. I never had a 15-year-old or 14-year-old girl named Nikki. And I never went to jail with a girlfriend that was 16-year-old waiting for me when I got out. He told you that.
He's saying, but he's saying that Sanetta them said that after the fact, though. If the guy didn't come and say about Nikki, he would have you never know if that was even premeditated, that whole phone call with Reggie to discredit the guy that said what he said. So
Right.
that's not credible neither.
But isn't it easy just to say it's not true? Why even go into a story? Can't you just say it's not true? Why say everything else? Why say everything else but the easiest words to say?
You have to discredit the person that's saying it to make him look discreditable. You understand?
But you also got to say, I never dated a girl named Nikki that was that age. That's not true. You got to be very clear in your language to dispute something.
But have y'all seen the episode I'm talking about?
No, and I was going to ask you if you can send the link to us. We'll look for the timestamp. I'm not even going to ask you for the timestamp because every time I'm not watching him like that, but when he talks about a particular subject, I have people tell me, okay, that's the timestamp, stuff like that. But I've seen several times when he disrespected me. He said, "Oh, you said I had a relationship." It's Enki who said it. It's not me. I never heard him say it's not true. I deny it. I never heard him say that. All I heard him say is, "Show the proof. Show the proof. Show the evidence." And I'm like, "What? You want a sex tape or something? Come on, man." You know what I'm saying? But it's very simple. Like V. Bennett says, all he has to do is say, "No, it's not true." And Enki said he cannot deny it. Yeah, go ahead, Tura.
That's why I'm asking if y'all seen the episode because he on the episode he does say that I never did that. Whether it's true or not, I mean, I'm just saying that.
See, that's different though. We're not asking did he say I never did that. We're not saying that. We're saying be specific as Inky as the man was on the phone to counter it. The man said a specific age. He said Sonetta was dating her at this age. He even went to jail for a year. The girl was still his boyfriend or girlfriend. And when he got out, they were still dating. And all this time she was a minor. Refute that with specific words. And that's the only thing anybody would even be thinking to want to hear. Nobody want to hear, does he like the guy up the street? Or did the dude say that mama looked like this or that or smoke crack? All of that doesn't matter. We don't care if you like him. Don't you understand you can molest somebody and a witness can come up and say, hey, that man molested my daughter and I don't like him. Why do they always come up with, well, the mama didn't like me. That's why she said I molested the daughter. This dude didn't like me. That's why he said I molested the daughter. Why is it always about like? Nobody have to like you. to tell the truth or to lie. It has nothing to do with liking you.
Well, let me ask
Nobody
you this.
has to like you. It doesn't make any sense. Why
Let
does
me ask
someone
you
have to
this.
like you to tell the truth?
Why is it that every time, and this is why I don't believe crap a lot of people say that leave Sinetta.
No, but here's the thing. Listen, brother. I'm sorry, young man. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Let me
Go ahead.
ask you this question again because I don't think you heard me.
Okay.
Why does someone have to like you to be telling the truth about you? That's an insult to everyone else that doesn't like people but tells the truth.
He's talking about, the guy with the stand. He's basically saying the guy had a beef with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, he had a beef with you, but
That right,
like,
because if you think
what does that have
telling
to do
the
with it?
truth, if you think telling the truth has something to do with liking something, that makes no sense.
I see what you're
It's
saying.
something called integrity. See, that's it just don't let this old man fool you, because this old man knows better. This old man should know better if he doesn't know. You see what I'm saying?
But to real, what did you want to say? Because I want to interject also. But go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Shaka. Go ahead.
No. Please be my guest. Be my guest. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Episode,
Sorry.
I mean,
Yeah. Continue, bro. Sorry.
No, you good. I don't mind at all. Like on the episode, he did say that I didn't, and this and that. I find it quite funny that.
How long ago was it roughly?
It was not long after Inky made the first video where he had to do call in and to do.
Yeah, but roughly, like, was it a year ago, 2 years ago?
I mean, when did that happen?
2 months ago.
Nah, that was like
you're the one who saw the video, so But estimation.
I would say 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Okay, fine.
Yeah, 1 or 2 years ago.
Okay. Well, feel free, continue.
That
please.
was like in 2017.
I mean, the video last night with Pharaoh that he did, right? I was watching Bro Sanchez do like a recap on it because I kind of missed it, and he took the video down while Bro Sanchez was doing his recap. And Bro Sanchez
took it down.
Yeah, he took it
down.
I
didn't even know that.
Yeah, he took it down while Bro Sanchez was doing the video, was doing like a review or whatever. And he took it down, and Bro Sanchez just cut his stream off with like 1,000 people in there because I guess he was mad that Starnetta took it down, but it's back up now. But
yeah, I saw that it was off. I thought maybe things went left, and then I saw that it was back up. But
I think
Young Pharaoh has it on his channel. Yeah,
it's because Pharaoh said some stuff about politics, and Starnetta don't really get into that because I guess that's the quickest way to get your channel taken down when you're talking too much about.
So Starnetta can't call God a bitch and said that Martin Luther agreed that Martin Luther King was a bitch.
That's what's crazy
that
to
God
me.
is demonic and bipolar. But if you talk about politics, he's worried about YouTube, having an issue with that. So okay, I get it.
And he mentioned.
I mean, do they? I don't have a channel.
I mean, I never heard of that in my life. There's so many channels that talk about politics. For example, the Young Turks. You know what I'm saying? Or the Young Turk. I don't know if there's an S at the end, but there's so many channels that talk about politics. I mean, that's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, some people say the dude's an Asian, and I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't want people to talk about politics. He wants them to talk about religion and go at each other. But if people start talking about politics and votes and stuff like that, but hey, I'm not making any accusation. I'm just saying, some people say he's also on drugs.
Well, he was saying like the queen is an alien and shit like that, and I killed the queen and all type of crazy shit. So maybe that's why.
He said he's made of tough skin and he's going in on the white people. So if he's worried about the queen of England and he lives in America, that shows that he's a female cat. But hey, he has a right to do whatever he wants. But you know what I want to tell you, brother, too, real is that what I've seen, and it's in the video that I play sometimes. It's 5 minutes long, so I don't want to play it. But we have the excerpt where the guy called Enki or Minister Enki. And, he says, yeah, this is not good. Blah, 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 blah. Then there's another video where Enki said he investigated and some people told him what's up. There's some people ready to speak, people calling him with all kind of stuff. And he said he's a pedophile. I heard he's cool with Enki. I heard Enki was on the panel not long ago. Not 2 years ago, more recently. And even a few weeks ago, he went on JJ7000's channel. And I was told he called Enki to ask him about it. And Enki was like, oh, I got to go. How are you going to be cool with the same guy that he knows for years? He knew him for years. I will say before 2010, because I remember seeing Enki on his channel back then, the new covenant days. You know what I'm saying? How are you going to be cool with a dude that publicly accused you of being a pedophile and the guy does not take back that statement? Besides that, sides on tape saying, "Who is Nikki? Who is Nikki? If I told you, you wouldn't know who she was anyway. If I told you who she was, don't ask me about Nikki."
Yeah.
So
And
these
he's the
people
same.
press him. Now he wants to be like, "Oh, okay, no, I didn't do it, but that's like 2 years ago." I mean, that's strange. But go ahead, young Harold.
No, I'm just saying I don't know what kind of like people will do what they want, say what they want, feel what how they want about whoever they want. You know, that's every day. You know what I mean? So it's nothing new. So whoever feel how they feel about whoever, that's up to them. Like, and whoever want to feel opposition to that, that's how it is. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? So in saying that, Sarnetta do the same thing to Mighty Hebrew. He vice versa. He done call Mighty Hebrew this and said that he did it again, and they sent him back to jail. And he never apologized for it. You know what I mean? And on his
Mighty Hebrew
show.
was on yesterday with
Yeah, so
young
yeah,
Pharaoh.
exactly. So I don't know what kind of men they are. So you know what I mean? Like how they curse each other, scam each other, all kind of. They the ones that say that. We don't say that. They don't, and it's shown. Like that's what they do, man. Like whatever business they into, hooray to them. But you know what I mean? Me personally, I do what I do, and if I ain't with that, I ain't with that. And whoever feel like they want to be down with them, and that's up to them. Hooray to them. Like it's whatever, bro. Like live your life, you know what I mean? Because this thing is irrelevant anyway. Because when it comes to reality, when the lights shut off, nobody don't give a damn about no internet, no YouTube. Is you get back to the grind, feed your
Oh,
child, make
it's
sure you
bigger
got a
than the
roof.
internet. It's
That's
bigger
what
than
I'm
the internet.
saying. So whoever want to be taking these things personally or whatever, this is YouTube. You know what I mean? It's not even on any scale that matters when you really think about it. So at the end
But
of
let
the
me
day,
ask you this. Let me ask the young brother this. How many times do I have to say your God ain't shit before you just stop coming back for more? I mean, how many times do I have to say it to you? You see, and that's what I don't really get, because for me, one time you say anything about me that way, period. It doesn't matter if it's about my cat or dog. One time you start talking disrespectful about anything, it's just one time. You see what I'm saying? And yet there's loads of people like, oh well, he said my God ain't shit. Well, that should be pretty important, yo. That should be very. Then he gonna tell you your civil rights leader ain't shit either. That should be pretty important. What's going to be next? What else do you have to? Do you wait till he get up to talking about your mama or your daddy? I mean, where on earth does this go on? In plenty of countries, they will cut your head off. They will cut your. It's plenty of countries they will cut your head off for talking about their God, and you will take that shit serious. You will be like, I ain't going to talk about their God because they take that shit serious here. So how serious do y'all be taking it? That's my question. Like, I just think that it's just bullshit.
I know for those that debate and have intertwined with them and the man that running the show, they could care less because it's all about a profit for them. But I'm not speaking for everybody because I know some people that do come on this show really believe what they're talking about, even if a lot of them their behavior show otherwise. You know what I mean? Like a majority of them can't even have a conversation like too real, and these are 60-year-old men. Like I just yeah, like Judah Nash, just the JJ. I mean, look at these guys, bro. They always back and forth cursing each other in the worst way. Next thing you know, they talking like, and the person that running the show is like, is his disciples, because yeah, they follow what he do, regardless how they get out of hand. If he decide, man, come on, man, let's cut it out. Let's get this man. They gonna roll with it.
But check this out. What's funny is that JJ is beef with Scam Cheddar now, and even Blood and Scam Nature went on JJ's platform to talk about me, and also Black Jesus Minister. You know, he has a live stream. Hold on, I want to show you. What's not? Hold on. Okay, there it is. Black Jesus Minister. I ain't even gonna share the link. Oh my goodness. I'm even going to share the link. Then I will show you. So title.
Hey, some people you talk about their alma mater, they'll beat your ass up. For some people, it's like that's enough, man. It is like this dude is out here talking about people's God. The civil rights leader ain't shit. It's like, come on.
No, but the civil rights leader, I understand they don't hold MLK to high standard. You know what I'm saying? But your God, yeah, you're supposed to feel some type of way about it.
That
But
was Black Minister.
here, Morpheus Napashadar, the HOK Hamburglar, and Ronald McDonald Sanetta Law. So this is scheduled for what? Is it already not yet? In a few hours, it will be the 16th. But in France, it's already the 16th. So April 16. What
That's
time is it?
tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, 5 a.m. for me. Well, actually, it's going to be.
Damn, 5 a.m. in the morning. Black Jesus gonna be up early.
No. For me, which means that it will be. But it should be 11, so it should be soon.
It's Sunday, man.
Yeah, live in
Sunday sermon.
Live in 100 minutes. So it's gonna be
What are you
Sunday.
saying about that, Shaka?
No,
Sunday sermon, man.
Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday's tomorrow for us, Shaka.
No, it's already Sunday for me.
I know, but it's
No,
Monday.
It's their Sunday.
No, check this out. You see, it says live in 100 minutes, and it says 5 a.m. Right now it is 3 a.m. where I am.
Oh,
So
that's
it's
2 hours.
In 2 hours. Yes, in 2 hours.
Okay.
In 2 hours. So after this live stream, you can
late,
go and check it out. You know what I'm saying? But that being said, so to real, basically, you took issues at us talking about what Enki said, but it's Enki who said it. But the thing is that, like it was stated earlier, this is only 26 seconds long.
Let's not forget the mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the mighty Hebrew, the baldhead nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
Did you tell Sanetta that you take issues at what he said about the mighty Hebrew?
I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of hard to get on Sanetta. I've tried to clock in a couple of times and get my spill, and and too many people get on there or whatnot, and they just stay on there for a long time and they don't ever get off the channel.
Yeah, it must be difficult. It must be difficult. When I used to go there, he would see me and put me on. But hey, there's still the chat. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, you don't have to. It's not an obligation. But
the same.
Yeah, the same thing, that Enki said to Sanetta. Sanetta said something similar, or actually worse, because being in a relationship with a girl, she's 15, it's not rape, it might be considered statutory rape because the dude was allegedly in his 30s. But, he said that mighty Hebrew did molest a young child, went to prison, got out, and was arrested again for trying to F another young child. You know what I'm saying? So you see, I didn't say
violated them.
No, hold on. Let me play it again.
Let's not forget the mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the mighty Hebrew, the baldhead nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
Yes, he said they violated him again because he was trying to F another young child. So obviously, when he said he was violated, it means that he was arrested. But even if you
He misspoke right there. Because if you know the story about what happened with Mighty Hebrew, some dudes try to beat his ass. Is what the story is. That's why I think he said the word violated. I guess the way he said it right there.
Okay. Well, it's possible. It's possible, and it will make sense. It will make sense. But why did he claim he was violated, or let's say beat up, or somebody tried to beat him up because he's trying to F another young child? So he publicly accused a guy of molesting a young child.
But that don't.
Hold on, and going to prison for it. You know what I'm saying? So how do you feel about that? Was he lying or was he telling the truth?
Quite honest. I'm gonna be quite honest. I was looking into that a little bit more after talking with you, because I knew a little bit about it. I didn't know a whole lot. I knew about them trying to beat his ass. I know about that because I heard about that a long time ago. But I mean, I wouldn't have him on my panel. Let me just say that. I wouldn't have him on my shit. Donetta is kind of fucking up with that. Yeah, I don't think he should have him on his panel no more. You know, in my opinion. But let me ask you this, Shaka. Right? Because you're out there in France. Do any of y'all live in America? Anybody on the panel?
Yeah, I do.
I'm from the U.S., man. I mean, it ain't nothing really changed since I was born and raised in the U.S. I mean,
okay.
what's
so a lot of black people, we rock a lot of Balenciaga, right?
What is that?
Who that? Me?
In the U.S.
I don't really care for no name brands like that.
Oh, is it the one with some S&M with children?
Yeah, that's like that's a popular thing now. Balenciaga, yeah.
I never
a lot of
wore
people
that.
in the hood still wear Balenciaga, even though they got pictures of little kids standing next to articles about a dude that raped a bunch of kids. They got pictures.
That's the ignorance of people.
But the thing is,
I got you. I see what you mean.
As long as it's designer clothes, the people pay the certain money. They're not willing to just throw it away like that. You know what I'm saying? Some people. Well, why not? You ask them. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure it's because it costs a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? If it was some cheap stuff, they would throw it away real quick. You have some people though, like Budweiser. Budweiser, they had some alternative person, LGBT or transgender person, as a representative of some advertisement, whatever. And I've seen that many people throw away their drink. They have the paper like that. They have it, and apparently they lost a lot of money because of that. But but that being said, I just have a question, if you don't mind, to real. So I'm not asking you to say any names or anything like that, but did the guys try to beat up the Mighty Hebrew, or did they beat him up?
I heard he got beat up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard he got beat up.
All right.
But you saying he got beat up, and that's what Sonetta meant by they violated him. Is that what you're saying?
Everybody who lives here knows, like, when somebody says violated.
No. I'm asking you, are you certain that is what Sonetta was referring to?
Yeah. Sonetta from New York. You don't say that the police violated you. You know what?
Well, some people, no. That's criminal reference also. That's violate is also is a criminal reference. It is. Okay. It's for getting sent back. Now.
Yeah.
But it's also can be violate can also mean gang reference, like violate. It can mean either one. And so the question is, see, what I was curious about that is, I'm not saying I know because it ain't my mouth. It's again, this is Sonetta's mouth, and he got a big mouth, and his mouth be about people all around him, all their personal business, all the worst things you would ever want to say about somebody you care about or like or have any respect for, or even work for and hate. It's like, it's like, but he's the one who said this. But he said he was talking about the police. He went to jail for this, and then he got violated again. He said violated again, right?
That means
so he make it sound like he talking about sent back up, right? Let's play that clip.
Let's play. It's still 26 seconds long.
Let's not forget the Mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the Mighty Hebrew, the bald head nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child. He came home and they violated him again because the nigga was trying to fuck with another child.
And they violated him
that
again.
means they locked his ass up again. But
exactly.
Bruce said
Now,
that was a lie, and yeah, like I said, man, yeah, this guy. I mean, it's the same thing over and over again, regardless of what. He's not the only one, and anybody that doing these things or have these kind of people around them, they need to be aired out. I don't care if it's white, black, anybody that doing these kind of acts need to be held accountable. And yeah, it happening every day. That's the problem with it. So, and we can't just speak on people that already locked up, because that's what need to happen. The justice system is taking care of it, but those that have certain status or have people that covering up for them or trying to protect them, we have to let it be known and air it out. So that's what it is. Go ahead.
But to real, like, okay, you heard through the grapevine, that he was beat up by some people, right? And probably you heard that it was because he was trying to do something with some minor, right?
Yeah.
All right.
But that could be true too. That could be true.
Do you think that he really did that stuff that he was beat up for, that he was accused of doing?
Well, if you remember the last time I came on here, we were talking about the case, and I was saying that I don't know if he did that, but after I got off the stream, I started remembering, because it's been a while, and I started remembering. I'm like, man, what did I remember hearing about the Mighty Hebrew? And then I started to remember, like, I did hear some shit about him messing around with some minors and whatnot, And so, yeah, I think maybe he did do it. I mean, I know if you get beat up in the hood, over something like that, I know that's common, especially I think he was from Philly or New Jersey or somewhere around there when it happened. So yeah, they don't play that.
Well, the court summary is Pennsylvania, so maybe Philly, but Pennsylvania. But
yeah, they neighbor states. So,
yeah. But actually, I was thinking about the second instance, because Saneda said that he went to prison for molesting a young child and got out, and then they violated him again. So you heard about the time when he was beat up, but did you hear about the time when he went to prison? When he went to prison before he was beat up?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I did.
And when you heard about that, like, were people saying, "Oh, he was set up, he was in a relationship with her, he was 17, she was 15, and she lied to make herself look younger, like she put up some fake date of birth, and the family lied, like she was acting like she was 13." Did you hear that? Did you hear people say that?
Something along those lines, yeah. I heard that they were like together or something like that. And then he turned 18 and then he got arrested or whatever.
All right. I get it. Okay.
I think,
yes.
I think yeah, they're probably a piece of shit, I wouldn't have them on my panel. But I will say this though, Shaka, there's a lot of shit that people do with kids and we still support them.
Like who?
Bambaataa,
Africa Bambaataa.
There's a lot of movie people still listen to African Bambaataa.
Well, Saneda is defending Africa Bambaataa. Saneda disrespecting me, Layla Wiz, and Hassan Campbell. Saneda talked about my mom and dad. They called them liars. Saneda not long ago said that, he's the one feeding my baby, that I can't feed my baby. He even said he's feeding my girlfriend. I mean, he talked about my family members. You know what I'm saying?
And that's the thing. Everybody have to speak for themselves. Like, we don't condone that. Nobody I know in my circle or my bloodline will never conduct this kind of acts, or what people who support that. And that's the problem with not just the black nation in America, globally. It's a disease that people have to stand for things that's wrong, or turn the blind eye because they don't want to be involved with the conflict, and that's what he says is true, and we have to stop it all around the board. You know what I mean? So yeah.
And we'll be speaking about the protests that later were organized with the hip hop Saints with Survivor, which took place in New York, March 27. And society didn't talk about it. Actually, none of these New York guys, Butler Reggie, who was from the Bronx, never talked about it. You know what I'm saying? Garfield, who apparently is not
Why
far from
not?
New York. Well, I don't know, but what I know for sure, they are pretty cool with convicted rapists and convicted child molesters. You know what I'm saying?
That's what
And
I'm saying,
so
Shaka.
actually, brother, to real. I don't know if you see it. Did you see the last stream that Senator made about me? The second one,
I
because the
did.
first one he
I
removed.
did.
So
I
you
did.
see, he's basically telling the people that I don't care about the children being molested because I'm supposed to talk about new cases. I'm supposed to talk about the stuff that's going on in France. Now, Africa Bambata is a new case, and the stuff that's been going on in France. It's on my website, but it's in French. I've been talking about it since at least 2013, a decade ago. And I got into physical fight because I talk about it with some gangsters. You know what I'm saying? So the dude is doing everything to deflect, and trying to label me as somebody who doesn't care. And he had the nerve to say that, regarding Africa Bambata, that, it's all fake. He said, Layla Wills and Hassan Campbell, it's all fake. And he used some other term as well to say that, basically it's not genuine. You know what I'm saying? So I hear you when you say, a lot of stuff people do, and people still support them. But Sanada is a prime example. And I'm not asking you to criticize Sanada or anything like that, but I'm just saying, he's the guy. And I heard he apologized to Africa Bambata. But
yeah,
you heard that as well?
Yeah, that's what
All
I'm
right.
saying. See,
But check this out.
Sanetta,
Hold on. Check this out too, real real. He apologized to Africa Bambata, and I'm going to show it to everybody.
Mhm.
He still has the videos though, where and it was not gossiping then.
Yeah.
Was no slander there. There it is. It's an interview. Did Africa Bambata molest Ronald Savage? Then we have Black 102, Black News 102 press conference part 2, Africa Bambata child molestation. Then here he has the former bodyguard who set the record straight. Then he has Dr. Ali Mohammed take on the Africa Bambata molestation. He didn't put allegation. He didn't put rumor. He put molestation. And I have the result here. You see? So he apologized, but he still has that on.
Yeah, why he still got the videos up if he feels he's wrong?
Yeah.
Go
Captain
to how many
Tazaria,
views it has.
ISUPK, addressing this time he put allegation of Africa Bambata child molestation. Here has Professor Griff exposes Africa Bambata and Zaza Ali, his ex-girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Here we have Sankofa and Herman Small talk about Africa Bambata molestation accusation. Here we have Dr. Ali Mohammed, the butler, and the butler Reggie update
But
on
look,
Africa Bambata. Jack,
there's always contradictions.
Hold on. Yeah, it's a contradiction. Jack Twitter, who used to be on this50.com, used to be a presenter over there. He breaks his silence on Africa Bambata much more. You know what I'm saying? So that was just for the record, man. He can apologize, yeah, but the dude, and here, it's Kidda B. I think, is he still here, Kidda B? Oh, he's gone. Kidda B said, no, I'm sorry. Kidda B uploaded the video of JJ7000 who said that Tohakabe is Sanada's cousin, and Tohakabe does have a lifetime sex offender. But it's okay. That's just in passing. So yeah, he apologized, but he still has all these videos. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, feel free, brothers.
It's total contradictions. It's like like you said, he first has all these videos. He goes out, it covers all this story, interviews all these people. Everybody is condemning Bambata. Witness people coming out saying, "Yeah, this is wrong. We got to do something about." All these people are doing that, and then all of a sudden, he goes out and he says that you don't care about it, and Layla Wills doesn't care about it, but yet he apologizes to Bambata. It's like, so at what point is he not going back and forth? He's doing the Macarena all night long over this issue. It's like, and he's doing the Macarena on every issue. It's like you can't,
like Neo
Sonetta, he come out and every time he opens his mouth, he's doing the Macarena about anybody, anything, left and right. Your God ain't shit. Oh, nobody loves the Bible more than me. It's like, yo, I'm sorry. You know,
You know
this
what
is
the thing is? Like, I don't like, all I don't tell people, like my oldest brother told me, that's why I don't even have the discussion anymore, because it just made it clear. Anybody who ever speak on somebody about what they do and feel like they didn't do it right, or whatever the case may be, all you have to tell them is show and prove. Do it better. People talking about Martin Luther King, look how much freedom you have. What have you done? Do it better than he done then. If you have so much opinion on what he did. So as long as you
facts.
ain't do what he did, just like people talk about Dr. Ben and Clark and whoever, what have you done? If you ain't do what he did, or even to compare, don't even speak on it, bro. Do it better than
Yeah,
him then, and prove
yeah.
him wrong. You
That
see what I'm
Garfield
saying?
Reed,
It's
Garfield Reed,
simple
and
as that. Yeah, all of them. And yeah,
Garfield Reed,
that's
and
all
the
I have
pseudo
to say
killers.
on that.
They've been, yeah, they've
Yeah,
been
the guy
talking.
is prophetic, man. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I mean? I'm peace to the panel because I gotta hop off. But yeah, it
Yeah,
was good conversation, same way.
yeah. Peace, brother Young Herald.
All right, here
Indeed,
we
the
go.
Garfield Reed, and the pseudo killers. They've been talking sideways about Dr. Ben, but Garfield Reed is a known scammer. You know, and once again, the brother born FOGs testified here on this panel that his older brother was scammed by Garfield Reed, and he's the one who put them in contact. So that's not doing better than Dr. Ben or Dr. Clark. But dang, man. Hey, too real, man. I didn't know about the mighty Hebrew allegedly being beat up. You know what I'm saying? But hey, we have the court summary. He did say that the girl lied about her age. But I understand the statutory if they were in a relationship. But how do you get a rape? Because you had a rape charge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna
Statutory.
say,
Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you know why he went back on the Bambata thing?
I heard he was threatened by the Zulu Nation, but I don't know. But
Nah, he went back on that.
I think it's because he was beefing with Hassan Campbell.
Yeah,
And
that's
because
why.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he
See,
doesn't stand on
Sarnetta,
anything.
once you know somebody's character, you kind of know why they do things, right? It's not necessarily because he's defending Bambata. It's more about to him getting at Hassan. You know what I'm saying?
But you
Not
know what the problem
justifying it.
is?
Yeah.
That's I get you, and I hear you. That does sound right about right when you're dealing with Sarnetta. But the only problem is that everybody in their right mind knows that that's stupid, because there really is a case out on Bambata, and there's even other people. There's even other people. You see what I mean? And that's the crazy part about it. I mean, you got to be a real petty ass nigga to make that kind of choice, to be like, I don't like Hassan Campbell, and so therefore, I know what I'll do. I'll say Layla Wills doesn't really care. I won't even go down to the protest. I'm gonna be all hands off because the victims don't matter. What matters is my petty ass beef with Hassan Campbell. That's what matters. Me. It's like, dude, what's wrong with you, man? What the fuck?
Man.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, who does that?
Forget about the children.
You're supposed to
Forget
do it
about
the
children
opposite way.
molested.
It's supposed to be the opposite way, man. You're supposed to say, you know what, Hassan Campbell, I don't like this dude. I don't like how this dude roll. But you know what? With this one thing, I got to support on this one thing, even though I don't like his ass, because it's not about him. You see what I'm saying? And instead, It's like the exact opposite. It's like, Hassan Campbell hurt my feelings. Fuck them victims. And I don't care. Let Bambata go and rape 100 more boys. I don't give a damn because Hassan Campbell hurt my feelings. It's like, what is this?
You don't care about the victims though, because if it wasn't for Sarnetta, a lot of these, we wouldn't even know a lot of these victims, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, you wouldn't know about the dude that got touched by Dr. York if Sarnetta didn't.
Yes, I would. What the hell are you talking? I would, because I'm 50-something years old, man. I know way more than some. Yo, brother, I know.
I beg to disagree on this one. Yeah, I've seen the
yeah,
video
exactly.
with
But I
on
hear
the
you.
bench.
I hear you though.
And Hassan Campbell, I saw him way before he went on Scam
It's
Nature. As
because
a matter of
Real's.
fact,
How old are you, bro? Real. How old are you?
I'm 32.
That's why, man. I'm 20 years older than you. I'm 21 years older than you. So I would have known about Dr. York when Sonetta's ass was in,
No,
I
no,
won't say
not
diapers because
necessarily.
he's a
I
few
know
years
about
older
that.
than me.
Yeah, I know about
Right.
Dr. York before Sarnetta too.
And
Let me
Bambada
tell you
also. And KRS-One also.
the guy that he
See, that's the
interviewed.
problem. Huh?
The guy that he interviewed. What's his name?
Oh, the
Shaka?
dude that he interviewed. Well, look,
Hassan
Chuck
Campbell.
Morgan is from my city. He's from DC. You see what I mean? But
Yeah.
here's
Oh,
the
okay.
thing.
Okay. Hold on, Bennett. Are you talking about the guy who's called Noel, the victim of Dr. York? Is that who you're talking about?
He's
Yeah,
talking.
they were like in a
He's
diner
talking
or
about
something.
one of the victims. He's talking about he's talking about who Polite
But
interviewed. He's talking about the one Polite interviewed. Yeah.
But that polite interview, I don't think there was a Scam Nature who did that one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
No.
I'm not talking about that one.
Yeah, but Scam Nature, I think on one of his channel did interview the dude. But I knew about
Yeah.
before the actually I think he saw the guy doing an interview and he contacted the guy or somebody who knew the guy, to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Because back then he was cool to talk about it. He wasn't slender, he wasn't gossiping. You know what I'm saying? But some people may have found out thanks to him. But
And
that
that's the only thing, Shaka. And that's the only reason why, I kind of like I agree with you on 99% of everything you say, bro, about what's going on. But my thing is, Shaka, did you know about any of this before you went on side net?
any of what?
Because if you know about it, then you were kind of complicit as well.
Well, okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Check this out. And I'm glad you asked me this question live on air.
Yeah, that's the spin
Now,
Sonetta put on it.
yeah.
And the
No, but
young
it's okay.
people
No, but
believe
it's
it.
okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Look, this is the chronology. Now, years ago on comments, I read people writing that the mighty Hebrew, did molest children, did rape children, whatever, that he went to prison for it. But that was comments, anonymous, unidentified people. At this point, to me, it's a rumor, it's an allegation. I ain't gonna roll and make videos about some comments about people I don't know.
Well, hold on.
Then,
Stop right.
yeah.
That's the thing. Stop right there. If I hear that V Bennett is doing any of that, I might not fuck with him just off the rip.
But you can't. You know why you can't do it that way? And I can't do it that way either. You know why?
Okay.
You know why that is? Because of the very thing that Sonetta says out of his mouth anytime somebody points the finger at him without any evidence. Slander. There are people that lie. You know what I'm saying? And if somebody told me something about you, I can ask you about it myself, right? I can directly ask you about it. And there's people that deal with it that way, But at the same time, if you don't know, there's always people saying all kinds of stuff. That's the whole reason why people say paperwork, bring me the facts. Now, if there's 10 people, if there's a person I know I grew up with, that's different. A person I grew up with or a person I've known for a while, and I vouch for their character, then they tell me something like that, I probably won't mess with them. Definitely not. But if it's just something that's out there, people do nasty things like that, man. They throw things out there. Sadly enough, people do all kinds of stuff. And if you don't catch them in a lie about it, so you can always ask them. See, that's why I said I could ask them about that allegation. Because if I happen to know some details, but I don't really know the truth, the whole truth, then I can ask them a question that has one of those details in it just to see if they'll lie to me about it. And if they lie about that little detail, that gives me an inclination that, maybe they are hiding something. Maybe they are guilty. And then I might back away then too. You see what I mean? But I won't just blanket. If I don't know you, somebody tell me some shit and there's another person I don't really know, or if it's a person of bad character that's telling me, I won't trust it necessarily. No, not necessarily,
But that being
yeah.
said, the term complicit, I don't agree. It's a strong term. Like if you're complicit, it's like you have some role or some responsibility or something to do with the act, and most likely an illegal act. But then again, I don't take any offense at that because I understand where you're going with this. So this is what happened years ago. So that's an allegation at this point. That's a rumor at this point because it's just some comment from some people that I don't know, anonymous, unidentified. Then when the polite case came out, Garfield made a video and he said this.
Since I've been a part of this conscious community, sexual misconduct has been condemned and vilified almost unanimously. We saw the rise and fall of Dr. York. We had Hebrew Israelite, the brother by the name of Mighty Hebrew. He was convicted, I think, twice for sexual behavior against minors. He was widely condemned by the Hebrew Israelite community, but apparently forgiven by the Israelites, because I see him all over the place right now on everybody's channel. Another brother by the name of Nazi Yashavel, another Israelite, also involved in sexual misconduct with a minor. We have no idea where this brother is, but he's been sheltered somewhere by an Israelite group.
So not only I found out, I hear somebody that is not anonymous and unidentified, Garfield is clearly identified, even though he uses a social media name, that's not his real name, And on top of that, he talks about Nasi Yashuvel. And how did I know about Nasi Yashuvel? When he had a debate with Seti, something organized by Scam Cheddar. Doesn't mean Scam Cheddar has anything to do with that. So when he gets on my panel, I ask him about that. I ask Saneda about that. And that's what I'm going to play now.
We have those guys who've been convicted for sexual misconduct. Garfield Reed spoke about this. Yourself, you spoke about Nasi. And Garfield Reed said that Hebrew camps are sheltering Nasi. So, and it's sensitive because I know he's your friend, but Mighty Hebrew, several people have said that he was convicted for sexual misconduct, that he went to jail for that. He did. How are you gonna? He did. Well, oh well, okay, well, so you'll confirm it, So why?
Yeah, everybody know that he went to jail for that. Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? So obviously,
but Hebrews cover up for Hebrews. That's what they do.
All right.
And they go on everybody's platform and none of them niggas say a damn thing. But if I talk to Polite on the phone, oh man, how the fuck? So I'm never talking to Polite. Nigga, get the hell out of my chat. I talk to who I want to talk to. Innocent, like you said, into proven guilty, man.
Yeah. He was not convicted yet. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So Garfield Reed didn't lie then. You know what I'm saying?
See that? So I get a confirmation from Sa himself, and I said, well, Garfield really didn't lie then. And why did I say you talked about Nasi? Because on his own panel, and I was there, I was on the panel, he addressed it, and where is it? Hold on. I have it right there. Hold on. I'm not when he does that. I had it right there. Once I move my cursor. There it is.
Can I ask you a question, Sanada?
Yeah.
You said he's a pedophile. You were talking about Nasi, were you?
Yes.
Can you just tell us what it is about? And you see, I'm not going to say, oh, you talk about people. That's what everybody does.
No. This is different. Nasi Yashavel, because the Hebrews would say anything about Polite real quick. But they own man, Nasi Yashavel, ended up being a goddamn pedophile, having sex with one of his wife's daughters, man. And he got ran out of town.
How old was she? The girl.
I don't know.
Was she underage?
Reggie, do you remember that?
She was underage, and but
So that's a chronology. I saw he's the one who confirmed those things. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know what he's trying to do, but this guy lies all the damn time. He's trying to act like he already knew. I knew some rumor, some allegation. Who confirmed it? Garfield Reed and Scam Cheddar. And what do I find out? That Garfield Reed made a whole live stream going at the Mighty Hebrew. But when I was on the panel as a guest for the first time, is Garfield Reed who called the Mighty Hebrew. I'm sorry. Yes, indeed. The Garfield Reed who called the Mighty Hebrew over that part. And I don't know if I even played it, but when he said,
you know what it is, bro?
Mighty Hebrew, if I'm not mistaken, Garfield said that he was there was some sexual misconduct.
Nah, we don't want to talk about that.
I'm just saying what was stated publicly. Garfield said that publicly. The brother.
My bad.
So you see, bro.
Garfield, hold on. Garfield Reed was mad because I brought up his so-called PhD in history. Not PhD. What am I saying? His bachelor's degree in history. Yeah, you see, and so those guys were in contact, and I'm like, okay, they are cool now. You know what I'm saying? So that's really I'm sorry to take a bit of time, but that's the chronology. He confirmed those things. You know what I'm saying?
Let me
And
ask you this,
then
Shaka. Can I
yeah,
ask you a question?
hold on. I just want to
Okay.
finish with this.
Okay.
Then we
Okay.
have Tazariak who's on tape saying that he financially supported. He confirmed that he financially supported the ISUPK member who was found guilty of child molestation. You know what I'm saying? Then when I brought it up during the weighing, you know what I'm saying? He asked like, oh, that was slander, blah blah blah. Scam Cheddar has the nerve to say that's gossiping, and then what does Scam Cheddar do? He goes on their panel talking about the same damn thing. And then he confirms again that the ISUPK member was guilty of it. You know what I'm saying? So at one point you cannot blame me. Those guys have been talking about it. Tazariak talked about it himself. You know what I'm saying? But feel free. What did you want to say, brother?
No, I was gonna say, I respect. One thing I did respect about you is that when you were there, you asked them about it, because a lot of people don't do that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't be like, "Hey, what's up? What is that stuff I heard about somebody touching little kids?" Like, you actually asked. So I do respect you in that regard. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that. I believe that what you're trying to do is you really feel that way. You know what I'm saying? You really feel like standing up for the kids. You know what I'm saying? I really do feel that way. So I'm not saying complicit in the way like you down with it. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is like, and that might be the wrong word to use, because when you use complicit, it means like you knew about it, you were down with it. I don't mean that. What I'm saying is like, you a smart dude to me. You know what I'm saying? If I hear some rumors, and maybe this is just where, because the Bible speaks about what to do when you hear rumors. You know what I'm saying? You go and you confront the person and you ask them. You know, and so when you found out that Garfield had this information, you didn't go look it up for yourself.
How do I
Like,
look
you
it up,
just
brother?
went with the rumor. Like, you just were like, oh, it's just a rumor. Because I would have looked it up.
No, we don't.
No,
No,
but
no, bro.
but hold on, wait. Just So I'm sorry if you've been there, but just because he's asking me, how do I
Yeah.
look it up, brother?
Look
I
up his
go and type
name.
in Mighty Hebrew criminal record.
No,
Exactly.
you look up his name.
But how do I look up his name, brother?
Find out his name. I found out
No,
your name.
just tell me, how am I supposed to find out his name? I know him by Mighty Hebrew. How am I supposed to find out his name?
I mean, I'm be honest. I don't know damn Mighty Hebrew's name. I'll be 100. I don't know his name. But like, when I
But
wanted to
see,
know,
I was just like you. But then later on, somebody sent me the course summary, and I've been
okay,
showing the course summary. But at the time, Garfield says that stuff. I just know his nickname. You understand what I'm saying? So
okay.
go ahead, Bennett.
no, what I was saying is what you witnessing here too, real is like, you see how you took a stand. You were very clear. You were like, I wouldn't have the brother on my panel because you were able to find out the information that leads you to that, to know that there is something here, right? What you're witnessing is the very people that knew everything the whole time kept having him and accepting him on the panel, and they knew the whole time, and now they're pointing the finger at somebody like you who didn't know the whole time, and Shaka who didn't know the whole time, and me who didn't know the whole time. When we actually speak up and say very clearly, oh hell no, fuck that, then they say, but you knew the mighty Hebrew. See, you knew the mighty. How the fuck would we know? What are you talking about? We supposed to look up the mighty Hebrew in a court record. The mighty Hebrew, they don't write his name like that. You got to know his real actual name. And see, these guys, when you come to find out that not only, I'm sorry, but see, this is the issue. Sinetta knows all the dirt on all these guys. He spits it out whenever he wants, and then he invites them back like he never said any of this shit about them. He said Polite was a scumbag. You steal from mothers. You rob kids. You do this. He said all that stuff and then invite him back, make an excuse to invite him back. So you see, when other people hear him talk and say, wait a second, did this dude really do that? Well, how do we know? Then he blames us for saying something wrong with inviting him back. It's like, dude, take a side. What side are you going to take? Sinetta never takes a side. and he's making it sound, he either got an excuse about, oh, well, this is business or this is entertainment. Yo, dude, who gives a fuck about your business and who gives a fuck about your entertainment? This is about our fucking community, man. And you're poisoning young people that are impressionable, that don't actually have better examples like us. You're supposed to be a better example. He's the old ass motherfucker in the room, and he's acting like he has no morals or principles. How's that an example to young black men like you, brother? How's that an example like impressionable young black women that are 22, 20 young black men that are 22? How's that an example? That what is it? You see, and he is so sad to say that he has helpers who also have no goddamn respect, that help him have these low standards for our young people. They continue to make excuses. They continue to keep that, what do you call them, Shaka? Those buzzwords or that echo chamber. They build that echo chamber where they repeat these dumbass ideas like, well, Shaka knew, he's complicit. And then they do that echo chamber. And then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, how did Shaka know? But Shaka didn't know. Who the hell said Shaka knew? All you got to do, and see what you did was something that Shaka did, and you did, and Shaka did exactly what I said I would do if I heard a rumor. I will ask you. I will come directly to you and ask you. And that's exactly what you said too. You said the same thing too, real. I will ask you. You see, but these dudes, they know all of this stuff, and they're covering the whole shit up and pretending like they don't know. And they think it's going to ride, but it's not going to ride. And unfortunately, they do have a bad track record of threatening people in real life. Although no real man, no real G would let any of them suckers threaten them. No real G would, because a real G is one man will take care of them suckers himself. That's what a real G would do. No real man is going to sit around and let them punk ass niggas threaten them. You see what I'm saying? You see? But as you know, there's a lot of punk ass suckers out there that let these dudes carry that persona, like they can go around threatening people. You see what I mean? You know, that's the problem. Too many people go for that stuff. So it gives them a lot of power and a lot of leeway, but they can't fuck with us. And they mad at Shaka because he's in France. They can't put his hand. Yo, you don't want to put your hands on Shaka anyway. You don't even want to go there. You know what I'm saying? But the truth of the matter is that, yeah, you don't want to put your hands on Chingy. You ain't going to come at Chingy like that. If I was in the state, you think they would come at me like that? No, you got the right one, man. You see what I mean? Never. I'm more trouble than you could imagine. You see what I mean? More trouble. You see, just as one dude, you know, put a few of us dudes like myself together. But I'd only take one. That's why I tell Shawnette, I've been up and down in 95 with a license and without a license. You know how many times? You see what I'm saying? You know how many times from DC to New York? You see, this guy likes to fool young kids like you. That's who he liked to fool. He's a poor goddamn example, you know. So despite what anybody's religion, and this ain't even about religion, they can argue about religion all they want. Some of us have already figured this shit out, but that ain't the biggest issue. The biggest issue is what else is under what they doing under the table. They playing like they doing some religious shit when really they out there trying to poke little young girls, find women, single mothers with children, with daughters that are underage so they can get at. They out there doing identity theft, taking people's names and starting businesses, committing fraud, you know, scamming people out of their money. They doing all of this kind of shit. You see what I mean? And Mr. Sonnetter knows a little bit about all that shit. And he's pretending that everybody knows as much as him when no, you know a lot more than you let on to. You see what I mean? And he just ain't going to stop. You see, he's just not going to stop because nobody ever made him stop before. See, he's been able to get away with it for a while. He got away with it with SETI. He's lucky SETI ain't grow up in New York because SETI would have put it into his ass. But SETI said, you know what? I'm going to take my Detroit ass back to Detroit. We don't do shit like that here in Detroit. If you do shit like that here in Detroit, your ass will be dead. But you sucker ass New York niggas want to roll like that. Y'all roll like that. And Seti beat out. And you ain't never seen Seti turn back. That's because Seti's a man and knows what a real man is. He don't need that bullshit. You see? But a lot of these scam artists, they sitting around there together and they thinking they getting somewhere going to fool young kids. And they've been fooling young kids for a minute. But the charade is up for real. The charade is actually up. You know, everybody is not going to quit. Everybody didn't just start pointing this shit out just to stop. You see what I mean? Just to stop because they got a little echo chamber. Nah, if they want to go down with the echo chamber, they all going to go down with the echo chamber. That's their echo chamber that they make. It's a lame echo chamber. An echo chamber with dumbass lies that can be rebuked by anybody that got a moment to listen. You see what I mean? And by the way, they getting old. They ain't looking too good. At their age, I'm 50-something years old, man. I look way better than these dudes, man. It's because I'm not a drug addict. I'm not stuffing my mouth full of alcohol every day. You see what I mean? It's like these guys really, man. And I'm also not spitting poison into young people's minds. I'm still inspired about life. And I don't need you to give me a coin to do it, to inspire a young person, a young child. You see what I mean? I do it for free, for the love of life. You see that? So don't be dispelled by these guys, man. And trust me, you way smarter than these dudes, because no matter what you believe, you know that, you know what? I can always go ask a question if I feel like it. If I feel like something ain't right, I can always go ask and see what's up. That's something you doing. That makes you smarter than a whole lot of people, to real. There's a lot of people that just sitting in the echo chamber and they just don't feel like they free enough to do nothing about it. They're going to die in that echo chamber.
That's why I said I'm glad you asked me that question. Now we're on air, because a lot of people have been saying, "Well, you didn't even comment, so you knew what you're talking." They're just repeating everything that Sas says. I'm like, man, can't you see what happened? And the irony, the icing of the cake. Then I see Enki, his longtime friend, saying that the dude is a pedophile. You know, and from what I've seen, I'm not denying what you said. That's why, you know, whenever you have time, feel free to send a video. But I never heard the dude denying it, you know, because Enki said you cannot deny her. It's like Polite denying is with Amunet. And Amunet is his number one girl, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, damn, and so now we're supposed to believe him when he says not true? When he said that about Nasi Yashuvel, when he said that about the mighty Hebrew, you know, when he made press conference about Africa Bambara only to apologize. He even made a live stream going in on Hassan Campbell saying that was your lover, man. You were in a relationship. So you go from making a press conference about child molestation to saying, oh, that was your lover. You were in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Making fun of somebody who was molested. You know what I'm saying? But hey, he can do his thing, man. He's not worrying me. And the fact that he made 2 live streams about me, one that he removed and the latest that he did not remove, shows you that, you know, what I'm doing is really hurting his ego and his feelings. He's not used to people having so much receipts like that. You know what I'm saying? And Butler Reggie is hurt as well. Butler Reggie is a traitor. Butler Reggie is the one who said that he knew the girl's age, that he knew that the girl was underage. You know what I'm saying? And that's the short version. I have the longer version. And when I mentioned like the mighty he was mentioned or something, or I mentioned it, he goes like, see, whatever. And I said, or maybe when I mentioned Garfield Reed, yeah, I think I said, you know, Garfield spoke about that. And he gets all agitated. And I tell him, you know, Reggie, don't defend the pedophiles, please. And then I told him fighting against child molestation is a noble cause. And he goes, you know, it's like he's so forced. So, you know, but, you know, we'll find out what's up with Butler Reggie. I think that there's more to it. You know, because the guy is in the Bronx, that's New York. He didn't talk about the protest. You know what I'm saying? You know, and another thing as well. Butler Reggie, he's been with Garfield for so long, putting the battery on his back, disrespecting Jabari along with Trackfield. But Trackfield, Garfield really is a known scammer. How come Butler Reggie is still associated with that dude? I mean, Reggie went out of his way for over 2 years to disrespect Jabari and portray Jabari as a bad person, but he's sitting next to a scammer. That's just weird. And that hypocrisy, you know, he's going to get his karma with that hypocrisy. I mean, he's basically, you know, humiliating himself anyway, you know. But anyway, I don't want to keep you too long, but if you have other questions, you know, feel free. I really don't mind, you know what I'm saying? If there's anything you're wondering about, you want to ask me about, Feel free, brother. Trust me.
Nah, you broke it down, man. You know, y'all made some good points. V Bennett made some good points. You know about you. How could you know? You know, when I'm be real, I don't know the Mighty Hebrews, his real name. But when I wanted to know Unc's name, like I found out, and like it didn't take long. You know what I'm saying? I found out in like
It's on his Facebook, you know. It's on his Facebook.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean, he used to be. I don't know if he changed it, but he used to be on his Facebook, you know.
Yeah, I felt like there was ways to find out, but you know, y'all are saying like, you know, y'all didn't inquire or whatever to find out, because I would have found out. To be honest, like I'm be honest with y'all, I'm kind of a little bit.
But hold on, brother. Before you continue, how would you have found out?
I asked.
Who?
Like I went on Facebook and I went on Instagram and all that, and I
mean, are you talking about Unc or the Mighty Hebrew?
Unc.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the Mighty Hebrew.
I don't know. Like I never really looked into it because I kind of like I heard this story, like you said, and I was just kind of like, I don't know. But
you heard the story. You're living in America. Remember, I live in Europe. You know what I'm saying? You know.
Yeah.
So I didn't hear that story about him getting beat up. You know what I'm saying?
And kind of in a way, when I asked you about it, you know, I kind of felt like a hypocrite because I'm like, hold on, I know about it. Like I never looked up the paperwork because I don't really, you know, it ain't really that big of a deal to me. It's a big deal if somebody got raped. Don't get me wrong, but like to like do all the research on somebody, like I ain't got time for that. But I kind of felt like a hypocrite when I asked you that because I still watch Sonetta, and I know that a lot of them people on there are, you know what I'm saying, have fuck with no kids. I don't think Sonetta ever did, but I think some of his guests probably did. You know, like of course the Mighty Hebrew and a few other people. But
yeah, but hold on. Like you think like just because you woke up in the morning, you feel like, oh well, you know, look of his face, I think he did it, or you heard some stuff.
What you mean?
You said you think that there's a lot of people who go on Sonetta's panel who have messed with kids.
Yeah.
So, what makes you think so? Like just because they look like it, or just because you woke
like,
up in
like rumors and like you said, like the Mighty Hebrew. I mean, he had the other dude. Yasi or whatever, he was that came in on trial, right?
Yeah, Nasi Yashuva. Yeah. That's what Garfield and Sonetta said. You know, so I, you know, but
so that's what.
But is there some other people as well? I'm not asking you to say names, but you know.
Yeah, no, not that I know of. You know what I'm saying? I've heard people stories come out about people and then they break them down. Really, at the end of the day, you don't know. You know, it's the internet. You know, people lie all the time. People making up names and all type of shit. I heard V Bennett making fun of somebody's name because he couldn't even say it. You know, people make up shit all the time on the internet.
No, I get it, but you know, like you know, this you understand if you're lying, but like for example, we have to remember that Sonetta basically accused Polite of being a child molester, and on my panel, he said I was exposing him. And let's hear it. It's less than 1 minute long.
When I came out, Brother Shaka, and I tried to expose Polite, and I accused Polite of being Dr. York, I exposed him. Guess what happened, Shaka?
I tried to expose Polite. I accused him of being Dr. York. I exposed him, you see. So by labeling Polite Baby York or Dr. York, he was basically accusing Polite of being a child molester. After that, somehow, some way, he was cool with the dude. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know why?
And over money.
No, not just over money. It was part of it, I guess.
Okay, so why then?
It was also because of how the community came at Sonetta when that happened. See, if
but that's what he said. He said, you know, people said I was jealous.
Nah, they really got on him bad, bro. Like bad. People, it was crazy. I was like,
but to be real, I get you. But don't you see that people have been going out being very bad?
Yeah. Right.
You know, the 5% said that I violated him. You know what I'm saying? Track field, only fan Mika. I mean, damn, if I have to do a rundown of all the people going at me, like damn, every day I have a dozen people leaving comments, you know what I'm saying, talking sideways about me. Some people kind of, you know, threatening me and stuff like that. Sal making live stream talking about my mom, my dad, talking about my children, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna be like, oh, well, you know what? Oh, hey, I'm cool, man. I'll take back what I said. No, I'm a man. I stand on principle. Fuck these motherfuckers. When they're gonna see me, we're gonna see what's up. I mean, you know, I don't like to be like that, you know. and use profanity. I use a lot of profanity when I address, Skynet and other people. But we gonna see. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to talk too much because I live far away. You know what I'm saying? But I spent the new year in Florida. I have family over there. I've been to America several times. You know what I'm saying? I'm planning on returning over there. But these dudes, I don't know if they think they're gonna, what I'm saying, pressure me or anything like that. I stand on principle. I don't care that they don't like it. They said it. I didn't say it. You know what I'm saying? Because they have their hustle, and they need to protect their hustle to get money. So the dude basically labeled Polite a child molester. But then it's cool with him. Not only that, he said that he robbed women and children. I played it many times. He even said that he robbed him. So even if we leave the child molestation, the accusation about Polite, he's on tape saying that the guy scammed him of more than $10,000. Why do you have him on the panel again? But he's going to disrespect me. He's going to make live streams about me. No, he's going to get his karma. I mean, he must be out of his damn mind. Now, who said the mighty Hebrew went to prison for molesting the young child? It was him. Did he apologize to the mighty Hebrew? And I told the mighty Hebrew, because I don't know. Do you know that he came on my panel?
Who?
Mighty Hebrew.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, Kuna called him. Kuna called him, say, yeah, I'm going to call him, blah, 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 blah. Just like the Sister Freedom called him, because I heard the voice. I know the voice. But anyway, I told my Hebrew, look, man, you need to holler at Sah. Don't you see that Sah is chilling like that, accusing you publicly? And I think I played the clip to him. You know what I'm saying? And you don't tell him anything about that? And the mighty Hebrew went like, yeah, I see what you mean. Then I repeated some similar statement, and he went, yeah, I see what you mean. Some people just don't want to tell anything to Sah. You know what I'm saying? And they have their reasons. But he's the one who said that about him. He's the one who said that about him. You know what I'm saying? Bang. What else can I say, man? But
that was the most horrible thing. That's the most horrible. I mean, this is supposed to be your friend. This is supposed to be your family. That's what he says. And he goes out there and spits it on what? The internet channel, YouTube channel that thousands of people wake up to in the morning to listen to. That's what he does to his friend. That's what he does to his family member. Now, I don't understand why the mighty Hebrew didn't choke his ass up. To be real honest. Like, what? Even if it is true, what? Why would you do this to me? It's like you said, if he did go to jail for this crime, and even if he went back a second time for his crime, don't you understand what saying that on the news to thousands of people does? Oh my God.
Look,
I mean, this is the worst person. I can't even understand why he wouldn't grab his ass and be like, listen, you little ass. And, and begin to plunder his ass. Like, where does this go on, man? Where does that go unchecked? What is this?
But
like,
no,
I don't get it, man.
Not to real. Do you know that Sanada said live on air that the mighty Hebrew slept over in his house a few times? Did you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Let me play it for you. It's less than 1 minute long.
Everybody, hold on for a minute. Time out, everybody. Time out. Let me say this real quick while you getting your pictures up there, brother.
Oh, it's already
first thing I want to let the people know. I love my brother, the mighty Hebrew. Me and Hebrew, we go through our little beefs and fight, and brothers fight. The mighty Hebrew knows me personally. I know him. I know his family. He stayed at my house a few times. Him, his family, his children. So it's all love there.
You heard it. So what can we establish? He accused Napa, his ex-girlfriend, of running up the money. He accused Polite of being Dr. York, Baby York, and of being a scammer. He accused Mighty Hebrew of molesting a young child, and then getting violated for trying to F another young child. You know what I'm saying? And what did the Mighty Hebrew say? Saneda lied because we were beefing. What did Onk say? Did you hear Onk say that Saneda lied because he was beefing about Polite because they were beefing over money. Did you hear Unc say that?
Nah, I can't say
I'll play it for you, brother, because I have the receipts.
God
You know what
damn,
I'm
you
saying?
got everything. God
Yeah,
damn.
yeah, but no, because those guys, they want to play games. But like Ching Ching said, they're turning on each other. Check this out, brother.
Oh, man.
Am I correct in that?
I got video. You don't believe me? I got video. Yeah, I do. What if I was to tell you that she wanted me to interview her Polite? Huh?
Are you not looking,
Her
brother?
mother. What if I told you she wanted me to interview her?
I'm listening to it. That's that old
And I
video,
said,
correct?
Nah, I can't. I'm
Yeah, I
not
got
gonna
the
do
answer
it.
to you. I got the
can't.
answer to
Fuck
that.
How you know? Leave me alone. Go about your scamming ass fucking life, nigga.
That's the old joint. Am I correct? Yeah. Yeah. Son had to tell you he was lying. He said it. Said he lied.
He said he
Son had said
lied.
he said he lied. He was mad at him. They was having a beef over some money, and he lied.
You see? So it looks like when he's beefing people, Sanada has a habit of just lying on them.
Or telling the truth. Either one.
Or telling the truth. But
or
he's not
spilling the beans. It's
apologizing.
like, well, I don't know.
He's not apologizing. He's cool with the people. Have you heard Unc saying that Sanada is a charlatan promoter?
Yeah, I heard that one.
All right, okay. Now, there's two other people who said that he lied. Now, hold on. I should have him. Now, JJ7000 said that he's too slow. That's funny.
But tonight, nothing will be the same. You understand me? JJ dropping them bars. You understand? Anyway, this is talking about Jabari Osada. He gets caught lying again. And Sanada too slow to catch on.
But now they're beefing. Outside the cube said that Sanada lied.
I'm not here to defend anybody, so you can play any video that you want to play. But what I'm asking is, specifically when it comes to a lot of these videos, mainly dealing with the mighty Hebrew, if you hear Sanada saying something, which you've played already, and you heard him say, oh, like the nigga got violated again, what we know not to be true is that he did not get violated again. Y'all got his jacket. Y'all seen his record. He never got violated again for dealing with a child, which Sanada said. So that's clearly a lie on Sanada's behalf. That's Sanada embellishing and going at the nigga. That's number one.
And who else said that he lied? The mighty Hebrew himself.
This is not an old case. Everybody knows about that. All this, I went back to jail another time because of another. All this shit is lies, bro. I'm telling you as a man in your face. That's something Sanada made up because he was mad at me.
Okay.
Not because it happened.
Great.
I'm telling you this. Listen, I have my own children.
That's something that Sanada made up because he was mad at me. So who's the master slanderer? Who's the one causing confusion in the community? That guy lies on everybody, or he tells the truth on everybody. If he told the truth,
when he said he got violated, he got beat up. He never went back to jail.
I'm not worried about that, brother. I'm not worried about he got violated. I'm
Yeah,
worried about
we're not really worried about that.
He went to prison for molesting a young child. You remember hearing that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing, it's like, this. I'm not tripping on that. I'm not tripping on that.
I'm just saying, for what Cube said, he's embellishing. He wasn't embellishing. He said it. He said he got violated, but he got beat up. That's what he really meant to say. He never lied. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. He never lied. He just said people assumed that by violated he mean locked up again, but he actually got beat up.
But
No.
You know what's
Too real.
Hold on. Yeah.
I want to help you out, bro. But go ahead.
The thing, outside the queue, said he didn't get violated again. You have his jacket. The term jacket that he used, that's his
Paperwork.
slang for court summary. The paperwork. You see. Yeah. Now I saw what violated means. Check this out, and that was on my channel.
We have those guys who've been convicted for sexual misconduct. Garfield Reed spoke about this. Yourself, you spoke about Nazi. And Garfield Reed said that Hebrew camps are sheltering Nazi. So, and it's sensitive because I know he's your friend. But you know, Mighty Hebrew, several people have said that he was convicted for sexual misconduct, that he went to jail for that.
He
So how
did.
you gonna
He did.
what? Oh well, okay, well, you know, so you'll confirm it, you know. So
Yeah,
why they
everybody know that. He went to jail for that. Yeah.
well, I didn't know that, you know what I'm saying? So
But
obviously it wasn't
Hebrews cover up for Hebrews. That's
all
what they
right.
do.
All right. So
And they go on everybody platform and none of them niggas say a damn thing. But if I talk to Polite on the phone, oh man, how the fuck? So I'm never talking to Polite. Nigga, get the hell out of my chat. I talk to who I want to talk to. Innocent, like you said, into proven guilty, man.
Yeah, he was not convicted yet, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, so Garfield Reed didn't lie then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When he talked about and Garfield Reed said even twice he thinks. Some people said that the second time is because he did not sign
Yeah, he
up
got
for
violated. He got violated the second time. Yes.
Yeah. So what does it mean he got violated?
Well, he had a violation. I don't know why, but they came back and locked him up again on a violation charge, something like that. But all of them.
It wasn't talking about somebody getting beat up.
But listen, but to real, it's not up to you to be clear for other people. That's where me and Shaka, we don't do that. We don't know the answer, but it's not up to us to know the answer. It's not up to us to speak on what we think the answer could be. We know there's a discrepancy though, somewhere in there. So do yourself a favor. You don't clear it up for them either, because you don't know.
The
You
reason
see,
I said that is because I stayed out in New York for a while, you know, recently, and out there violate means like I'll beat your ass. And I already knew about Mighty Hebrew, that story about some niggas getting at him in the hood and shit when he came back.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought he.
Yeah, on the gang level, violate means that. On the gang level.
Yeah.
On the criminal code level.
In New York, that's like the main word for like niggas say it all the time. I'll violate you.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
I know that, you know, the Tekashi 6ix9ine situation. We have the rapper Jim Jones on tape talking to, I think, Shadi, or you know, the dude from this Blood said, and he said he wants to get violated. You know what I'm saying? So I know that term. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that, you know, nobody says that, you know, the dude could have not got beat up and get arrested. You know what I'm saying? There's a street justice, and then there's a justice period. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that video that you just showed me right there, I never seen that part at the end.
I know,
right there.
but brother, I don't blame you for that. And many people haven't seen that part. And most of the people who follow Scam Nature, they haven't seen that, because he was very careful not to say my name, because he knows that if people come and listen to my videos, they know he knows I play the receipts. He's watching what I'm saying, what we're saying. He knows that I'm playing the clips all the damn time, and it's going to be very difficult for him to lie.
He probably watching right now.
He probably watching right now, that podcast, and you can get on the channel.
Okay,
you know,
he's
we can have that
watching.
moment talk. You beat your son. Hold on. Link to get on panel. And I'm sure he didn't tell people that I got on his panel. He was on JJ, and I'm sorry to repeat myself, brothers and sisters, but he went on JJ 7000 platform. They didn't say my name. Then he called me all kind of names. Same with Black Jesus Minister, but on his panel, he's careful. He said, "Come on the panel," because I was in the chat cussing him out. He said, "Come on my panel where I can control the buttons." I did just that the same day. What did he do? He saw me on the panel, on the back chat. He kicked me out. He didn't even say, "Oh, the guy's there." He didn't say, "Oh, the B is there, the French is there." He didn't say anything. You know what I'm saying? Man, he knows what's up, man. He knows, man. This guy, man, he's just ridiculous, man. He's ridiculous, man. And I say, not to brag, but Sanetta could never have a discussion. I don't even need to use that word debate, because everybody loves that word. You can never have a discussion on any topic on the planet Earth, even if it's like the 5%er teaching, the Nation of Islam teaching, any topic, the more science temple teaching, you know what I'm saying, the Hebrews or like teaching, the Bible, the Kemetic teaching, any topic on this planet Earth, he could never holler at me. He could never holler at me, man. He's not teaching. We know he's getting people to teach on this panel. But what does he do now? He wants to label me as a slanderer, as a gossiper, as a French. He has enough to say I have no knowledge. I have him now. You know, I use that as an intro. He put me at the same level as Jabari. But all of a sudden now I have no knowledge, because he's mad at me. But I'm not surprised. His own friends, when he's mad at them, he calls them, you know, child molesters, saying that they molested young child. You know what I'm saying? So, man, this dude, plus he's not a good payer. You know,
Hey, let me ask you this, Doctor. I'm gonna ask you this and I'm out, man, because I missed my
you can ask 10 questions, 20 questions. I don't mind. Feel free.
Yeah, I missed my damn fight, man. I was gonna watch the fight. I think it might be still on, but this.
Oh, what fight was that?
The damn UFC.
Max
Holloway.
Who?
Max Holloway.
Yo, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna watch that, but it's all good, man. I'm gonna just ask you this, and it kind of slipped my mind a little bit, but damn, it was about what you were talking about. What were you just saying at the end, man? It slipped my damn mind.
I was saying that, you know, Sa doesn't teach, he gets people to teach, and he doesn't want people to get on my panel, so he was careful not to say my name. But you know, he said, you know, on JJ's platform, you know, come to my panel where I can control the buttons, and I went there the same day, and I was in the back. Yeah.
But let me ask you this, man. And this is a hypothetical, right? If we found out tomorrow that the dude that started up YouTube messed around with a kid, are you gonna stop using YouTube?
I don't know, to be honest. But you know, this if man, let's deal with what we know, man. Like, because
I'm just asking a hypothetical. You can say no or yes.
This is something that I would say. You know what I'm saying? This is something that I would say. Sanetta, that's something I would say, like, because it's like, you know, like deflecting. Like he's saying that guy went to prison for that. We have the court summary. He went to prison.
You know, YouTube would deal with that shit ASAP. YouTube would be like, well, brother, you sitting on the board and you may be the founder, but you molested a girl and we got your ass on here. Guess what? Gotta step down. Also, gotta sell your stocks. They would handle that and keep on rolling without them.
I think they even changed the name of Weinstein's company because he was bearing his name with the
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they deal with that quick. But go ahead, to feel free.
They would. Is it just because I'm trying to see, like, man, like, black people, we really not on the same page, bro. We really not, you know, as a whole, because I'm all for getting rid of the child molesters, you know what I'm saying, and all that, but we gotta all be for that, you know what I'm saying, or it's not gonna work at all, man. And then if it don't work at all, then what do we do then? We stop.
Well, brother, are you gonna go back on this panel?
That's what I'm saying. I watched Sanetta.
No. To watch is one thing. What I'm asking is, are you gonna try to get on this panel again? Because, you know, obviously it's difficult, you know, but are you gonna try to get on this panel again?
Yeah, and if I did, I would ask him. Yeah.
So basically, you see, there's a contradiction here. You said that if we are against child molesters, we need to all be on the same page, you know. But you know what the dude said about those guys. You said yourself you would not invite him on your panel, but you still say that you will go on his panel.
That's why I say I would go on. If I was to go on his panel again, I would ask him about the Nikki thing and see his explanation.
Oh no, but okay, let's forget about the Nikki thing. Let's say that thing. Let's say Enki didn't make the accusations publicly.
Yeah,
because
he
Mighty
can't
Hebrew.
control who comes on his panel, though.
Come again?
He can't control who comes on his panel. I mean, like, he can.
No, but hold on. I agree with you. I agree with you, in a sense. But he's the one who puts them on the panel. Plus, I have him on tape during one of my live stream, and there wasn't that many people. He said, "Come on in, family, come on in." And he said, "Mighty Hebrew, you know, come on in." He was there yesterday. He was there just a few days ago. So actually, he does have control over who gets on the panel.
He controls it, but what I'm saying is he can't control what these people do in their private life.
Yes, it's true. But once you know the guy was convicted, and once you tell the people that the guy went to prison for what? What did he say again? What did he say again?
Let's not forget the Mighty Hebrew nigga, who you get constantly on your channel, who's on all the Hebrews channel. Don't forget the Mighty Hebrew, the baldhead nigga, been already incarcerated in prison for molesting a young child.
How about the Mighty fucking Hebrew?
Point, man.
This nigga went to jail for rape, dog.
But like I said,
go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga,
and that nigga back in the community, like everything good, Hebrews quiet. What about
doing unless we all stand up and say,
hold
look,
on.
You know what it is, bro?
I'm sorry. Hold on. I couldn't hear because you didn't know I was going to play another clip, and you started
No, you
speaking
good.
as I played the other clip. But we don't have no control over what people do in their lives. It's true, over their personal lives. It's true. But when he made the accusation publicly, that means he knew, or he believed it was true, and that's the nuance there. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it is.
What were you gonna say,
You
V,
know,
on it? Because I'm out, man, after this.
yeah. I feel you, bro. I feel you. And again, I'm glad you came through, man. It's always a pleasure rapping with you, man. You're an easy fellow to rap to, dog. Just like us all, man. So, but I was gonna say, I thought about this for a minute. Sonetta, he had a good start. He had a great start. He had and he had a lot of benefits that a lot of people won't get. Average person is not going to get the benefits that Sonetta got. The community embracing him, and he got a lot of support. People to come out there and speak. Around the country, different cats, people that also stand up in their respective communities and could identify with the old banner of red, black, and green, right? This kind of thing. Now, but the trouble that he's in now is basically his own doing, and it's based on his own choices. And he believe it or not, it could have been an international million. He could be an international $1 million celebrity, Sonetta. But the reason why he's not, because he came about in the rise of YouTube, you see, and he had loads of support. Now, the reason why it's not is because along the way he had choices to make, and those choices were based on principle. You have to cut off dead limbs if you want new, fresh buds to grow. And Sonetta was not good at doing that. And when he cut people off, he didn't do it for the right reasons. He didn't do it based on principles and, keeping the tree healthy. He did it because, I don't like you, or, just other silly reasons. Now, one of the things you're supposed to do when you have the opportunity, when you're growing and you have the light on you and all the community's attention, you're supposed to set up a second and a third and a fourth in charge, a team. You're no longer an individual. It's not about you anymore. It's about the team. This team is going to win. Even if one falls, the team is going to keep going. This kind of thing. And Sonetta, he didn't have it in him. And because there's a lot of trust issues. And see, when you don't have principles, you can't build teams. Teams are built on integrity and trust, these and real principles, you see. And when Sonetta had all that time, 10 years, over 10 years, to set all those things up based on trust, integrity, and this kind of stuff, he fucked it off. And that's the difference between like what YouTube is going to do. They got principles, believe it or not. All their principles may not be for our benefit, but when it comes to making that machine work, they have principles. They cut limbs off when necessary to prune the tree. You see what I mean? To make sure the machine keeps developing and growing and stock payers keep buying in new stock. Sonetta, he didn't have that experience and know-how, as a leader, and so that's the reason why it's just going to end, basically, but what I would encourage the young people to do is understand the red, black, and green and all these conversations. They were never in Sonetta's hands. He's not the God of this. You see what I mean? It's always been in all of our hands, always. He just got to shine, and he had a moment, and he did what he could do with it, and he blew it. But others can learn from that and do it better. And that's what I hope people do, just build. Don't make it seem like is the red, black, and green is going down with Sonetta. It ain't. It's not over. The show going to keep on going, and believe that you can do it, man. Believe, but we got to have morals and principles, man. And there's more that unites us than divides us. So let's try to work on those things, yeah, and treat each other a little more decent. That's what I would say, man. We don't need rapists and pedophiles. We don't need black dudes saying unity while we're going to scam your pockets. buy this. Let me take your credit card number. Support this. And I never seen you in a book. By the way, I'm going to get with your daughter too, because I know where you live at now. So let me scope her out, see how fly she is.
She's right.
I mean, all this kind of crazy, you know, it's like, come on, man, choose what you want to be. Do you want to be a businessman? Do you want to set up a community, a business, a strong platform that's going to survive and move on through time? You see it grow? Or do you want pussy and $100 in your pocket to go buy some shit to buy and ride around in a Rolls Royce? I mean, what do you want? You got to decide what you want, and you have to stick to what you say you want. You just have to, you know. You can't. You don't need the surgery to. What is that shit?
You won't see polite, it all, brother. You won't see it all.
Not to dispolite, but he literally wears the clothes of an old Italian white man that was working with the Nazis. I mean, get the hell out of here, dude. Like, do you really need that? He's riding in a Rolls Royce. Yo, that Rolls Royce don't give a fuck about you, bruh. It really doesn't. Or your community, or your mother, or your sister, or your daughter. It doesn't. You see, and this kind of stuff is just like, we have to just call it what it is. Mismanagement of our community's attention. You know, and a total disrespect to our community. Complete and utter. You see? And yeah, and it ain't on you to defend it, man, because why should you defend some shit that's garbage, man? You got some better shit to defend. And me too, by the way. I'd rather defend you, too real, than that shit. I definitely would, because I can see you got a heart. You see what I mean? I could see you actually mean good, and you know, and you're your own man too on top of that. So yeah, kudos to you, man. Yo, peace, Shaka.
Yeah.
Peace, brother. We've been
Oh, and happy 19th year, bro. Next year it's gonna be 20 for you. Yeah.
2 decades next year. 2 decades.
Yeah. One.
What did he say? He can't serve two. What? Two matters. What are you talking about?
He meant to write 2 masters, but maybe you don't. Maybe you don't know. But I just.
Oh yeah. Is that a joke? That's a joke, or no? Yeah.
First, there's jealous,
Hold on for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yo, peace, Jay. I'm sorry, brother, but I can't fuck with you. You fuck with that clown. You be over there with that clown. So you can't serve 2 masters, bro. Peace.
Yeah. God thinks he's in a movie or something. And then there's paranoid side.
Or you could say AD. Today, historians use the term CE.
Okay.
What you mean when you
okay, so you do know the scriptures had already been written.
Brother.
Hey, hold on for 1 minute. Hold on for 1 minute. Apostle. Was you talking about me the other day on Frenchie channel? Talking crazy about me?
Frenchie? Who's Frenchie?
The nigga from France.
Who is that?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, yeah. I don't know nobody from France channel.
In there saying you was talking crazy.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just let it go. Never mind. You didn't do it. All right, go ahead, Jabari.
So what I'm trying to explain to you.
When you ask him who is that, he says, I don't know.
Man,
he's having nightmares. He's having nightmares, man.
Yeah. Oh man. Hey, if he don't let me on there, he don't let me on. I ain't tripping. That's why I don't really be on YouTube, man, because there's a lot of drama on this shit. Not saying what y'all doing, but it's just too much, man. Like come on, y'all.
Now, just one thing before you go. Now, you probably heard of Chi-Ching, right? The brother from Baltimore, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that Senator put his number publicly and told people to investigate him? Did you know he did that?
Yeah, I heard. Well, I didn't see it, but I heard of that. Yeah.
So he's doing a fair bit of fine stuff. He put B. Bennett's picture up and said, oh, there's going to be a debate, blah, 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 stay tuned, whatever. He made the live stream, the one that he deleted, and the title, we had Young Heru. So he's like, yeah, Young Heru come in and stuff like that. So the dude, is like, instead of dealing with me, he's dealing with the people that support me, you know what I'm saying? So, hey, for that phone number, I think, it's going to be repercussions, but, I ain't saying no more.
Whose phone number?
Chin-Chin's phone number.
Oh, yeah.
It's because what happened is that Unc was on the panel. Chin-Chin got on, and, Chin-Chin told Unc,
what can Chin do about it, though? Can he?
He cursed Sonetta out, and, like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, even before that, I mean, he called Chin-Chin And he told him, no, get on the panel. I have 2,000 people on, whatever. That's what Ching Ching said. He cursed him out. You know what I'm saying? Some people called him. He cursed them out. But you know,
Yeah.
he. But you know, hey, hey.
Well, I'm just saying, like, Ching can do something about that. He can. I think it has to be something he can do about that.
Listen. All I'm gonna say is what was said publicly. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I heard the brother say that he ran into 10 Toes Down. You know 10 Toes Down? That's Sas's cousin. You know, some people said that, you know, he used to sell pictures. You know, but hey, I ain't gonna go in details. And he said that he ran towards the police. So the dude was scared. You know what I'm saying? Now, Chihuahua Sa, you know, I don't know what he's gonna do, man. Because 10 Toes Down is I don't know if he's tall, but he's large. He has a bit of muscles. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, hey, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't want to talk about stuff like that too much. You know what I'm
Who said
saying?
they made him run? Who made him run?
Listen, you know, hey, if you want, you can ask the brother. You know, because I'm just talking about stuff that's
Who said that story? Ching Ching?
yes.
Oh, okay. But not him that did it, but somebody. Yeah.
No, I don't know any details. I'm just talking about stuff that was stated publicly. You know, anything else, you know, I'm not used to dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? It's that stuff that was said publicly. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't know what's gonna happen, but you know, if
But
you
look,
do what
yeah, I mean, it's not even just about Chi Chi. How many people has Sonetta done shit to like this? I mean, it's so many people that hate his ass at this point. They're like, you know, I'm just like, what would I do if I was Sonetta? That's my question. It's not even what's Chi Chi going to do. My question would be like, if I was Sonetta, what would I do? Like, because I would be scared to leave the motherfucking house because how would they know who did what? Because you done fucked over so many people. It's like, what? Who haven't you fucked over? Who don't hate you? Which one? I mean, goddamn, it's like, where does this exist? And he live in New York with them kind of habits too. I mean, yeah.
didn't he say who was waiting for him with a ski mask? You know, Polite was subtle with it. He just mentioned somebody was waiting on him with ski mask and some weapon. And when Scam Cheddar responded to that, he said the name of the dude. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, hey, and that was his homie.
Yeah.
Yo, yeah, man. He's a dastardly guy, man. So I don't know, but yeah. All I could say is that, you know, just don't be like him. That's what I could say. Just be happy it ain't you, bro. And also be happy to be a nice person. Be happy to be a nice person. Be happy to be a person that is not out there cursing everybody's God. That's not out there you know, putting people out there just because you mad at them one day. Be happy you know, you're a man of your word instead of not known for not being a man of your word. Be happy that you don't have a long list of people that you fucked over in one way or the other. And I mean, that's the worst. The last person I would want to be is Sonetta, period. And did you see him pull out that money out of his pocket the other day? Something he was like, I got money, man. I look good. Stood up. I think he was saying, people saying he is junkie or something. He stood up and was like, I look good. Look, I got money. And pulled out like some $5 bills, some 20s or something. It's like, man, don't you know dudes with money don't do that shit?
Yeah.
Like, and if you're going to pull some money out, pull out a thick roll of hundreds. Otherwise, don't pull it out. Nobody want to see a couple 20s and some 5s mixed up. Nobody want to see that. Like, that's so corny, man. It's like, come on, man.
But he did the same when he was going at SETI. He was in the corner store or corner shop, and he put some money. He said, "Yeah, you don't have money like that." I'm like, so the guy who has the most money is the guy that's right. I mean, that's so ridiculous. I don't even remember if it's the live stream that he deleted or if it's the latest one. But I think it's probably the one that he deleted. But yeah, indeed, you know, I saw it. You know, I played it actually. He stood up. He's like, you know, I mean, that's the one where his nails, you know, they look a bit, you know, I don't know if he put some polish on his nails, but you know, I ain't gonna go there. No, he's gonna cry. Say, you see, he's accusing me. But then, man, this dude, I wouldn't like to be him either. You know, there's Polite try coming up. You know, and you should hope that Polite ain't gonna sing, man, because you know those guys they have so much dirt on each other. You know what I'm saying? But hey, I ain't tripping on that, man. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't worried about the dude. You know, Reggie's a butler, Sanetta's a biatch, and And you know, I'm gonna be diplomatic. I ain't gonna, you know, name other people, you know. But hey, he's what he's, brother. I'm gonna keep you, man. I know you gotta go now, you know, and I gotta go
Yeah.
anyway.
Hey, thank
Peace
you,
to
man.
real.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bennett. You know, I appreciate what y'all said. You know, good wisdom. You know, from the elders, and you know, hopefully whatever comes out, man. And, you know, and when it's you know, if I get on there, I'll ask him. But I don't really hop on the panel like that. You know, I just be watching to get my knowledge. You know, I don't be watching for, you know, too much crazy stuff. But I do hear a lot of it, and it is a little bit. It's a little bit shocking. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Some of the stuff that done came out, it's like, damn, bro, like, god damn. But hey, what's done in the dark always comes to light, you know. So keep doing
Oh,
what y'all doing,
absolutely.
man. You know,
Hey, one
y'all
last
need to stop
question,
fucking
bro.
with my Bible. Stop fucking with my
One,
Bible, man.
yes.
Hold on, hold
Oh,
on,
definitely.
hold on. Who messed with your Bible?
Y'all, man, y'all always going in talking about it ain't
Oh,
real.
nah, nah.
Man,
Stop, man.
Sa cursed the God of the Bible,
Nah,
man.
I know, I
What did
know.
we do, man?
Nah, but see, Sonetta, you're not gonna have a like you said, you know, he ain't gonna win no debate. So you ain't gonna have no intellectual conversation with Sonetta
No,
about no
no,
Bible.
I get it, but like when you say stop going on the Bible, like what did we say something out of line about the Bible?
Nah, I be every time I tune in, I hear y'all when y'all talking about the Bible, y'all saying these people are not real. Some of these people are real, man, and I'm gonna prove it to y'all,
Okay,
man.
well, you're
So
welcome anytime. You're welcome anytime
yeah,
to prove it, brother.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I believe some of the things in it are real for sure, and some of the things in it are lessons, even if they're not real. Some of the things are lessons, you know. So that for me, I don't have no issue with it like that, man. You know, but I feel you though. At the same time, you free to challenge anything, and that's all we doing too, man. That's all we doing too,
Now
and
that's what I like about y'all's channel too, man, is you know, y'all are willing to let somebody come on and say their piece and you ain't calling me a nigga and none of that. So that's why I don't go on the channel.
no, and listen,
You find out I'm
did you
Hebrew, you
know?
know. You know.
But check
Get
this
fucked
out.
up.
Did you know this man is almost 60 years old? He told Tory, who's 20 years old, to slit his wrist for what he was talking about. And he's talking about that Bible again. Now, my immediate thought was
Hold on,
just
Bennett.
remove.
I apologize, Bennett. Did you know that to real that he told Tory to? Okay, let me just play it, Bennett, please.
Damn, you got
See
that?
how dumb this little nigga Tory is, y'all? He ain't, I told you, once you become myopic in a box, anything that people bring to you, you will not adhere to it. He showed you who wrote the New Testament. He showed you what he said about the New Testament. And this little nigga still up in here saying God said this and God said that. These niggas are just retarded, man. These little niggas are just retarded. He ain't go and look up what Shaka said. He didn't say, well, let me see if Shaka telling the truth and do me some research. This dumb, stupid little nigga comes back with God said this and yeah, and God put all nations together and made them different. Like, nigga, shut up already, man. Just shut up, nigga. Damn. Slit your wrist or something, nigga. Because you're poison to the youth, man. You're already poison to the other youth that's coming up looking around you. You probably trying to teach your friends this shit. Nigga, slit your wrist already. Nigga, get it over with, nigga.
There you go. Feel free, Bennett.
Now imagine what Sonetta knew at Tory's age. You see what I'm saying? Like, just remove all this other stuff from the picture. Just all of it. The pure fact that a man almost 60 years old has the nerve to talk to a 20-year-old young man that way, that is just completely
You know what
out of
hurt me the
order.
most, Bennett?
Because Sonetta, what did you know when you were 22, when you were 20 years old? What did you know? You see what I'm saying? That is that. Well, I'm just saying this to you, real. There's nothing there about nurturing any young man there for
Yeah.
anything good. That's
Nah,
the
what hurt me
problem with this man.
about Tory, man, was I was watching one time. It was after the Garfield debate, and
Hmm.
Tory came on, and you know it didn't go through. And so Tori was like, I didn't buy it. I thought about buying it, but I didn't. And then Tori came on and he was like, "Hey man, can I get my money back?" And Sarnetta told him, he was like, "If you be a good little boy, you can have
Oh,
your
that's
money
the
back."
one. I heard that story. I didn't know it was
Yeah, man.
Tory.
That
Okay.
really that really hurt me with Sarnetta, man, when I seen that. And it kind of made me feel a little bit different about Sarnetta after I heard that, man, because I was like, man, he's younger than me, you know? And you told him, like, if you be a good little boy, like, man, I wish somebody would tell me that to my face. You know what I'm saying? It'll be over
Exactly.
with. So that
Exactly.
kind of really hurt me with Sarnetta, man. But yeah, it was after the Garfield debate when he was explaining it. So, but yeah, man, I'm a peace out, y'all. I appreciate y'all having me on. Hopefully,
Yeah.
y'all let me
Yeah,
back
be
on.
good, bro. Be good.
Hopefully, that's for sure. We're gonna let you back on, brother. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I agree with you. I believe Herod, existed. I believe that Pilate existed. So the rest is up to you.
Yeah, nah, I'm gonna come back because you ain't looked into the lost books of the Bible. I don't think you looked into that, Shaka. So I'm gonna come back and
All
I'm
right.
gonna test you on that a little bit.
The Apocrypha.
Oh, see, now I don't know about that. See, now you
But
might know some stuff I don't know.
if you say lost books of the Bible, that's surely that's Apocrypha. And we have a story of Jesus killing his childhood friend. He resurrected him later on, but but feel free if you want to go there.
Yeah, there's some stories about Pontius Pilate in there when he's talking to the Jews, and I was researching some of it, so I got a little bit more ammo. So I was just,
Okay.
I'll
Hey,
come back on. But I
I
appreciate
I
y'all, man.
I eat the bullets like Tony Montana.
All right.
All right, bless you,
Peace,
real.
brother.
Be good, man. All right, Shaka.
That's a nice one, brother.
Yeah, it was a good build, man. And Too Real is a lot more dignified than Black Jesus. I mean, I have to say that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but Black Jesus, at least he apologized.
Yeah, he did apologize. That's true. I wish he would come around, but if he's not really up for that, you want to leave on that note, then okay.
Well,
I mean,
he's busy right now. I mean, maybe he started his last stream. I think when is his last stream gonna start? Hold on. I'm gonna go.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
that's
start.
true.
Hold on, let me see. Starting in.
I might have to
in
watch it
5
myself.
minutes. In 5 minutes.
I think I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna go over there and say hello. He probably gonna curse me out, but I'm gonna go over there.
No, why would he curse you out?
I'm gonna go in the chat.
I don't think he will curse you out. No.
Yeah.
He
I gotta hear what he gotta say though. It's gonna be a good show.
In the title, man. She's gonna do a copyright claim, man. I don't know why it's so quick.
I'm gonna go over there and say, I support you, Black Jesus, 100%. And then listen.
At the end of the day, it's thanks to you that we had the the discussion, you know what I'm saying? So here, let's see.
There goes Storm.
Jesus Minister I stream that scam
cheddar
and the how should I call her? Oh, the HOK champ. The HOK champion working drunkard. There it is.
The HOK, hoes of the community. Yeah, anyway. Nah, not all of them. Not all of them. Some of them are though. They good, Just their leader, their cult leader. Anyway, yo, let me go check Black Jesus out, man. I gotta give him some support. Did it start? Is it started yet or what?
In 5 minutes, brother.
I'm gonna go over there.
Actually,
go Black Jesus. Go Black Jesus.
3 minutes 50 to go, man. Oh my goodness, man. I might
listen. I'm gonna be over there. Hallelujah. Amen. Amen, Black Jesus.
Just calm down. There's 6 people waiting already, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I should go in there. I'm gonna go now, man. All right, Shaka. Yo, be good. You coming over there?
Yeah. I'm gonna leave a comment.
Show the brother some support, man.
Yeah, show some love. Actually, let me do this live so people can see it. You see, that's how you show. That's how you show support, man.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Donnie Williams there, Storm. All right, y'all be good. Thanks to the chat. Thanks to the panel. Hey, happy 19th, Shaka. Be good.
Thank you.
Yeah, bless. One.
All right. Brothers and sisters, my closing remarks, and it's gonna be another. Well, you know what? I'm gonna make it less than 7 hours. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the nature of the world, we'll definitely holler back at you. I don't argue. I said, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. The way to do on the nature of the world.